We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us on the Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have joined us. Daily Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I don't get what is due to me, and the little I make from the station, if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global north are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. A burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us on the Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have joined us. Daily Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I don't get what is due to me, and the little I make from the station, if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global north are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to Haiti, want to go to Hawaii, we just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed.
the bank was totally gone. So there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other. And I'm happy that many years down the line, we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to Tom Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger, because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe or the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust brand that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. It remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were earned from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened. I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying, I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, the first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second year intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître et partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side knows. So in that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of AS Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
The unchecked activities of the touts and extortionists at Lagos seaports and along the Economic Community of West African States (ECOWAS) corridors have severe impacts on trade facilitation, transport businesses, human lives, the maritime industry, the economy, and the country's international image. Despite promises from the state government and calls for collaboration among government agencies and security authorities to address the menace at Tinkan and Apapa ports, as well as the Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway extension points, continue to increase. SOUQ News found that the number of extortion points along the port corridors manned by both state and non-state actors, which was estimated at 30 by the Nigerian Ports Authority 2 years ago, has increased to about 60. In July 2024, the NPA lamented the increasing extortion activities at Lagos ports as its investigation identified collection flashpoints ranging from 500 naira to 15,000 naira. From Ijora Olokpa to Apapa port and Mile 2 to Tinkan Island Port, there are about 60 points where truck drivers pay between 1,000 naira and 5,000 naira daily. The most notorious checkpoint collects between 5,000 naira and 20,000 naira daily from each truck accessing the two ports in Lagos. Truck drivers I spoke with lamented that they are forced to pay about 70,000 naira daily to access the Lagos ports to these touts and extortionists who use dangerous tactics to collect money without minding the lives at risk. The Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway, which is a critical international corridor, also suffers from over 20 extortion points, with each truck paying about 60,000 naira daily. Approximately 3,000 trucks access the Lagos ports daily, each spending about 130,000 naira on extortion, totaling 390 million naira daily. This is a huge loss to the country and its citizens, and yet our security personnel are always there. What a waste. This menace not only causes financial loss to truckers, but also significantly increases the cost of transportation of goods, with customers ultimately paying 20% more. The MPA, in collaboration with the Lagos State government, last month went on a week-long clearing of illegal structures used by extortionists along the corridors of Lagos ports to enhance trade facilities and improve the security and safety of port users. However, the MPA soon decried the resurgence of extortion points along port access routes, noting ineffective efforts to curb the menace. The General Secretary of the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, Amato, Mohammed Bala, raised the alarm over rampant extortion checkpoints surrounding Apapa and Tinkan ports, with violent activities of both governmental and non-governmental entities on container trucks along port corridors and international routes. According to Bala, these issues severely hamper the progress and stability of trucking operations and the country's gross domestic product, GDP. Bala pointed out that despite his position as one of the largest employer of labor in the maritime industry, contributing significantly to Nigeria's GDP and being the lifeline of ports and supply chain, its operations are under constant threat. The General Manager Operations of the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, NARTO, Mr. Stephen Okafor, noted that extortion activities translated to budgeted expenses for truck owners, contributing about 10% to 15% of their daily overhead costs. He said the cumulative financial loss runs into billions of naira yearly, affecting not only the transport sector but also the broader economy. According to the findings of SOUQ News, these hoodlums compromise safety by climbing onto the trucks, dragging the steering wheel with drivers, cutting container brake hoses, and unlocking container twists, sometimes causing containers and trucks to fall. Bala stated that truck drivers face brutal attacks while their trucks are often damaged, rendering them non-compliant with minimum safety standards. He also mentioned frequent thefts of truck batteries from vehicles queuing along the ports. A truck owner, Collins Ejiofo, told me that an average of 20 truck drivers die yearly due to the activities of these hoodlums. So, what is the federal and state governments, as well as the Nigerian Ports Authority, doing? Are they going to fold their arms and watch helplessly as these hoodlums bastardize our economy? I thought we have a Minister of Maritime and Blue Economy. Where is he? What is he doing? Is this not his job? Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
My name is Dr. Rafiu Oladipo.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega.
I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godio Didi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News.
So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, one's extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for. And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi everyone, my name is Gafar Mo. I'm a film producer and director.
My name is Kadi Baker. My name is John Njama.
Hey guys, what's up? What's up? What's up? Check Edgar here and keep watching.
Keep watching. Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop. Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching
SOUQ News Television. Every single time. Edgar says so.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment. The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, SOUQ, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of legendary contemporary Nigerian artists, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged SOUQ 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. with the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Good morning and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. This is SOUQ News, where we are all about positivities. So here we tell you all about the headlines, one by one from the different prints, and you go read all about it. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. When we return from this very short break, we will get straight into the meat of the matter, and you also get to meet not just my guest, but someone we've been waiting for a very long time, and he came with goodies. So don't go anywhere. SBL will be right back. Welcome back. This is SBL hashtag in front, and this is SOUQ News. Like I said before, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for those that have missed me for a very long time, please join me once again as I welcome back to this table to analyze and talk about the headlines from different prints. Your own Dr. Idahosa Osamanze. Sir, you're welcome back to this great nation.
I've always been in this nation, so
you've carried it in your heart.
Good to be back and good to be here this morning. Good morning, good Nigeria.
And good SOUQ.
Great SOUQ.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. For those that have been on social media, you saw those beautiful pictures. We're still reviewing those pictures.
Please go ahead and do the review properly.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. They say charity leave the house first, so to Nigeria we go. Business Day Nigeria. Yes, this headline is saying why CBN is losing battle to stabilize the Naira. Is that headlines to sell the papers or to tell the news?
Well, I think after a year now that we had this struggle to make the Naira stable, people now must begin to speculate what CBN is not doing well or what they are doing rightly. But I think in my rating, we may not be able to finish the whys because even devaluation, like they say, is supposed to be an economic tool in elementary economies. And that's really to make your goods.
Devaluation for a purpose.
Yeah, to enter into other people's market.
Okay.
And come at a cheap rate.
Okay.
That is the purpose that devaluation serves. But really here, is it that CBN is actually devaluing? That's not a problem. The problem is that CBN does not really have a handle on the monetary ecosystem as we speak, because there's so much CBN can do, and that is, for example, like a mediator, a regulator, to ensure that what is happening in the money market remains stable. But unfortunately, like somebody has said before, you see, the parable of the Koi and the Shomolu economists also still coming here.
Now you're speaking parables in a parable.
So this is a problem. So to be in touch and to see how Naira can really be stable, there are a few things that CBN really need to understand. And I think these are the few things that are very, very critical to managing this rate. Continuous increase on the lending rate for banks will not do Nigeria any good. We have said that the often time here. It cannot do Nigeria any good.
But that means someone somewhere is pulling the string.
Yeah, I feel that, you see, the textbook knowledge.
Whose textbook?
Well, anybody's textbook. And the reality that you find on the ground most of the time are not the same. You see, when you are looking at what the economic textbooks are saying, and you also be looking the reality that we face on the ground. You see, CBN is faced with a kind of a reality that does really not exist, which is to say that there is so much money in circulation, and if you have so much money in circulation, what you do is to mop up the money. Now the question is, who really has this money in circulation?
That is a full jam question.
So, and I think that's the question that CBN need to answer.
But do they know who has the money?
Yeah, they should be able to track where the money are. Because if you go
do you know who has the money?
Well, I don't know really. Because if you go to the ordinary man on the street, they don't have money. So when you're talking about inflation is a situation where you find that they said there are so much money chasing few goods. The people don't have money. That's the reality on the ground. So those who live in the high net worth area of should not be looking at their bank account and use it to compare with those who are living in the suburb. So in managing this economy, there's a lot that government will need to really put into consideration. That a lot of people don't have money in our economy. It's not as if that they are having money and they are now, because they now have money and they are possible. No. We know that what is driving this particular inflation is costs. And there is so much government can do.
Okay.
Take, for example, in the area of petrol. I looked at the template the other day.
Which of the petrol? Ours or?
The imported petrol.
Okay.
You look at the templates. You see custom charge.
1.
You see NPA charge.
2.
And so many regulatory agencies and other charges are factored into that price. Now, if government really wants,
and these charges are going to government.
Of government, yes, of course. So why would government sacrifice those charges so that people can get price right?
Okay. These are serious food for thought. And you said money is not in the hands of those in Shomolu. Shomolu, you called it?
Yes.
Now, let's get to one other headline that has to do with about getting money to people's hands. This is telling us that irregularities mar federal government's 40,000 naira palliative. This sounds strange.
It can be strange. Because it's something that's really strange when it's happening against expectation. Why will irregularity not manage?
40,000 naira palliative.
Yes. So
who is getting? Who is
giving? Getting here? The problem is that where is the register?
Okay.
Where is the database that the federal government is relying on to do palliative? See, we can try as much as possible to be very popular. And that's been my argument. I am not an advocate of palliative anyway, because it's quite very demeaning. And that's palliative is like you are trying to sustain somebody so that he won't die. I don't like the concept itself. But you see, what for me is, why will you be giving people money and you don't know the person that you are giving the money.
Okay. That is also a serious topic for another day. Let's keep telling you what's happening from the print. Celebrating independence, gas-rich Nigeria faces energy paradox. Well, that particular headline is fighting itself.
Well, paradox indeed. People in the midst of the water and there's so much soap in the eyes and no water to clean it.
They should just start selling the soap. Opportunity is selling soaps.
Oh yeah, maybe so. That's soap market. So people can actually look really very dead. But you see, these are very, very fundamental issues that 64 years after independence, we have not been able to really put our arts together. And we don't have people who are really very, very nationalistic in terms of putting the nation first in conversation. And we have also seen that impunity has actually been the rule of the game for us as a people. I really cannot understand why we will engage people to work and they are not delivering value, and those people sit there and they are giving excuses, and then we are entertaining excuses, and we are failing upon failing, and nothing is happening. That for me is really very strange. And I think that until those who are in the corridor of power start to really wear the big stick, that when people are not performing or underperforming, they should be shown way out. And it doesn't really matter how many people we have to try before we get things right, but it's to continue to shape people to ensure that when you give somebody a responsibility, and then you don't care who this is. Take, for example, the NNPC, since last regime.
You mean our NNPC?
Yes, NNPC.
Is it the one with the L or without the L?
With the L.
Okay.
Had been actually promising Nigeria every month that our refinery will produce petrol. Our refinery is producing petrol. And they are coming without manners of explanation.
But they did not tell you exactly which refinery will produce petrol.
They told us they sold Port Harcourt. Now they are telling us
the illegal refineries have been producing petrol.
I think that they should just disband NPCL.
Okay. That is 64 years footnote. Just keep it somewhere. Now let's go to Bangladesh. Financial Express. Retailers live on hope for a late festive season push. Okay, who is retailing, who is selling? But they look forward to having the end of the year push. It's majorly exports. Cloth material.
Oh yeah, that is it. We are in the season already. October is here.
Okay.
And you know what that means? If you go to Baloguna, you see a lot of business activities happening because people.
But you said cash was not in pocket.
Well, whether there is cash or not, people are buying anyway. So, but I think this is why you are looking at the push here, because even the demand itself is going down. It's not as lucrative as it used to be, because a whole lot of economy is affecting globally and not just Nigeria anyway. Okay. But what that also means is that, well, thinking that they are also calculating that by now, all the people who are shopping for festive season, they would have put in their orders. But by now, they are still expecting these orders to come. And that's why you see that they are still hoping against hope. So somehow we do hope that the economy gets better, because like they say, it's really not smiling anywhere.
You said it's really not smiling anywhere. Okay, let's keep going. India's story, invest in business. Okay, let's go to Business Daily Kenya. Review. When you see this sub headline, you tend to wonder. Revealed, half of firms fail to pay corporate tax. So who is revealing and who is revealed?
Well, I think it's one thing that African government really would need to do. And now to close those gaps where companies are supposed to be paying tax and not paying to government, and then of course somehow we find a way around our people work, and some are deliberate sabotage on the part of those who work for government. And then of course we also find a lot of people who also don't willing to really part with their end, and then books are cooked here and there. So see companies keeping 2-3 books, one for the management, one for the investors, and then one for the public. So this kind of bookkeeping arrangement in most of African states is a real tragedy that we really need to deal with. But unfortunately, that is who we are. And I think that, like they say, we don't know who to really blame, whether it's government that has not been performing, or those who are also working hard to evade tax because they have become, for example, a municipality to themselves. You provide your water, you provide your electricity, you construct your road, and then government just come and collect tax. So,
but if you do all this, why are you paying tax?
you shouldn't pay tax, really. So these are the questions, really, that we have to answer as people. So once government become more responsible in terms of using people's hard-earned money responsibly, then you can find that we can actually strengthen the mechanism for tax collection. And I think that's what most of the developed world are doing. So people are willing to pay tax because they can see what the authorities are doing with their tax income.
Okay, sometime last week, or was it some week, not too long ago, the president of African Development Bank was directly telling African nations, be accountable for the small you collect. Then it will be easier for people to pay you more and trust you to pay more.
Yeah, but that's exactly what it is. So because when you find that you are paying something and it's abused, and we're incurring very high operation costs throughout the chain, whether it's a counselor, he has about 3 or 4 aides, convoy, waste of petrol, and all these all issues that people are looking at. And this is really the issue. People know that we don't have so much money, but you see, the lifestyle that leaders are living is one that betrays them, really. That if you're actually asking people to say, okay, let's tighten our belt, but you who is at the fore must also show some level of decency in terms of how you flaunt opulence. So I think these are the problem really African leaders have. You see, we're going for a meeting to just go and shake hands, and then you have a delegation of 400 people, 200 people, and they are following you, and we are hoping that's government money. You spend 4 days in luxurious hotels, wherever it is. Government is wasting resources, and at the end of the day, really something don't come out. So we must begin to look at other nations, how they do their things, and how they are able to save costs. Lee Kuan Yew mentioned this copiously in his book, in his experience with the Commonwealth from the third world to the first world, that he was shocked that most African leaders, and this was in the 60s, who were coming to beg people for money in Commonwealth meeting, were coming with charter flights, while the people that they were begging money were using commercial flights.
That is a serious matter. So which shrine should we go for deliverance? Let's go to Netflix. Netflix dragged into suit over free money. Short film that was shot in Kenya. Now, the story says that Netflix is entangled in a legal suit where the producers of a documentary aired by the US streaming giant are accused of commercially exploiting poor Kenyans whose lifestyle is captured in the film. 4 Kenyans claim they were not made aware that their penury lifestyle would be showcased in the documentary titled Free Money, which first premiered in Toronto International Film Festival and was also shown at the International Documentary Festival in Amsterdam. Now, this begs to ask, were they not aware or did they not read the release clause when the papers were given to them? Because I know Netflix should start giving a release clause.
Yeah, but you don't forget that they say when you want to hide anything from a black man, you write it on a book.
Oh no. No, you didn't go there. You did not go there. That's not fair.
So, but that's what it is. So when you want to hide anything from a black man, write
From
it on a book.
Kenyans, from Kenyans. From those 4 Kenyan men. That's not fair.
I hope that they have enough evidence to actually prosecute case. It's not just enough for people to institute a suit, because if you're going to law, then of course the onus is on you to prove that the things you are alleging were actually done. But if you have signed off your rights, there's nobody who can redeem you.
Yes, but you can also sign off your right in ignorance. So
Yeah,
that now
but before
depends
the
on
law,
if you can
ignorance
prove.
is not an excuse.
Well, yes, ignorance is not an excuse, but if the country should back them, then they have a case.
Yeah, because laws are actually not morality, so to speak. You see, that is what it is. So in issues about morality, you can be arguing and saying, okay, oh, they didn't do this well or they didn't do that well. But if the people who came in there, and which of course I'm very sure, they would have looked at the laws of the land and they understand what this really mean. And then, of course, you look at the jurisdiction and where these things are happening, and then you are able to say, yes, for certain, we have done what we should do in the eye of the law, except that they themselves have run foul of the law. That's when, of course, where will the application even happen? Are they going to sue them in the US or they are going to sue them according to the Kenyan law? So
well,
they
can't sue them in Kenya because Netflix is also being subscribed in Kenya.
Yeah, but of course, you see, if they don't have an office structure in Kenya, it will be very difficult because if you have to prosecute them, you have to prosecute the people where their business actually is located.
Yeah, so, but Netflix will also consider ability or possibility of losing customers in Kenya or African countries too.
Well,
so those are things that they also consider.
Well, you see, it's really not a big problem I see for a big streaming platform like this, especially when they are not subject to the control of a governmental authority. This is OTT, which is run
in this woke generation, where the social media can cause you losses in the stock market.
Yeah, but you see, it's what will be there is who is going to anchor the narrative, and on whose side would that narrative be? Those are the issues that we must also put into consideration, because really today now everybody is struggling for a space in that social media. And so people are for and against, and depending on which voice is louder, that people are going to hear. So for me, really, it's just for us as Africans, and I keep saying this, a lot of us we are so depraved in the way we think that we can even sell off our brother for a morsel of food. And I think that's
so is it hunger, greed, wickedness, or
I think it's much more than hunger. I think it's more of greed and wickedness, really, for a lot of people. Because if you go to see this deal, you will find that there are a lot of Kenyans involved.
Okay. We are still in Kenya, and we wish this four men the best. Now, Kenya targets 132 billion shillings on lifting mining ban. Companies that have landed deals to explore and extract Kenya's minerals are projected to pump more than 100 billion shillings into the economy during the life of their contract, as reported by the mining ministry. Okay? So this should be something positive coming from the protest they had long ago.
Well, I don't see this really positive in my thinking. As long as we are still moving out these earth-given materials and shipping them abroad, we really cannot get value for what we are doing. Take, for example, in some part of UK, mining has been abolished in Newcastle.
So everything that is mined
yes,
is sourced, processed there?
Yeah, they don't even mine.
Okay.
So they are looking for other places to go and do mining. Because we must also be considering the environmental impact of mining.
Over time.
Over time. Yes, African, we see, can boast of some land. But when you see mining sites, what you find there is that the excavation will not make, for example, agriculture possible. Even taking or using that place for commercial or residential sites become difficult. Then don't forget the pollution side of it and the health implications for the people who are suffering that live within the mining environment. So all these issues are things that we must also put into consideration. That while we are opening up because we are in their need of money, we should not get into trouble of having to sacrifice more life just because we want to develop. And I think we must become a lot more creative and see who we can also exploit to be able to get our development right.
Okay, we should get more creative to see who we can exploit to get our development right. So we shouldn't sell out tomorrow today.
I just believe so.
Okay. So while we're not selling out tomorrow today, we are still looking at KS. Should we take this? Okay, no, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's get to the next headline. Soap manufacturers' margin shrink on imports from Egypt. Well, this sounds funny. Still Kenya. Soap manufacturers, their margin shrinks from imports from Egypt. Is it that the locals prefer the imported soaps from Egypt, or those ones are cheaper, or what exactly?
Yeah, but it's just common market dynamics. What you find is that as inflation is hitting hard everywhere, the cost of importation of raw materials or input from Egypt would have skyrocketed. And then, of course, if you see at home there's no sufficient buying power by your consumer, then, of course, you see that you have to reduce your price or sell almost at market cost. So these are the issues that, of course, will affect any business person. And I think you also see that's what we suffer here, because if you have to import everything to do your business, then, of course, the price that is happening elsewhere affects what you're pricing here. And if the people within your market don't have the capacity to buy what you are producing, it's either you keep them in the warehouse or you give it away.
But also, Africa should also try thinking of sourcing local materials to produce.
Yeah, and I think that is what it is, really.
Especially for soap, that's the easiest thing to make from local materials, plantain and ash. What are we waiting for? Okay, we want the brand names, I think.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily the brand name. It's just that we are lazy people. So,
oh, you went there.
Thinking
Business Day South Africa. Business Day South Africa. Seal of approval for the port of Maputo. Sasria looks to extend cover to natural disasters. Okay, so if we're looking at let's look at that particular port of Maputo. Is it something that Africans should look forward to? Because a lot of these ports are being built with foreign money.
Yeah, for me, really.
And managed by those that built it.
Yeah. It's not, it wouldn't have been a bad idea having people to actually come to help you do projects. But the sad part, or the sad reality for me, is the fact that at the point of negotiation, most of those who negotiate on behalf of the poor nations really do not negotiate from the point of view of strength. And what that means is that at the end of the day, we really do not benefit as much as we should from some of these deals, because you can imagine if this is concession for like 30 years or 32 years, by the time they are handing it over to you, it's already a moribund technology. Yeah.
Okay. Let's look and hope for the best. Now, let's leave natural disasters alone and go to BMW. BMW hopes for hybrid vehicles incentives. That's also in South Africa. They like fast cars there.
Yeah, but hybrid too is also something that people are actually looking at. I feel it's a better option, really.
Better option to electric or to
totally
fuel?
EV. You see, because the experience has shown, except that maybe technology will get better, really. There are people who are driving EV vehicles today now, they have to carry a generator on their trunk. Especially...
Now, excuse me, sir. We know you just came back. If you want to, Yabos, give us notice. We know our power system is on track, but give us notice.
I'm not even talking about your power system here. What I'm saying is that even in the most developed countries, because if you're traveling long distance...
They have base stations for charging cars.
Yeah, but if you're traveling long distances, where you find those base stations are not everywhere. So you have to have a generator in your boots.
You calculate your...
So EV makes it really nice, because hybrid makes it really nice, such that if your battery is low, you can run on your gasoline, and then if gasoline is finished and you find a place to charge, you can move. I feel that the EV should really be the way to go for the world. But a total hybrid, I mean, a total EV world, I doubt for how it will look like for especially countries in the third world.
Then another thing we also should also consider is the waste over time.
Yeah, waste management. Yeah, of course. You see, these are also things, but Europe have already put all of this into consideration. How to manage the waste that are going to be generated as a result of these things.
Yeah, by sending them to Africa.
Oh yeah, proactivity is the game.
Who's proactivity? Sending the,
no. I mean the Western countries
Africa.
are very proactive. They think this thing through. They don't jump into conclusions. Only we who really would not see that meta laziness really to think about things before we embark on them. And I think those are the things that we must speak to. I want to be very, very brutal this morning that there are a lot of things that we need to do right, and we don't need to be where we are at the moment.
I'm watching with my side eye.
Please watch very well.
Okay, Financial Times UK. Okay, Reeves seek closer Brussels dialogue with plans to join Eurogroup meeting. They've gone. Why don't they just leave this matter alone?
Well, I think a lot of people felt that it was just quite emotion that actually make UK to leave the EU, and that emotions now had gone down, and the reality has set in. But I think really, generally, that the problem globally is that leadership has been a real issue across the globe, because a lot of people you see today trying a lot, and it's a kind of a trial and error kind of leadership is where you find in the world. People thought that, oh, by the time we as the EU, poor European countries will no longer be taking our jobs. But now they have left, the jobs are not being created.
And the EU is not doing badly. And they have more population and the market. Okay, now let's still keep going. Gulf Times, Qatar. Union of Arab Chambers focus on enhancing joint Arab action. Qatar Chamber hosted the 135th season of the Council of the Union of Arab Chambers on Sunday in the presence of His Excellency the Minister of Commerce and Industry, Sheikh Mohammed bin Hamad bin Qasim El Thani. His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed mentioned the importance of developing cooperation between business sectors of Arab world, activating and upgrading the Arab private sector for the advantage of Arab economies. We first. Others follow.
Oh, yeah.
Why are Africans not thinking like this?
All right. The GCC countries are doing excellently well. We cannot overstate that. The level of collaboration, the level of peer review is massive. And you're seeing almost the 9 countries in the GCC are developing almost at the same pace. It's not that they have the population, but they just have leadership that is going really right for them at the moment. From the UAE to Oman to Qatar, everyone is doing awesomely very well. And people are just progressively minded. What's the next thing that we can put on the ground? And I think that is the real part that African must have to also emulate, because that's critical for success and survival.
But are we seeing it? African leaders, are they seeing this?
Well, we see it because we travel a lot. We like the jamborees. The photograph is enough for us to take away.
Why are you punching below the belt this morning? That is not supposed to be part of the rule of the game. Okay, now let's take one more from Qatar. The QCB, that's Qatar Central Bank Governor, meets MSCI Chairman, the Governor of Qatar Central Bank, Sheikh Bandar bin Mohammed bin Said, met Henry Fernandez, Chairman and Chief Executive of MSCI in Doha on Sunday. That's during the same meeting we talked about. They renewed the latest global development and banking and finance. Now, they are not just doing business with themselves. They are going for the heads of every big corporate organization out there. Finance, shipping, manufacturing, and making sure how do they do this? This is the side I don't understand. How do they bring these big corporations to the Middle East and make Middle East an exportation to other places?
Yeah, you see, for example, you must realize this: government creates an ecosystem that's right for people to do investment, and once the ecosystem is right, people bring in their money to save. So all that people are looking for is a safe place where they can put their investment, and investment is safe. And once people can guarantee you that, look, here there's no trouble, here there is no crime, here there is space, the infrastructures are working, of course, people will be willing to want to participate. So this is what it is, and they are doing and putting money in big, big things. Check it. Is it Saudi? Is it United Arab Emirates? Is it Oman? Just check it. Yet they are doing excellently well in terms of putting basic infrastructure on the ground. And here they are no longer negotiating from the point of view of poverty or empty stomach. They are negotiating on the point of view of strength. And I think this is what progressivism should be all about. Yeah, but can argue they are not democracy. Is what we're saying is that, look, we have seen the trend that's happening in the banking sector, so our banks also must have to be in tune with the current reality. And what they do is they give a matching order to whoever is the CBN governor and say, go ahead, this must be done. If you can't do it, you get out.
So someone else should try. Okay. Yeah. While that matching order is still in place, let's look at business post India. Government to sit with RMG workers again as protests persist. 51 factories suspend production on Sunday. 14 on the outskirts of Dhaka shut under no work, no pay policy. Well, this is one thing we are yet to learn. When India workers say no, they say no. When the farmers say no, they say no. But there's always that parley between workers, farmers, government, and the economy is moving.
Yeah, but no, the economy is moving, but then it's slowed down. We hope that this will not affect the growth rate of India, that the projections were really very, very bright earlier last month. Because once people lay down to, of course, your GDP start to go down, and then the growth rate also slows. So I think it's a big challenge, really globally, workforce facing the daunting task of inflation that is rising, ever rising, not going down. And then, of course, salary remain very static. You see, they said, okay, the only thing, every other thing is moving up. The only thing that cannot move is salary. And as long as that wages remain where it is, people have to struggle to live. You can imagine today, for example, people who are being paid the same salary, they have to pay double going to work in terms of cost of transportation. They have to pay double for gas. They have to pay double for everything. Food costs, prices on the rooftop. So there's no way they will not be demanding for better condition of service. And so this demand put pressures on the company. And if the company is not having capacity to increase wages, then the deadlock is what you see. But eventually, like they say, when the elephants are fighting, the grass must be ready to pay the price.
Okay, to the grass we say, sorry, get better and bear the brunt for now. On this, we say thank you very much, Doctor, for coming on SBL.
My pleasure, sir.
You're welcome back again. So for those that didn't get to see the goodies, don't worry, we'll give you the full gist by this time tomorrow. So for everyone that has been part of this particular production today, we'll say thank you. And for those on the other side, remember, go on our social media handles, follow us, like, send in your comment, SOUQ News TV on all social media networks. Thank you very much. This is SBL. My name is SOUQ. John Rogers SOUQ. We'll do this again on Wednesday. Remember, be good. Bye.
Of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain. This fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescence and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement, inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara. Many thanks for staying with us. We're on the Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have joined us. Daily Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I made from the state, so if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global north are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people will say they want to go to an ET, want to go to Hawaii, you just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early Exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, good morning, and glad you have joined us on that program that sets the pace for your day, that award-winning program that gives you a sense of direction when it comes to issues related to business, finance, and the economy. Always my pleasure to be your host. I am Femi Ayodele. It's the beginning of a new week, a new day, and what a beautiful day and an opportunity to have you join us to set the pace for your day. We hope that as you spend the next 2 hours with us, we're going to make your day worthwhile. Like you know, all we'll do on this program is to shape policy and advance development with our conversation today. we're starting our conversation looking at the Economic Stabilization Bills, which was approved by the Federal Executive Council recently. Now, this bill is driven by recommendations by the Presidential Tax Reforms Committee, headed by Taiwo Oyedele. They've made some recommendations as regards this bill, and the essence of this bill is to see out to harmonize the tax laws in Nigeria, about 15 of them, and about 10 amendments have been proposed as regards this bill. We're going to look at this bill and how it's going to affect business and the interest of Nigerians. Thereafter, we'll go to the global scene to look at the IMF projection for the global economy. You're aware that in the wake of the challenges when it comes to the issue of debt, the issue of inflation, IMF latest report has suggested that the global economy is showing some level of resilience, and we'll look at factors responsible for these and the advisory from the IMF as regards what nations need to do to sustain the momentum. All right, as you know, the first thing is to start with news update. So we switch over to our newsroom now, where David is standing by to take us around the world. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am David Chiedu. 17 state governors have raised committees to implement the 70,000 naira new minimum wage for workers across the country. The 17 states which set up the implementation committees are Ogun, Ekiti, Sokoto, Kebbi, Osun, Enugu, Borno, Zamfara, Kogi, Kwara, Gombe, Kano, Taraba, Delta, Rivers, Jigawa, and Abia states. The development is happening as the federal government commenced payment of the new minimum wage to its 1.2 million workers last Thursday. The Accountant General of the Federation, Oluwatoyin Adeyin, in a memo to the Budget Office of the Federation, noted that the civil servants will be paid the minimum wage with effect from September. On the heel of this, Edo, Lagos, and Adamawa states have also commenced payment of the new salary as Anambra pledged to implement the minimum wage in October. The chairman of the Nigeria Labour Congress in Adamawa State, Emmanuel Fashe, confirmed that Governor Amadou Fintiri started paying the new minimum wage in August, ahead of the federal government and other states. The bank industry has emphasized that Nigeria must enhance its production capacity to achieve a $1 trillion economy by 2026. The divisional head of services of the Bank of Industry, Isa Omagu, made this known over the weekend at the 2024 annual conference of the Finance Correspondents Association of Nigeria in Lagos, with the theme Nigeria's Journey Towards a $1 trillion Economy. He noted that the country's economy relied heavily on fiscal and monetary policies, urging collaboration between both sides. He also said that Nigeria's current production levels were insufficient, warning against over-reliance on imports if the country aims to achieve economic robustness. According to him, for Nigeria to reach a $1 trillion economy, we must focus on boosting production capacity. He called for investment in agriculture, infrastructure, and services, which would reduce import dependence and ease forex pressure. Also, the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation, Bello Hassan, among other stakeholders, emphasized the need for banks and fintech companies to collaborate and drive real sector growth. And the Dangote Group has revealed that it plans to transport refined petroleum products by sea. This announcement was made in a statement on Sunday by the senior advisor to the group president on special projects and strategic relations, Fatima Wali Abdul Rahman. The essay to the president noted that the construction of a jetty in the Lekki Free Zone will handle bulk cargoes during the refinery's development. The plan, according to the statement, is towards easing the pressure on the roads from the refinery by transporting finished petroleum products to other ports along the Nigerian coast by sea for further distribution to the hinterlands. According to the group, this initiative aims to alleviate pressure on road networks while facilitating exports to other African countries. And the supply of crude in Naira deal made by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to the Dangote Petroleum Refinery will take effect from Tuesday, October 1, 2024. The Technical Subcommittee on Domestic Sales of Crude Oil in Local Currency on Sunday confirmed this. The sale of crude to local refineries in Naira policy was approved by the Federal Executive Council under President Bola Tinubu and was announced on September 13, 2024. It is hoped that this move will lead to reduction in the galloping price of fuel, while also leading to an increase in supply of the product. And that's the news update at this hour. Early Exchange continues shortly with Femi Ayodele. Many thanks for watching. I am David Chiedu. Good morning.
All right, many thanks, David and the news crew, for giving us the latest development across the globe. Like you always tell you, this is where the big story lives, and you've given a picture of the big stories trending today or this morning as regards the news update. And now to our bigger story for today's conversation. We're going to start with the Economic Stabilization Bill 2024, which was recently approved by the Federal Executive Council. Now, this bill is driven by recommendations by the Presidential Tax Reforms Committee, headed by Taiwo Oyedele, and the essence of this bill is to ensure that the tax laws in Nigeria are harmonized in a way that is going to create economic stability. Joining us for this conversation, we have Dr. Benjamin Namdu, who joins us from Abuja. He's the chairman, FCT Tax Practitioners, and the vice chairman, Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. Dr. Enamudu, glad you have joined us this morning. How are you today, and how is Abuja?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you for having me. Abuja is fine, but the weather is a bit cold this morning. It's nice to be here.
All right, what a good day. I guess that's a preparation for the independence anniversary coming up tomorrow. It's quite strategic that we're having this conversation with you. You are at the seat of power where this bill was approved. So it makes it quite strategic and interesting. So let's start by you giving us a background for our viewers to understand the initiative and the essence of these bills. What are the things that are so significant about this bill, and why do you think there's need for amendments as proposed by the Tax Reforms Committee? Let's start with that.
Okay, thank you very, very much. I will start, I would want to break it into four, I would decomponentize it into four aspects. The first would be what is the stabilization bill? How is it intended to have its effects? What are the intended effects? And then we'll talk about why. Why do we need to have the stabilization bill? And then which is the when? The bill still needs to be passed by the National Assembly before it becomes law. Now, to situate where we are, what this bill intends to achieve, sometime on the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform, person of Mr. Taibu Yedele, rolled out some of the intentions and ideas behind the Economic Stabilization Bill. And then he said it's part of the Accelerated Stability and Advancement Plan of the government. So essentially what this bill intends to do is to amend about 15 different tax laws, fiscal and establishment laws to facilitate economic stability and set the country on the path of sustained growth. That is the idea behind it. So how they intend to do is they have come up with some changes which they said are designed to achieve certain economic and social objectives. Key amongst them is reduction in inflation and price stability. They also said is designed to complement monetary policy measures and appropriate fiscal interventions to strengthen the naira and sustain exchange rate convergence. Also, they are seeing a situation where to promote fiscal discipline and consolidation, enhance job creation and poverty alleviation, and then promote export promotion. So these are the core of the objectives, amongst others, which the Economic Stabilization Bill is intended to achieve. So how do they intend to do this? They have proposed some changes to our laws, especially as regards the tax and fiscal aspects, to drive these objectives. They intend to achieve the objective of inflation reduction, price stabilization, exchange rate harmonization, and fiscal discipline, job creation, export. So what are these key changes that the government is looking at? They have proposed key changes, about 10 of them, to the laws which we have presently, in order to do what now? In order to drive this objective. So some of these key changes would include amendments to the income tax laws that we have presently to facilitate employment opportunities for Nigerians in Nigeria and within the global value chain, including and especially the part of the law. And then they're also looking at amendments to facilitate.
Doctor,
can you hear me?
Amadou, I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, sorry, it's like I lost you at some point.
Probably we understand. Please go ahead with your thoughts.
Okay, so I was trying to explain some of the key changes that we are envisaging when this bill is passed into law. The key changes there will be changes, amendments in our income tax laws. We are envisaging amendments to our VAT laws, amendments to facilitate investment in the gas sector and simplify local content requirements. There are going to be amendments to reform the foreign exchange regime and enhance the regulatory powers of the central bank to unlock more forex liquidity, strengthen the naira, and sustain rate convergence. There are also going to be amendments towards tax release for private sector, those who are employers, in respect of wage award, transport subsidies provided to their employees. Also, we are looking at the possibility of tax relief for companies that generate incremental employment and retain such employees for a minimum of 3 years. They're also looking at the fiscal discipline and enhancement of remittances from government agencies and corporations to the consolidated revenue fund of the federal government. Then they are looking at collaboration, enhanced collaboration with states to suspend certain tax laws on small businesses and vulnerable populations. Over time, we've heard the chairman of the committee think part of their goals, long-term goals, is that they want to simplify Nigerian taxes such that we have a single-digit number of taxes. In fact, he has specifically mentioned that 9 is the figure they are looking at so that you come into the country, you are not inundated with barrage of taxes. You have these taxes are simplified, and then you know what exactly you are meant to pay. So number 9, as part of the objective, is the introduction of tax identification, consolidation, and collaboration initiative, which is intended to expand the tax base and widen the tax base. Then finally, they talked about provision of additional funding for the student loan scheme, which the federal government recently passed into law. So those are some of the key reforms that we are envisaging with this stabilization bill. So if I were to, time will permit me, I want to talk about the why. Why do we need this economic
All right.
stabilization bill?
Before you talk about why we need this bill, maybe you can wrap it up with this question. Give us an idea of looking at the existing tax laws in Nigeria. Give us a picture of some of the issues around the existing tax laws. Maybe that will also help you to talk about the reason the economic stabilization bill is important, or is quite crucial at this time. But I want you to start or wrap the two together by giving us first the picture of the existing tax laws, the loopholes, the issues around them, and what impact will this be made in making it proper or better?
Okay, let me start with the aspects that encroach into the local government taxes in Nigeria. If you are a typical transport, run a transport or holiday, you observe that from point to point, there are a catalog of taxes, rates, levies you need to pay. Someone counted as much as 56 of them. So these taxes that are paid by transporters, the levies that are paid by transporters, they eventually find their way to the end users of this product. So it pushes the prices of goods in the market. What the committee is looking at now is to see that we are able to harmonize these taxes so that we eliminate the ones that are not necessarily the frivolous ones amongst them, such that if you put all these taxes into one, the transporter can, from the point of takeoff, plan his taxes to say, okay, I am envisaging that between Kano and Lagos, I am going to pay so and so amount, and he can plan around that, and then it is not going to put pressure on his business. You will see all manner of between the two ends as it is today. The cost of rates and levies along the line could be as much as 50%. You know, so those are some of the things that end up shooting up prices of goods and services in the market. There's the aspect of tax identification, consolidation, and collaboration, which is also very, very important. There's the need for the federal and the state government to work together in this aspect. As it is today, each state is independent and can make laws as to how they intend to administer the laws that applies to their state. And then you have a situation where there are some people within the economy that are floating between states, such that they have businesses in state A and are living in state B. So in Nigeria, our tax law is residency based. The way it is now, if we don't have this collaboration, there are people that are operating in the economy that will be outside the tax net. But by the time we have this consolidation, it will be it becomes quite difficult for people to evade tax along the line. Then they also talked about support for the student loan scheme, which is one of the very, very positive policies of this government to assist students in having funds to run their school program. There is now how they will be funded. I think a certain percentage from the education tax will be going towards that aspect. Then we are talking about tax relief for. Okay, so now the burden of the economy is also telling a lot on businesses, such that ability and capacity to employ is being whittled down. Now, government is saying, look, we are going to provide some form of reliefs for businesses who are going to generate incremental. Why is government doing this? Is to see that the businesses are able to retain their staff and then possibly employ more. Then there are aspects to this tax law. They are going to we're talking about the VAT laws are also going to be amended such that it should stimulate exports. So these are some of the amendments that will come in the tax law that are different from what we are doing. And also importantly, I need to mention digital taxation of the digital economy. A huge chunk of our economy now is on the cyberspace, and government has not been able to adequately capture income that is coming from that aspect. So this bill, part of what it tends to achieve is to provide measures that will help government to tap into the opportunities in the taxation of the digital economy.
All right, you must have noticed the kind of clash that exists between tax agencies, maybe the agencies of the federal, that of the state and local government when it comes to collection of tax, where there's a clash between Federal Inland Revenue Service and that of the state, and some instances you have that of local government. You've had several court cases in this regard. How will this bill also address this kind of disparity or clash that do exist when it comes to the issue of tax regime in Nigeria?
That question is a very deep one. So essentially, there are really no clashes administratively when it comes to taxation, because everybody have their jurisdiction in collection of taxes. Where the issues lie is these are constitutional issues about which taxes the federal should collect, which one should apply to states, and which one should apply to local government. Issues around sales tax, for instance, constitutionally, it should be within the purview of states. But in Nigeria today, the value-added tax that is operative is being executed by the federal government. So there are constitutional issues around that. I think the National Assembly is looking at it to say who indeed is eligible to collect transactional taxes as regards activities within the Nigerian economy. So those are the few areas that we could say there's no clear delineation as to indeed who are eligible to collect. So you see there have been instances where the states are taking the federal government to court on this particular issue. I think the issue somehow is being resolved the realms of politics, but essentially we don't have the kind of clashes that we are looking at now between the federal and the state. They all have their areas of operation. So administratively, there are no clashes.
All right, let's look at the issue of value-added tax, which according to Taiwo Dele, the proposal here is to float what we call zero-rated value-added tax to promote export. How will this play out if you're floating a zero value-added tax? What will be the impact of that on government revenue, and how will it impact businesses? And specifically, how will it promote export as been stated in this proposal?
Okay, I think you've asked about 2-3 questions. How will it affect business, government revenue, and how will it promote export? So essentially, value-added tax is just like any other tax. It adds to the final prices of goods and services. Now, what happens is that if I were to sell to export a particular good or service as it were, and I'm supposed to export it at 100,000 naira, it means because there's a VAT component on top of it, I will have to factor in VAT, and it will have to be going for 107,500 at our present VAT rate of 7.5%. What this does is to make our export a bit more expensive and a bit less competitive. So we're in a very competitive global market, and government is looking at how do we drive exports, because part of the critical challenges we are having in Nigeria today is that we are not exporting enough. If you look at, I was looking at the value of exports for Nigeria in 2022, our total exports stands at about $71 billion, whereas Vietnam, a very small Asian country, is exporting $384 billion. It means that there's a whole lot that we still need to do as an economy. It's affecting everything. It's affecting our exchange rate. The economy, we are not promoting export-oriented industries. So when you bring in such policies as to say, okay, look, we want to encourage exports, we are removing, we are zeroizing VAT for exports. We want to float a zero-rated VAT policy for export. It means that we can export cheaper, and then people will be, other countries will be willing to buy more from us. So it's good for the businessman. It means that the businesses can export more and bring in more dollar into the economy. As for the government, of course, it will lead to a loss in revenue, because the money government would have made from the VAT on such goods and services will no longer be available. Then I've also mentioned that, of course, these are policies that are intended to stimulate export and improve what we are doing as regards inflow of foreign exchange into the economy, because Nigeria needs it now more than ever.
All right, now we're going to the details of the proposal. One of the things stated here is that amendment to income tax laws to facilitate employment opportunities. Now, as a tax expert, I would like you to give us a picture. When you hear of amendment to income tax to promote employment opportunities, what kind of picture, or what are you expecting? What are your expectations and recommendations in this regard? What are the necessary amendments that should be made to income tax laws in Nigeria?
Okay. So we are envisaging, what I'm looking at is a lot of reliefs that will come for businesses who are going to increase or be able to retain the number of employees that they have engaged. And it's something that have been done before. If you look at the 2019 Finance Act as passed, there were provisions for categorization of businesses to say, look, if you are a business within the threshold of 25 billion, you are not expected to pay any income tax. So the income is taxed at 0%. And if your income is between 25 and 100 million, you pay income tax at 20%, as against the 30% for businesses that are 100 million and above. So the fact that government could come up with a policy and say, if you have businesses that their turnover is below 25 million in a year, you are exempted from paying taxes. I wouldn't be surprised if government should come and say, look, for every businesses, maybe to say, okay, if you are employing 25 persons and above, your tax, you could get a 2% relief on your tax. Okay, so the businesses could be like, should I employ more and enjoy this opportunity of tax relief? If the arithmetic add up for them, of course, they would they want to employ more and enjoy those reliefs. So is what government has worked around before, and I think the templates are there for them to implement. So I am looking at a lot of reliefs that government is going to provide for businesses such that their income tax is going to be reduced in tandem with the capacity and ability to employ more Nigerians into their food. So that's the direction I think the committee would want to approach this particular matter.
All right. Another area this committee is looking at the oil and gas sector to also see how they can amend what you call the Local Content Act to see how you can bring efficiency into that sector. Now, as a player in this sector, as someone who has been following the trends of things in Nigeria, what are some of the critical issues associated with Local Content Act in Nigeria? And if you're looking at reforms that has to do with laws guiding the oil and gas sector, what are some of these amendments that should be made to that sector? For years, the issue of Local Content Act has been there, but you understand that the preference has not been given to local content players in that sector. How will this bill or this amendment, factor the interest of local content players in this sector? And what will be your recommendations as regards amendment to the oil and gas sector?
All right, thank you. Just like you have mentioned, we have laws in place to promote local content in the oil and gas industry. In fact, if you look at the Petroleum Industry Act, a lot of provisions have also been made, but on the aspect of implementation, it has not really worked out as envisaged. So what I think the government is looking at now is how do we further improve on the local content law using tax as a base for businesses in the gas sector. So using tax as a base, it's like I said, very, very, very easy. So the approach would be simple. If you are going to use local content for your activities and operations, we are envisaging another form of relief that could come, say, 5% on your income tax. So say if you're a business and you can prove that 80% of your costs are local content, or certain percentage that the government could come up with. So if you are able to do your local content at, say, 30%, 75, 80%, as the case may be, you are entitled to additional relief of, say, 5%, or you could get a tax credit of 2%, 1%. So these stimulus are intended to drive local content beyond what we have now, because the idea is we need to use Naira more. We need to buy Nigeria, patronize the Naira. So you could see what government is also doing along the line of Naira sales of crude to Dangote Industries. All these are plans or ideas intended to show up the value of our local currency. So what I would suggest is, if you ask me, it's in direction of what I just looked at. Give a certain percentage target. If you are able to, say, use local content, 75% of your operations, your operational costs, then you are entitled to additional income tax relief of 5%, or you could give them tax credit. If we don't want to give them, you could give them tax credit or say 2%, certain percentage, depending on how the mathematics works out. So, but essentially, the idea is to use tax as a base.
Dr. Benjamin and Namdi, we're not done yet. We're still looking at the economic stabilization bill, but it's time for us to go on a short break now. When we return, we'll continue our conversation with our guest. Stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're just taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well, ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests that's against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, glad to know you're still there with us as always. We're looking at the Economic Stabilization Bill 2024, which recently approved by the Federal Executive Council. And now the essence of this bill is to harmonize the tax laws in Nigeria and to enhance what we call economic stability. And we still have a guest here with us who joins us all the way from FCT, shedding more lights on this development. Glad to know you're still there with us, Dr. Namatu.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Femi, I'm still with you. Thank you very much.
Great to know that you're quite alert and your spirit is high for this kind of conversation. All right.
Thank you.
So let's look at the SMEs, which when it comes to the issue of tax, they are usually or likely affected by the fact that if you look at that sector, it's likely not formalized. And for that kind of sector that is critical to economic growth or to drive economic growth and development in a place like Nigeria, what kind of amendment are you expecting or initiative are you expecting as regards regarding the provision of this bill to take care of the issue of the SMEs, small businesses who belong to the informal sector, or when it comes to the tax regime, is largely not formalized? What can be done in this regard to improve their lot and also introduce technology into tax regime in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much. So when we say the SMEs are operating in the informal sector, it's not in all instances. We have SMEs that are formalized, that are registered. So when you go by our interpretation of what constitutes small and medium businesses, don't forget, I mentioned earlier that the 2019 Finance Act has interpreted small businesses to be businesses that are doing turnovers 25 million and below. Then There are businesses that do turnovers between 25 and 100 million are categorized as medium scale businesses. So we have, so the question you have asked, I would disaggregate it into two. So we have SMEs that are in the informal sectors, and then we have the ones that are in the formal sector. I will start with the SMEs that are in the informal sector. Now, the informal sector, it means that these businesses are usually not registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission. Usually taxing them is a challenge because technology to aggregate and tax them is still a bit at the infancy stage. But what we also need to appreciate is that overall, these small businesses, the market women, the shoe menders, the small traders in the market, these people pay some form of taxes and levies that when you compare it to even the actual tax rate we should pay in Nigeria, they probably are even paying more than they should pay in form of market levies, union levies, this levy, that levy. So they are doing more than their fair share, if you ask me. What we need to do, like the fiscal committee, that Mr. Oyedele is leading, what they have tried to do is to see how do we streamline the taxes at this end so that we don't overburden these market women with issue of taxes. Yes, they need to pay their fair share, but the way it is today, they are paying more than their fair share. If you take around our local market, you could see a typical trader who maybe their income or surplus for the day will be about 3,000 naira. They will be paying 1,000 naira for as market levy or store levy or whatever levy. And sometimes they pay this money daily. They pay daily. As soon as you come to the market, there's a particular fee you must pay for that day. If you aggregate what these people are paying daily on a monthly and a yearly basis, you will be shocked as to how much they are paying. So they're actually paying more than enough. But what government could do in that, what I've suggested in other papers are presented, is let us look at a way of bringing these people together. Let's aggregate them into a smaller, closer components where government could explain its policies and how they should go about their businesses without running foul of our laws. So that is on one aspect. Then there's the second leg, which are the SMEs that are in the formal sector that are registered businesses. Now, I have a little bit of issue here. When the 2019 Act was passed, and we categorized small businesses as businesses that are doing turnovers of 25 million and below. As at that time, dollar was exchanging at about 360 to a dollar. So effectively, about $70,000 was what small businesses were categorized as at then. But today, $70,000 is over 100 million naira now. And we have not yet amended our law, because the idea behind that categorization is to give relief to small businesses so that at that stage, they are not burdened with income tax. They are able to employ more persons because of the extra monies that they are going to get by not paying their taxes, employ more Nigerians. But over time, the benefits of that act has practically been whittled out, because 25 million naira for a small business today, it's quite small, looking at what the original policy intended to achieve. So I would have thought that part of what they should be looking at is how to increase the categorization to 100 million or at least 50 million naira. So we're saying if you're a small business and you are doing turnover 50 million and below, you should not be paying income taxes for now, at least till the economy stabilizes and gets better. So, so that aspect, I think we have not yet gotten it right, and it still leaves room for improvement for small businesses. We don't need to businesses are going through a lot, infrastructure, the regulatory environment, everything is choking up small businesses. And in this we can do as an economy is to give them this relief, such that at this stage of their businesses, because the idea is when you are starting small. When the business eventually becomes bigger, then you will now pay the right income taxes, as it were. But it's not easy for business operators in the economy, especially at the SME. So I think that aspect of the law need to be revisited and then reworked. You know, a medium scale business, as at the time we said between 25 and 100 million. 100 million now, if you look at the dollar equivalency, is about 400 million now. So what are we talking about? So we have not yet done enough for small businesses, in my view.
All right, interesting. Let's also look at another recommendation by this committee, which has to do with small businesses. It's also for the federal government to collaborate with states to suspend some certain taxes on small businesses. An example of that is what you call the road haulage levies and other charges that has to do with transportation of goods. My concern here is, do you think government really have control over these sector? When you talk about road haulage levies and taxes that has to do with transportation of goods, don't you think it's also important to carry along the stakeholders here? And don't you foresee any form of resistance here?
Quite a lot of time, if I must say. Okay, so let me start with whether it's doable. Yes, it's very doable. Governments, the states are not insulated from the economy that we are confronted with, and everybody is doing all what it takes to put the economy back on track. And so I think it's something that can be worked out with the states, and I don't see any issue with that. In fact, as it is today, some of these taxes are tending towards what you would ordinarily want to see as extortion. Now, in Nigeria, as in any part of the world, for something to be a tax or a levy, there must be a law behind it. So it means that many of these haulage logistics tax that we have here and there, a lot of them actually have legal backing behind them. Some of them, so the states are within their rights, that's what I'm trying to say, to apply some of these taxes. Yes, there could be a few of them that tend towards extortion. Now, what the committee or the federal government should be looking at is, let the states come together. Let's have a harmonization such that if I have to travel within a particular state, I probably don't need to pay more than one levy. Even if it means to aggregate all the various levies that you need to pay at different points into one. It also creates for simplicity and certainty. It means that once I'm in this state and I'm doing my business as a small business, this is all I need to pay and no more. So if we are able to work around this, at least temporarily suspend some of these extra taxes here and there, it will give a lot of support to small businesses, because you can't be driving your haulage and at every 2 kilometers you are being stopped by one local government agent or the other, and then at the end of the day you are wasting time. Time is being consumed. We are burning more fuel, more energy on the roads, and we are putting more strain on our roads for something that you could just go to a particular point, make your payment, and then you proceed. So it is about simplicity. It's about ease of doing business. If we are able to walk around it, I think it will be in the overall interest of everybody, not just for the SMEs. It's also in the interest of the government. The state government will also be able to track their revenues. Don't forget, some of these revenues find their way out of the state coffers for different reasons and purposes. So the state government will will better manage its revenue and know how they are going to work out the arrangements with the local government as to, because some of these taxes are actually within the jurisdiction of local government. But then it's something that can be worked out. At least let's have an administrative arrangement that works for everybody, works for the good of businesses, and work for the good of government. I think that's the idea behind that push by the committee.
Interesting. An administrative arrangement that works for everybody. All right. Now let's go to something that affects the CBN as regards the proposal by the reform committee, tax reform committee. Now the committee is talking about the need for reforms as regards forex exchange regime. I would like to quote the committee or what is being stated here. Reform of the foreign exchange regime to enhance the regulatory powers of the CBN, unlock more forex liquidity, strengthen the naira, and sustain rates convergence. Now, let's talk about something that has to do with the CBN as the regulatory body in Nigeria. The issue of liquidity and the issue of FX in Nigeria, the forex exchange, the foreign exchange regime in Nigeria. You're aware that the CBN decided to float the naira, and then looking at the issue that has to do with liquidity in Nigeria. What would you expect as regards the recommendation from this committee to address when it comes to the issue of strengthening the naira and then the convergence of the exchange rate in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much. I think this issue of foreign exchange is a very, very delicate one. I don't know what I'm not privy to the details of what the committee is looking at in terms of how they want to achieve this. But personally, I have my own position as to this floating of exchange rates in Nigeria. I think it's something we'll probably need to revisit at some point. The central bank manages Nigeria's monetary policy. So at the beginning of the year, something fundamental happened that we are not taking note. The CBN, the federal government, prepared a budget, presented to the National Assembly, and part of the assumptions of that budget was a dollar exchanging for naira at 750 to a dollar. The assumptions were based on economic fundamentals. They just didn't come out of the books. So if we have gotten to a point where a dollar is now closing to 1,600 as against the original plan of 750, it definitely means something has gone wrong somewhere, because that is not a 10% change, that's not 20%, that's not 30%. So by 100% change over the original mark. So we can't. I don't think we can put our hands and continue, because at the end of the day, this exchange rate affects every other aspect of the economy. So as to what the CBN SOUQ committee are going to do, I don't know, but I honestly don't think this current exchange regime is sustainable. It is not helping the economy at all. I think at the point we need to come around and find out a solution where the CBN will be able to look at our economic fundamentals and say, look, based on the indices before us, the naira should be exchanging and so amount. So floating it totally is something that I think I would say maybe has not worked out the way we anticipated. So it's something that needs to be revisited. So the committee are also looking at it because it's affecting everybody. It's affecting everybody. So this idea behind naira stability, naira convergence, yes, CBN has been intervening on naira convergence. If you look at this disparity between the CBN rate and the market rate today, practically has converged. But it's not just about the convergence. It's about, is this rate sustainable? Is it healthy for the economy? Can we grow with this current exchange rate that we have? I think is a tall order, but I look forward to what they are going to come up with. I'm very, very much interested in that aspect. But between, to be honest with you, I don't know how they are going to do that. Beyond the fact that they want to stimulate exports and bring in more dollar into the economy. I don't know. Let's see remember, what we are talking about is still a bill. It's not yet an act. So until it goes to the National Assembly and comes out as an act, then we will be able to scrutinize the objectives in details. Okay. So as of now, we are still dwelling around the realms of speculation a little bit. So I don't want to speculate what the committee has as in stock for us through the bill.
I think we've done justice to the issue of the bill. So let's look at the tax regime in Nigeria generally as we wrap up now. Now, what will be the role of technology, in helping to harmonize the tax laws in Nigeria and also address the issue of disparity when it comes to tax payment? Then also help in expanding the tax net in Nigeria. I want you to talk about the role of technology, how to digitalize this. As an expert, who have studied models from several countries, like you have UAE, US, and the rest of them. What kind of model are you expecting Nigeria to adopt when it comes to digitalization of the tax regime in Nigeria? And what will be the impact of that in harmonizing and also addressing the issue of disparity that has to do with payment of taxes in Nigeria as we wrap up?
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. You have touched on a topic that I'm very happy to talk about. Technology is the way to go. It's not just for tax. I mean, in every other aspect of our economy, whether we're talking about security, education, technology is the way to go. So we have had beautiful success story with the Federal Inland Revenue Service with the Tax Pro Max, a local technology that was developed in-house. So Tax Pro Max is the technology that is driving tax at the federal level. At the federal level, we are doing well, but the challenge is at the state and at the local government level. The embrace of technology at this level is still very, very low. We have not yet fully come into the sphere of technology, especially at the local government level. At the local government level, tax is still very manual, and we cannot continue in that direction. Technology is the way to go. Technology simplifies taxes. It creates efficiency around tax collection. Even this harmonization we're talking about, with technology, everything is harmonized. So you go into the system, you are able to look at what you are supposed to pay, how you are meant to pay it, when it is due to be paid. So the whole process with technology is simplified. I am just looking forward to a day where I could sit in my phone. I jokingly tell my colleagues, where I can just sit in my office and use my phone to pay my tax. It's something that we are looking forward to. So by the time we put technology across the federation, because right now, like I said, technology is tilted towards the federal. By the time states and local government fully embrace technology, it will even be more difficult for us, because at the click of a button, we will be able to see, are you in the tax net? Are you not in the tax net? Have you paid the right amount? Have you not paid the right amount? So technology will definitely help in improving our revenue collections. It will also help in seeing that people that are evading taxes today find it more difficult to evade tax. Of course, like I said, technology is the way to go. And of course, some of the aspects of what government needs to tax these days are technology-based. The crypto technology, the blockchain technologies, digital economy. So how do you go into taxation of such if you don't have the requisite technology to pursue? So technology in taxation is just the natural thing to do. In fact, I think by now we should be talking about artificial intelligence in taxation and how to use artificial intelligence for government collect taxes. We just need to keep pace with what is happening across the world with regards to our revenue collection. There's a lot of opportunities in the tax environment. There are a lot of people that are still outside the tax. I was reading a report this morning where they say as much as 50% of companies in Nigeria are still not paying taxes. That is not a good it's not a good narrative. So what we need to do is to deploy technology even more than we are doing now to see that we are able to get the right amount of money we should get without necessarily putting extra burden on the economy.
Dr. Benjamin Enamudu, who is the chairman, FCT Tax Practitioners, we want to thank you for your time. Know that you've been able to shed light on the importance and the necessity of this bill. Let's hope that as this bill is being sent to the National Assembly, the right thing will be done and will ensure that the issue of digitalization, which you've mentioned, will also be looked into. Thank you so much for your time and sharing your thoughts on this development on LXing this morning.
Thank you, Femi. Thank you for having me, and thank you, and good morning once again to all our viewers across the world. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
All right, always a pleasure to have the right conversation to make our nation better, to drive policy and change the landscape in Nigeria. This is Early Exchange, where the big story lives. We'll take a moment now. When we return, we'll look at the advisory from the IMF, looking at the projection for the global economy, as IMF has released a new report suggesting that the global economy is showing some level of resilience. What will be the factor or factors driving this resilience? We'll look at that after this short break. Stay with us.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Okay, if you're just joining us, you're at the right place at the right time, and we got you covered. Earlier, we had a conversation looking at the Economic Stabilization Bills 2024 in Nigeria, and the essence of this bill is to harmonize the tax laws in Nigeria and to create economic stability. And now to our second big story for today, which is to look at the projection and the report by the International Monetary Fund. Interestingly, IMF is celebrating its 80th anniversary this year, and the international body has seized the opportunity to release a report as regards the performance of the global economy. You're aware of what happened to the global economy when we had COVID-19 pandemic. Since then, the global economy has been going through turbulent times, has to do with high inflation, issue of high debt, and all sorts. But in spite of these challenges, IMF report is stating that global economy has maintained some level of resilience. And is that a reason to celebrate or to say that the global economy is out of the woods? IMF, however, is also sounding a note of alert and caution to ensure that nations need to exhibit more resilience to ensure that the economic recovery that has been experienced in the last few years is being sustained. Joining us for this conversation, we have Dr. Osaze Iyoa, who joins us, is an economic analyst, and he joins us all the way from Canada. Glad to have you join us this morning, Dr. Osaze, and good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you too. Good morning. How are you doing?
Yeah, good morning. How is Canada today?
Yeah, Canada is fine. Yeah, we're fine, thank you.
It's obvious and written all over you.
Thank you very much.
That's just on a light note. But let's look at the report by the IMF as regards global economy. One significant thing that IMF has pointed out is the resilience of the global economy in spite of the challenges. You're aware that in the last few years and since COVID-19 pandemic, economies around the world have been battling with the issue of high inflation, tightening up the issue of monetary policy, the issue of debt here and there. But as stated by this report, the level of resilience has also been something to look at. What are the factors, do you think, what are these factors driving this resilience as stated by IMF globally? I could barely hear you. I hope you can hear me, Dr. Osaze.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. So I hope you heard my question. Talking about
I heard it. I heard
the
it very
report. Okay, let me rephrase the question. My question is for you to give us a picture of some of the factors, driving this resilience stated by IMF. You're aware of the challenges that nations have been battling with since we had COVID-19, and the post-COVID has posted some challenges that has to do with disruption of supply chain, the issue of food and energy crisis. But in spite of these challenges, IMF is saying that the global economy has maintained some level of resilience. What are the factors driving this? And what's your take on this report?
Yeah, I briefly, I was able to read the report. I saw a brief of the report quite briefly. Resilience, for the sake of our listeners, resilience would want to define in economics as very simply an ability to respond to shock quickly. That's a sort of neutralization reduction in the shock level that an economy would respond to when there's an external event, just like we had with COVID. So a resilient economy would not shrink or would not go into negative, very negative growth when a COVID, for example, hits. So resilience is just an ability to handle shock better and an ability to bounce back from a downturn. So when IMF says the global economy is a bit more resilient now, I don't know if to agree or to disagree, but I want to say that that report is it's undulated. It's not comprehensive for want of a better word. That it probably just taking an average of the global economy, and I think I saw it in parts in the report, though not it was not expressly stated, but in parts. The fact that yes, most countries have, or rather, some countries have been able to bounce back of COVID, of the shock, economic shock that COVID bestowed on us. So post-COVID, most countries, especially the developing economies, have met their central bank inflation targets. Yes, so most countries like Canada is about 2.33, US is about 2.5, 2.8, UK is even lower, about 2.1. Japan, it's even struggling to not go into a deflation because it's almost 1.9, less than 2. And generally, globally, CBNs like to peg their ideal inflation rate at anything between 2.5, maximum 3. So the most developed economies have gone around, at least they're hovering around this target. But why I said the report is not comprehensive is that the emerging economies and the developing economies are still very, very far off this target. We have countries like Nigeria that are still in their mid-30s. We have countries like Ghana still around 30, 40s, and we have Venezuela, Argentina. So I don't know how really true the resilience is because there's still so much. The global economy is still battling since post-COVID. There have been series of wars. There have been series of, you know, post Ukraine-Russia war came up. Later on, the Middle East and its various crises have come up, and pockets of war even in Africa. So, but if I have to talk about what has probably yielded this resilience, for developed economies, it's simple. They've just gone to use monetary tightening. And for regulated economies or formal economies that I want to say, economies that are regulated, where where there is the larger part of the economy is formal. The formal sector is wider. Unlike in Nigeria, we have almost like a 60-40, 60 informal, 40 or formal. But in developed economies, where they have about 90% of the economy formal, so monetary tightening works. And that's what has brought the resilience in developed economies. So you had immediately after post-COVID, you had UK, US, Germany, Canada, name all the developed economies, they started increasing rates, and they have continued doing it from the Canada just for the first time reduced rates last month. UK, US is mulling doing that, and so on. So it has been monetary tightening, and of course, when you increase rate, what it does is that it reduces aggregate demand, so that there's less money, so to speak, in the economy, just like the basic inflation and definition, less money pursuing few goods. So it just increases rates so that borrowers, businessmen, you reduce their ability to get access to funds. So it reduces monies in the hands of people, because the whole idea about inflation is that there's too much, everybody is chasing, people have so much money, and the goods to satisfy that demand is not enough. So they want to moderate. The idea is to moderate demand so that it comes to the level of supply and there's a match. Because when the supply is inadequate to meet the demand, then scarcity comes and prices increase. So it has been monetary tightening, basically the resilience. Developed economies have increased rates, so it has reduced aggregate demand. It has led to more savings because even savers would, when you increase rates, you have your fixed exchange, your fixed term securities like your treasury bills and so on become high and become attractive for people to want to buy. So if you were getting 2% on your interest on your treasury bills or treasury certificates before, when rates are increased, you're getting, the government is telling you that you can get 7% on bonds, on treasury bills. So of course you forego your consumption and buy those instruments. So increase in interest rate increases savings, reduces aggregate demand. So the aggregate demand now comes to the level of supply. Then prices now are at an equilibrium. So it's been increased interest rate for developed economy, but for developing economies, I don't know how resilient, how much we can say we are resilient. Nigeria, for example, how resilient are we? Are we saying if there's a shock today in oil prices, oil prices are falling, are constantly, as has dropped, yeah, at least below our budget benchmark was on $77. Oil has been selling between 68, 70 in the couple of weeks. And you see it has, you see the effect on our exchange rate, and I'm sure in the next few months, I can assure you, you hear government now saying, oh, they are struggling to pay salaries there because oil prices have been. So I don't know how much for developing economies. I won't want to agree with that report, but I think they have just taken an average and said on the average, the developed economies have shown resilience and done an average on it. Yeah.
All right. It's important to note that even though IMF has acknowledged that there is global soft landing, in this report as well, the IMF has also acknowledged that there's disparity or divergence when it comes to the issue of growth and inflation among countries and nations. So in fairness to IMF, so it's also there. So given that kind of report, there's a balance to it, there's fairness to it, to paint the two sides. And now let's address the issue of inflation, which has been something crucial since or post-pandemic. You observe that the developed economies, like what the report has stated, the central banks in these economies, they are eating their target. When it comes to inflation, you have UK, you have Canada, you have US, whose inflation rate is between 2% and 2.5%. Now, for the emerging economies and developing economies, like you said, the reverse is the case. Now, let's address this disparity between these two entities. What do you think is the missing link here? If globally the idea is to see how to tighten up the economy to manage inflation, and the developing economies are eating their target. You have the US eating the target of, even though the target is 2%, but the US, is between, as if the target of 2.5%. Now, we know the economic situation in the US is different from that of Africa and some other countries, but let's see what they are doing differently. If post-pandemic, they are eating their target, why do you think the developing nations or the emerging markets are not eating their target? And what lesson can they learn from this, as confirmed by this report that there's divergence when it comes to the issue of growth and inflation?
Yeah, clearly. I would want to reduce it to three factors why in developing economies have not been able to match the success of the developed economies. Three factors. One would be the fact that I mentioned earlier on, the disparity or the discrepancy between, or the disproportionality between the formal sector and the informal sector in these developing economies. That's very key. And also the fact that production, we had, these developing countries had pre-pandemic issues, which have not vanished overnight. The fact that we are a consumption, most of these developing economies are a consumption economy. We are not producers. You can't compare Nigeria, for example, to a Germany. A Germany where you have a BMW, you have a Volkswagen, you have Mercedes Benz, you have Audi, you have Siemens, you have very, very large. These are world class companies. So in economies like that, production is at the highest level. You can't. So let me quickly touch on the disproportionality, as I said, between the formal and informal sector, and I think that's key. The fact that you see that developed economies have been increasing rates the same way developing economies did immediately after the pandemic. Both all countries of the world started increasing rates. Nigeria started immediately too. But what has been the success story? Nigeria has been increasing rates and inflation has been running away. Meanwhile, the developing economies were increasing rates and inflation was tampering down. Why? It's simple. Because of the formal. See, monetary policy generally is usually targeted at the formal sector. There's really no two ways about it. There's no magic that can be performed. And that's why it's a policy mix that I suggest that we'll get to the suggestions, but very briefly, because I'll use an example to drive home this point so that we don't use too much theory. Go to a market like Alaba, for example. I think I've used that example before, or Idumota, those big, large electronics market. I'm sure we can count how many of those shops are registered with CAC. How many of those shops? There should be over 1,000 shops in those markets I called, but I'm not sure we'll be able to count about 50 or 100 who are registered with CAC, who have tax clearance with FRS, who have audited reports, who are registered with PENCOM. These are criteria for a formal organization. And when you want to lend money, borrow money from the bank, these are documents that you present. To get money from the bank as a businessman, you need to go with your tax clearance, 3 years tax clearance, audited report, CAC. How many of these markets, how many of these shops have those CAC clearance? Or go to Kano, one of the largest markets in West Africa. How many shops will you say are CAC? So you see that the informal sector is very wide. So when you keep increasing interest rates, the idea of increasing interest rates is that you want to reduce money in supply, in circulation. You want to make it difficult for producers or businessmen to be able to get the same funds that they were getting before you increase interest rates. You want to reduce it so that they are not able to get such and they are not able to spend more into the economy. You want to temper down aggregate demand. But when you are not, when the sectors, these companies, these shops, these small, medium scale enterprises that you are trying to target, they are not within the monetary scope. They are outside it. They don't even rely on the banks. How many of these businessmen in Kano, when Dumota go to the banks? They don't. They go to the informal sector. They go to some cooperatives. They go to some very low microfinance banks that are not within the monetary sector. Go to cooperative, OIDA, and so on. You see most of these people in these big markets, they do contribution. So you see that the informal sector is very, very large. So we increase interest rates and it's just bouncing back. It's not having any impact. Unlike in developed countries like the US, the Canada, and so on, you cannot. In fact, you dare not. You can't. It doesn't come to your mind. You can't even think it. Before you think of it, you have to perish it. So you can't set up a business, no matter how small the shop is, without having those documents that make you formal, which you can do. In fact, there's no other place you get funds other than the bank. It's a centralized system. So any increase in rates or any of the monetary tools goes directly and has direct impact, and immediately it reduces aggregate demand. So that's why monetary policy was successful in those areas. It has brought down inflation, but it hasn't had the same effect in developing economies. And the second point I touched on was on production. Most of these developed economies, the only issue that the pandemic had on them was that they were not able to sell their product. Countries like China that is a very large producing economy. During pandemic, they had to close the factories. So immediately as the pandemic was over, they just went business as usual, started producing cars, started producing chips, and gradually exports came in, forex. So everything just started to normalize. It just had to take time for it to normalize. So funds started coming in. But the developing economies, what we just now did was we now started consuming more. We are generally not producers. Nigeria produces nothing except even the oil we produce. Probably it's stolen. Probably very 60-70% is stolen. Most of our agricultural produce have been banned in most European countries, yam, beans, and so on. So what's our production? So we only started consuming more, started importing from China, importing, and so it only affected our trade deficit, affected our bill balance of payment, our forex deficit widened. So you see that there are two opposites. So those are some of the discrepancies that we have had. So talking about solution quickly, I think first of all, we've said this a million times. The formal sector should be expanded. Government should bring in policies that bring most of this large informal sector back into the formal sector. But I'm afraid that we are not doing that. After the last, what do you call it, Naira redesign that was done, it even further widened the informal sector because people learned their lesson. People said they will have nothing to do with the bank because their money was trapped in the bank because we played politics with it. We are increasing rates, increasing technology fee and bringing some ridiculous fees into the bank. So we are unfortunately even widening the informal sector. Yes, indirectly, and also production. We've said it a million times. You cannot grow as a nation if you don't produce. There are really no two ways about it. You can bring out all the policies, and that's why I said it's a policy mix. Monetary policy, as from my first explanation, is not going to work. Monetary policy has done the best it can in Nigeria. We should stop. I think the whole discussion about central bank, we are belaboring. Central bank has done the best they can do. There's really nothing. I think they've exhausted all that is in the theory, all that is in the books. They've increased interest rate. They've increased CRO, they've increased the asymmetric corridor window. And it remains the way it is. Nigeria's problems are structural. So there has to be, and I think I saw it in the IMF report, there has to be good policy blend. The monetary policy has gotten to its limit. Fiscal policy I'm afraid, is doing nothing. The banditry has led to food inflation. What have we done concerning security? Probably nothing. Customs delays, importation of, you have businessmen who tell you that for 1 month, their goods are at customs uncleared. You go to countries like Ghana, 24 hours, your goods are cleared. But in Nigeria, it takes 1 week, 2 weeks. What has been done about it? Nothing. The roads are bad. What has been done about it? Nothing. Power. That's the major reason why ShopRite left Nigeria about a couple of years ago. We know series of companies that are leaving the country, and ask almost all of them is because of power. DSTV recently said last time that they are spending about 2.8 billion or so on electricity only. So that's been the major reason why we have not been able to produce. So power, what has been done about it? Is that monetary policy? No, that's fiscal policy. The roads, insecurity, customs, these are fiscal policy issues that has to be fixed by government. So until we do that, if monetary policy would do nothing. It will only be, we've said it so many times, in an attempt to address inflation by increasing rates, what you are doing is that you are hurting economic growth. The more you keep increasing rates, the more you keep damaging, you keep reducing the chances of growth. And that's why our growth has been reduced, because there's really no two way about growth. Is investment in the economy, production increases, people are employed, salaries get into people. But by the time you keep starving producers of funds by continuously increasing interest rate, it means they are not able to invest in the economy. And what's growth? Growth is an aggregate of productivity, how much goods and services is produced in the economy. So when you starve producers of funds, then your growth reduces. So CBN has to, at some point, stop this rate increase. And I was surprised at the last rate increase that it was It was needless because you've been doing it for the last 18 months. It started in the last 18 months,
Right.
and there's
All
no
right.
difference. So
If you allow me, let me come in here. Talking about the issue of increase and all that, there's something the IMF stated earlier, and I would like to quote the IMF so that you can react to, because you're almost heading there. I would like you to just take a listen. What IMF, the forecast as regards this, the IMF is saying that fully restoring price stability is not yet. I would like you to listen to that. It's not yet guaranteed. Now, central banks will need to carefully balance the risk of premature easing against the against that of delaying too long. Talking about the increase now, there's a need for central banks all over the world to strike a balance here. That's what IMF is saying. I'll take that again. They say central banks will need to carefully balance the risk of premature easing against that of delaying too long. Now, here is the picture. You have central banks across the world, reducing rates. Most of the developed economies reducing rates, while that of developing or emerging markets, they are increasing rates. Now, the IMF is sounding a warning that there's a need to strike a balance to know when to ease, and then the implication of staying too long by not even increasing. So how do you think developing nations, importantly, or most importantly, can strike a balance here? You just talked about Nigeria, where the CBN recently just decided to increase the benchmark interest rate, as different from what other clients are doing based on the results that they are getting. Now, how do you strike a balance here between when to ease and not to stay too long in the course of benchmarking interest rate, as stated by this report?
yeah, I think the developed countries have been smart about it, and that's why they are easing. I think they've heard and what IMF has said, because if you see the reduction, it has been by very small percentages. The last rate reduction that Canada did was just about 25 basis points. Yes, that was low. So they have done that. It has been gradual easing, and they couldn't stay too long, and that's the danger. Just like you pointed out, the danger of staying too long on increasing rates is that you are hurting economic growth. Yeah, because as I earlier mentioned, economic growth is defined as an aggregate of productivity, an aggregate of how much goods and services is being produced in the economy, and how the producers need funds. There's hardly any producer, even the richest of them all, Dangote and so on, who doesn't borrow. So how do you inject growth? Is by allowing producers to get enough access to funds. And how does that happen? By reducing the rates at which they are going to borrow. So if you reduce rates, they can borrow and they can invest into the economy, expand production, open more factories, employ more people, people get more income, then they can spend more. So income increases, prosperity increases also, because when you reduce rates, it means producers are going to close down some of their factories. It's going to lead to high unemployment, just like how you had in US. You have Trump and the Republicans using that as their campaign tool. So because of the several increase in rates, unemployment increased, factories closed down or reduced production. So that's why the balancing has to come in there. So like in Canada, for example, you had house mortgage increasing. So house rents, or so your house rents or bills increased too. You had rooms that was about $350, $500 a couple of years ago, going for $750, $1,000. And it's the same thing in UK. The housing crisis was much, energy crisis was much. So they had to start reducing rates since the inflation figures the target has been reached between 2.2 to 2.5. So why continuously increasing rates? So they did the right thing. You cannot sacrifice growth too much for inflation. Continuous with the increase in rates would further hamper growth. So there has to be a reversal at some point. But for the developing economies, they are a bit skeptic because they haven't seen any difference in inflation figures. They've done a review and there's no difference. And as I said, it's because there's the policy mix is not there. The fiscal policy most times seems to be dragging everything backwards. You have oil theft going on in Nigeria. You have gold theft going on. We are not even talking about that. Oil has gradually reduced, and I see oil prices continue to reduce because the US election will take place in November. We know that politics come into this. You have Democrats who will try to put pressure on OPEC to continue to lift the price or even reduce the prices so that prices of fuel of energy would reduce in America because that will be their campaign tool. By the time prices of PMS goes to fall, it's about $3 thereabout now because crude oil prices have reduced. So I don't see it increasing, and it means that it's going to continuously affect developing economy. So oil theft has been there. You have issues with fiscal issues, structural issues, insecurity, and so on. I lost my points, my thoughts somewhere. So these issues are fiscal. So until we have this fiscal monetary policy blend mix, CBN will continue to increase and there will still be no solution. So I sympathize with the CBN in developing economies. They are trying to be theoretical. They don't see a difference in inflation rates as the developed economies have seen. So in their own mind, they think continuously increasing it will do. But I think at some point they have to temper it down. And I don't know who will call the fiscal authorities, which is our government, to now become more responsible. I think there should be more accountability. Yeah, the point I was trying to make, oil prices, I was saying that oil prices will continuously get low, at least until after US presidential election. So for a country like Nigeria, this is where we should have fallen on gold. Gold is selling very, in fact, it's selling more than oil at this point. We had gold in Samfa. We've had reports of some figures exporting gold in private jets to Saudi Arabia, to UAE, and so on. So this is the time when we should have fallen back to gold. But gold is being stolen. I don't know what the forex comes from there. Oil, we've been told that so much of our oil has been used for forward contracts with Afrexim Bank, even with the Buhari administration, 10-year contract, 20-year contract. So it's just only about 20% of oil proceeds that even comes to the economy. Most have been used as forward contract. The $3 billion we got
Dr.
from Afrexim last time was
sorry to butt in, but
yeah.
permit me to come in here. We'll still continue this conversation, but I'm told we need to go on a break now. This will be an opportunity for us to take the soundbite from the managing director of IMF as regards the resilience. Let's take this soundbite. And while we go on break, I'll love you to just take a listen. Then when we return, you react to the highlights of this. All right. We're going to short break now. This will be an opportunity for us to take this soundbite. When we return, we'll continue our conversation with our guest. Stay with us.
There are uncertainty in the year ahead. The long period of low interest rates has led to a build-up of potentially serious financial sector vulnerability. And we are seeing a troubling increase in debt across many countries, and we need to remain watchful.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, you're still on to Early Exchange, where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. We've been looking at the projection by the IMF as the global economy, and the latest report stating that the global economy is experiencing some level of resilience. And we still have Dr. Ozasi here with us, shedding more light on this development. Glad to know you're still there with us.
Yeah, thank you.
We're trying to take a soundbite from the arrowhead of the European Central Bank, but we couldn't just get it right. But the point is, one of the things she talked about is the fact that apart from the issue of inflation, she also talked about the issue of debt, high debt profile that nations are battling with, which has largely eroded the financial buffer of some of these nations, even post pandemic. Now, for nations to build the right buffer as regards to keeping this resilience by this report, what are the necessary steps you think should be taken, most importantly for African nations who are still battling with high inflation, and even the issue of food and energy crisis also severe here? So let's talk about the issue of high debt profile, which most of these nations are battling with. What would you expect them to do at this time for them to build the right buffer and resilience needed to keep up this momentum?
Yeah, it's very simple. There are two solutions. One, fiscal responsibility, less of corruption, more tightening loopholes in issues like oil theft, issues like gold theft, increased costs of governance. Yeah, fiscal discipline. It will definitely bring down our burgeoning debts. Then production. There's really no two way about it. You can't be a developed economy if you are not producing, and not just production. I've said it so many times, secondary production. And that's why in the last election, the three candidates who campaigned, I had a problem with all of them because they were all campaigning with agriculture. The world has long passed agriculture. Secondary production, I've said it so many times, there's no country that you count as developed. Now look at the G20 economies, the G22. There's none of them that is not a secondary producer, that is a primary producer. See Saudi Arabia, despite all its oil, is the largest oil producer in the world and very, very responsible at that. It's responsible with its oil production. There's not so much theft, at least as much as we know. And yet you don't see them in the G20 economies. It's for a reason. It's because oil is primary product. It's a primary product. I've said it so many times also. Look at a unit of Hilux, a Hilux vehicle will sell for about 50, 60 million, 40 to 60 million on average. How much will a barrel of oil sell? $70. So it means you need to sell thousands of barrels of oil to be able to exchange for a unit of Hilux. And these countries who produce these Hilux in thousands. So a country like Germany that is producing BMW, one unit probably 20 million or 40 million, or a Prado Jeep 160 million. Imagine producing thousands of those vehicles. So you see the economies of scale, you see the exchange compared the terms of trade. So the terms of trade of secondary products and terms of trade of primary products cannot be comparable. So it's simple, as I said. African countries, fiscal responsibility and production. There's no economy. None of the developing economies will give you dollars, no matter how genuine they are, no matter how much they love you. Even IMF would not give you. Most time they give you, and they are giving you very, very high conditions. So it's only when you produce that you get forex. And when you get forex, you shore up your external reserves. When your external reserves is shored up, definitely your exchange rate comes down. When you get forex, the reason why we are having forex issues is because we are solely dependent on CBN. Anybody needs forex in Nigeria now, it's CBN. Dangote needs forex, CBN. The importance of toothpick, CBN. So they are overburdened. But imagine in a country where we had Siemens, we had Volkswagen, we had Audi, we had BMW, we had Peugeot in Nigeria. I wouldn't go to CBN when I need forex. I'll just go to Peugeot. They've sold cars to Ghana, to different countries. They have so much forex in their account. They want to even dispose of it. So I go to Peugeot, I go to BMW. I give them Naira, they give me dollar because they need Naira to also pay their staff. They need Naira to buy, to take care of some local. So they need it. So there is less pressure on CBN. So what happens is that exchange rate will definitely come down because it's because there's a disparity, there's too much supply against lower, there's too much demand against the lower supply of forex. That's why the price of forex is increasing. So production, those are the two ways about it. Production, one, then I've missed my line of thought, but just like I mentioned, as I mentioned before, those are the two ways that we can that African countries can solve their issues, especially when it comes to resilience, as the IMF MD talked about. Yeah.
All right. Now, there's a warning from Lagarde here as regards the vulnerability that may happen to most nations, and they are not out of woods yet, which is why it's important to have what you call fiscal discipline, as you've said. But now let's talk about the issue of energy and food crisis. It's a global thing, the disruption in the global supply chains, which as a result of the war between Ukraine and Russia and the crisis in the Middle East and all of that. Now, for nations to be able to build buffers regards this, which was the second point I wanted you to address, what will be the way out for African nations who are also likely affected by this disruption? And now that IMF is predicting or warning that as uncertainty may arise, there's a need for nations to sit up. What are your expectations as regards tackling the issue of energy and food crisis? Some nations, especially the advanced ones, they float out what you call subsidy regime, to manage this. Do you see that happening in Africa? Does that sound like a strange word?
Yeah, I'll quickly give an example to show. I know subsidies. IMF has seemed to give subsidy a bad name, like a dog with a bad name. So they've advised African countries to cut down subsidies before, and that's because we've gone hand in cap in hand to the beggar. When you go to meet your your benefactor to beg for money, you have no choice. So they've told us cut down on the subsidy because according to them, I've blamed IMF most times for giving those wrong advice. But at some point, from the economic side of view, you see that it's not really wickedness. They want to give you money. They are advancing credits to you. And they don't want, and they've seen that there's corruption in the subsidy system. I'm sure in their heart of hearts, they know subsidy is not a bad thing. There's no country in the world, I've said it in the East, in the West rather, that does not subsidize something. There's no country that does not subsidize anything. So making it look like subsidy is a bad thing, that's why I have a problem. But the fact is that they see that there's so much corruption in the subsidy system. So they've advised most countries to, African countries, before they advance it. And that's why Nigeria has been cutting down subsidies on everything because they want to be able to draw down on borrowings from IMF. But in developed economies, subsidy is in every aspect.
Ka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejezie. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
One thing that worth being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owodionere, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts, and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community.
In the midst of this delivered.
During the event, Dr. Ayo Onofuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onofuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself and university, this university, that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every section in this, every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onofuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing the stories, giving me the ideas. And I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onofuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example, you're a shiny light. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with SOUQ News, the Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make this possible for you. Just have hope in Him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief, and one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad, being an author, noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in as, world around me. So that's why he's an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
To be fair, I saw him go through a few challenges, which hasn't always been easy, obviously, as his child. But at the same time, it was remarkable the way he came from those challenges and how he handled them, first of all, and then what he produced through those challenges. And that's always been something that has inspired me.
We've been for a few years, and since I've been with him, I really like him. I really enjoy him. Have him as my in-law because he's very quiet, jovial, then intelligent, then accommodative, and very spiritual. So I learned a lot of him from him. Even I told my niece that I feel jealous of him.
One thing I want to say mostly that I know about him is he's always learning. As he is always learning, he's always also teaching you. There is no day, even in church, that we're doing maybe a spiritual program, he will always want to bring something out that you, as an individual, as a youth, as a child of God, something to direct you back to God.
It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the launch of a remarkable literary work
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Naija. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to.
Well, good to have me.
Welcome
man.
home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations.
And likewise, I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Naija. And I used to be a member of, I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed. It used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface Naija.
Blackface Naija.
Yes.
Yes, so many people were wearing blackface. And I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Naija to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well, not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Naija, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Naija to my name. Because I love my country so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Naija. So it's Blackface Naija. Hate it or love it, that's
Blackface Naija. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know.
Maybe there was a common before.
That's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you say common didn't have that?
No, so they had to take out the sense and he became common. So I hope that's not what happened with you.
It's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yes, so Blackface Naija, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Naija, you have done this so long, so I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions. Okay, so I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have picked that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill And there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap because the real musicians are not heard. And the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists. The real
artists.
artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular. You stay away from the crowd. If the media is the social media is a crowd, the real artists who don't want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what somebody's not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even investing themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here. And then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listened to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones writing, making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing up.
When you're on the right label.
right label.
Okay,
that's
so
like Loud House Entertainment.
So,
Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, you know, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content? Well, because right now we see people, anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. You know, they fuse all sorts of things. So in a week you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside were called Afrobeats.
Wow.
What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You know, you will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to...
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
no, I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down,
Yeah.
so that people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course there's a line. And the music itself separates it. The sound of the music separates the genre aside. You cannot be singing a song and you're what song will I use? And you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that. But it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue. And you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud
best.
of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
So when you came in, what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, you know, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before we came.
So we had those. You know, there were different genre. There was Raskimono, which is reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda, which is Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver the Coke and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kenny Big Deal, I mean big deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. They don't even make Afrobeat.
It's music for you. I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah,
I'm talking pre-Plantation Boys. Yeah. Then tell us the Plantation Boy story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in, 1980. That should be 1989, 88, around that time, you know.
Wow,
That's
okay.
period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu, you know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal, you know. And then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu, you know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal, normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music
perform.
and all of that, you know.
Correct.
So I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also started to take it serious was when I started going to Rap City jams. And with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man,
please explain what Rap City Jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City Jams. Rap City Jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there. And from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
Corporate G, and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends then, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage from, to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and when I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent. You know, so I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though. You know, and it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish one or two things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in, because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. It wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. Some people went to different record labels. You know, just like.
Talking about different record labels, do you remember that time I think it was Christmas, you were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra. We had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking, that was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove, and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting.
Yes.
In Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, you know, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway. You know, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who
gives
you
you
are.
a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do, because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them. You know, and
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like it's you know, they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. You know, like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept, because I was the witness to Tenny Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him, then it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, personal question. Your relationship with Innocent, right, is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like did a movie about it or something?
Because it's been online. It's been
okay. The media
the whole back and forth.
Yeah.
And one other name that has featured in the story is Efe Omogbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split
so.
up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been
when
squashed.
there was we had that, but
they didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about
I have
that?
not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting.
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So,
really,
so the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula balu all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. It's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from Hard Life, smash hit.
Yeah.
I'm coming from Ahead of the Game, smash hit.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy, you know?
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process, and I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothman's Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothman's Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody. Nobody knew us.
Massive.
But the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We're having people come to our house to come and visit us, plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
What you're doing
now.
currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. You know, until, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, almost, that guy, we have to make sure nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him
why-
in Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like the
women selling at the lower chamber, not all of them are really paying tax. And even what they are paying may not be adequate enough to assist the government to meet the challenges that confront us vis-a-vis provision of basic infrastructure, vis-a-vis giving us the desired security that we all yearn for, providing basic health care. So it is in view of this shortfall that this committee have recommended that we need to expand the tax net and also increase the tax base. By expanding the tax net, we are not trying to increase the rate, because that's where people have been having some kind of misconception. The moment they see the word increasing, they have not really taken time to look at what exactly are we increasing. We want to bring in people from outside, the individuals and corporate organizations that prior to this period have not been paying tax or paying the desired tax that will assist the government to meet the enormous challenges. So that's exactly what that statement holds, trying to widen up, bringing more persons, bringing more corporate organizations to come in, because when all these people, groups, organizations, corporate agencies come into the tax base and pay taxes, that shortfall that we have been crying for can actually be breached. So that's my thoughts on that particular issue.
Now, to follow up with that, there have been a few concerns with regards to the timing of this TICC, Tax Identification, Collaboration and Consolidation. Now, some stakeholders, whose voice are quite loud as far as economic matters are concerned, have said the timing isn't particularly the best because at this point in time, it could lead to stifling some businesses and, shocking the system all the more, putting more pressure. What are your thoughts on this?
There is no other time other than now that the economy is actually facing some kind of turbulence or some rough edges. So on the part of government, I think they have done the right thing to have given that mandate to the Tax Fiscal and Policy Reform Committee, and the committee have recommended. So to me, this is the time. There is no other time. We have to kickstart now and hope that this time, this recommendation will actually yield that desired result that will help transform the economy. And again, more importantly, reduce the issue of poverty. There is high rate of poverty in the land. Hunger is actually alarming. But when these groups, individuals that have not been captured prior to now have been captured and they pay their taxes rightly, you will be rest assured that government will now have adequate funding to meet the needs of the public. So to me, the time is now, and we have to start off immediately.
Now, we're seeing the Tax Reform Committee at this point in time moving to also simplify and to harmonize taxes, bringing them, or if you like, compressing them from over 60, which it is right now, and about 200 levies scattered here and there, to about 8, as you were, which is a good thing on paper. However, over the years with the taxes, that Nigerians pay, we've been worse off for it. What we have are decrepit, facilities here and there, non-functional infrastructure here and there, littered across the length and breadth of the country. So while this is a good thing, how is this particular development going to be any different?
Well, the fact remains that, like you rightly said, prior to now, we have about 62, if I am not mistaken, taxes are being collected across the nation. But the question is, how viable are those taxes? How viable are those collection processes? Have we been able to collect those 62 taxes? The answer is no. We have not been able to get those revenue from that direction. And I want to believe is in light of those challenges that this committee have decided to consolidate, harmonize those ones that appears irrelevant, that are no longer in tune to current development, can be consolidated. It's better when we have them fewer, then we'll go after them, we can get the desired result, than having multiple taxes and multiple levies. At the end of it, what the government, through her agencies, are able to bring on board will not be up to 1/3. To me, is a welcome development. The ability of the committee to recommend that those taxes should be harmonized to 8 is a welcome development. And all they need to do is to put all the machineries in place, carry out adequate public enlightenment campaign, and also educate our regulators, the tax authorities, so that they will be able to move out there and make sure that these taxes are being collected, because no one have any excuse now. Prior to before 62, to some persons, it appears to be what we call double taxation. Why will you tax me here? You're taxing me here. But now that the taxes have now been streamlined from 62 to about 8, there won't be any escape route. You can't miss out. So that's my own thoughts in this regard.
There are other challenges which I want us to adequately touch on, as many of them as possible. We just talked about utilization therein, because that has been one serious issue. Another one, again, is, the fact that we have quite the sketchy approach when it comes to data and adequately accounting for, certain individuals, for certain incentives or for certain initiatives, as the case may be. Now, the tax boss, is looking to fashion this move in such a way that he would bring in said eligible individuals, as I mentioned earlier, putting that in giant air quote, So as far as the challenges go, adequately determining the right data for the people in this class or the people in this subset up until this very moment is a source for concern. What do you reckon?
Well, it is an area that the government...
Please, may I just pause you a little bit and add to that?
Okay.
In addition to that, there is also the concern of tax inequality, where you see that the halves or the divides in society, where you have the have and the have-nots, the former being taxed unequally, as you were, when compared to the latter. Please address that as well.
Okay, the issue actually raised prior to the second one has to do with the data system, and that is an area where the government needs to invest heavily, at least to be able to have a holistic inventory of quote unquote eligible individuals and corporate organization. I also want to say that with the help of the tax identification number, that could also help us to track individuals, within the Nigerian space. And with that, we'll be able to know and monitor whether these individuals have been fulfilling their obligations as far as the taxes are concerned. On the part of the corporate entities, I want to charge the Corporate Affairs Commission, which happens to be the agency saddled with the responsibility of regulating and registering of new companies. And on their own part, they are expected to, from time to time, give us the list of the registered companies. They are supposed to also collaborate with the regulator, that is the Federal Revenue Service. So the two agencies can work side by side, having the data of all registered companies here in Nigeria. And with that, the regulator, the Federal Revenue Service, can also use that to monitor among the data they have who have been paying taxes and who have not been paying taxes. So I want to believe from the angle of corporate entities, we may not have challenge because there is no company registered in Nigeria, even as a business name, even as a limited liability company that does not go through the Corporate Affairs Commission. So the onus lies on the regulators to collaborate with the Corporate Affairs Commission, have access to the database to be able to get the number of registered companies. No doubt, I know some of these companies have also gone in extinction. Some have also winded up. But then, when you have a detailed analysis of this company, they can be able to fish out those ones that have not been fully operational within the period. So for corporate entities, I don't see them having a challenge. The only area I exercise some little bit of respite or doubt is on the part of the individuals, because where do we get this data from? Where do we get this data from? So it's a challenge. It's a challenge. But then, in spite of the challenge too, there must also be a way out. So we need to start from somewhere. If we can drive that of the corporate entity, I want to believe that over time, the same energy, the same thoughts that was used in addressing that area can also be channeled with that of individuals. With individuals too, we can also do something meaningful, especially for those of us that work in corporate organizations. We can actually assess the record. The only challenge you can have is the man on the street. Where do you get the data from? But then I'm also aware that some of them also have association. Yes, they have drivers association. So it's for the government agency to now begin to collaborate, begin to identify with this informal sector. Who are their leaders? Get them registered, get their list. From that, we can be able to address some of the challenge. Like I said, it's not just something that we can address overnight. It's a gradual step. Let's start with the corporate entities where we have accurate data, so to say. Then from there, we move to the individuals that work in corporate agencies. Then we now go to the informal sector. Like I said, for the informal sector, we need to identify with the association, we need to identify with the group head. With that, we can be able to bring all these eligible individuals and the corporate agencies into the tax net. And the resultant implication is that in no distant time, this much cry about shortage of revenue may begin to see the light of the day.
Now, about shortage of revenue, I want to follow up with that.
All right.
There's still some concerns with regards to what the Tax Reform Committee vis-a-vis this federal government wants to do at this point in time. Now, there have been, sundry overlapping taxes that have affected or that has had a negative ripple effect on businesses in general, as you were. We have, the sales tax, the value-added tax, mobile advertising charges, education levies, tenement rates, land use charges and parking fees. All of these together have been a bit of a financial strain, if you like, or have constituted some level of financial strain to some businesses and discouraged investment, discouraged entrepreneurship, and, the generality of the survival, per se, of small and medium scale enterprises. But the end goal of every taxation system or every tax system is revenue at the end of the day. And we have a revenue problem for all intents and purposes, which the government is trying to shore up. Now, with this particular plan, that's a plan of streamlining. There are some concerns as to whether or not it would affect, the ability to collect revenue, which is, takes me back to what I said I was going to address just a moment ago. So it takes me back to that as far, would this particular plan affect, that's the streamlining plan, would it affect the federal government's ability to generate revenue overall? Would it be reduced? Because, we have 60 plus and 200 plus as far as levies are concerned. Now you're shrinking it to about a single digit. What does that do for revenue generation?
Well, quickly, let me address that. From my own perspective, it would not in any way affect our revenue drive. All we need to do is to channel more strength, more energy, more resources to ensure that at the end of it all, the 8 harmonized taxes are being followed to the latter. With accurate data, we would. Because as it stands now, we have 82 or there are about 62 taxes. Are we really getting all that we're supposed to get? The answer is no. So why becoming a jack of all trades and master of none? So that's where I want to summarize that. So why having 62 taxes that are not really bringing the desired revenue? Why not think of harmonizing them, have them limited, then channel your resources towards ensuring that those limited taxes that we have will be able to drive home our concern. Remember, with those 62 taxes, you have agencies going about. At the end of it, those people going after those taxes end up not bringing anything, and costs are being incurred. So from the economical perspective, it's not really worthwhile. You are spending something and you're not getting something where we have over 62. So why not shrink it, consolidate it to 8, then channel your resources toward that regard, and you'll be able to get some. The other issue you raised has to do with the incentive that the government is trying to give, especially to small industries and entrepreneurship. I must commend the government through the Finance Act of 2023. A lot of things were actually captured in that act, which tend to promote business survival and business growth. Part of it is that for companies regarded as small companies, because within the ambit of the Finance Act 23 as amended, which took effect from January 1, 2024, companies here in Nigeria are classified into 3 groups. We have what they call the small company. They have their revenue range between 0 to 25 million. Then we have the medium company whose revenue, annual turnover, ranges from 25 billion to 99.999. Then the large company are those ones whose annual turnover is in excess of 100 million. So the arts have been able to provide an incentive to small companies. So which means that as a registered company with Corporate Affairs Commission doing business here in Nigeria, if your annual turnover falls within the range of 0 to 25 million, then you actually been exempted from what is called company income tax, CIT. In addition to that too, you also been exempted from education tax. To me, it's actually a welcome development on the part of government to actually promote small-scale businesses and industry. Because when you look at it holistically, who are those that their annual turnover ranges between 0 and 25? You see, those are the informal sector, the entrepreneurship. So I think government is doing well. The only area you talked about was the issue of inequality. Yes, life is not equal. There is no how you do your tax system and everybody will also smile. But the fact remains that Nigeria, as it stands, is trying to promote a small-scale industry. They are trying to promote entrepreneurship. And how can we do all of these things if we are not giving them that desired support? So as a government, if we cannot give them capital to run their business, why can't we give them this incentive on the premises that over time, these small companies will be able to grow and step to the next level, which is the medium size. And with adequate support again, they could also be able to grow to become the large company. That is when the government can actually reap. And I think that is the idea behind the job being done by the Tax Reform Committee. So why not allow the small companies to breathe? Let them breathe. If they're able to grow over the time, the government can now come and reach. So to me, it's an investment at the long run. It's not just a short-term investment that we want to reap now. So let's give them a breathing space for them to strive, for their businesses to try to grow. Then we can now come. Those taxes that have not been able to pay, we can now come after them by way of company income tax at 20% for middle size or 30% of the accessible profit when they become large. So it's a welcome development and is a long-term objective that the government want to achieve.
You say so, but there's some, contrary views with regards to this. Well, not particularly contrary, but, some worry, if you want to put it that way, about these various incentives that the government is giving to, individuals and businesses alike to, give them, if you like, some breath of fresh air. Now, some of which are zero-rated VAT, an improved incentives regime to also promote export and goods, services, intellectual property, tax relief for private sector employers in respect of wage awards and transport subsidies provided for their employees, tax relief for companies or to companies that generate incremental employment and retain such employees for a minimum of 3 years. Now, these are just a few of the others. The question that some stakeholders are asking, or some suggestions, if you like, that they're putting forward is it not, wouldn't it be prudent, wouldn't it be circumspect if the federal government treads carefully so as not to over-incentivize and then, sell themselves short, as it were? Do you share the sentiment?
I do not. I tend to differ from that individual's remark. Like I did say, investment could either take three shapes. You have what they call the short-term investment, the medium-term investment, and the long-term investment. So I'm of the opinion that the government is seeing things from the angle of long-term investment. Let's soften that. Let's allow the small businesses to have a breath of fresh air, stabilize, and grow their businesses. Then at the long run, when they become big, like I said earlier, those incentives that they enjoy by virtue of not paying the company income tax, educational tax when they were small companies can now be raking via the company income tax at the rate of 30%. Yes, you have lost zero, but within a short span, if you provide what I would call the enabling environment, because part of this enabling environment has to do with tax incentive. It's not just something that is peculiar to Nigeria. If you travel all over the world, you also discover that most developing economies give incentive to small-scale companies or small-scale enterprises, because the idea is for them to have a sustainable growth, bearing in mind that this sector happens to be the largest employer of labor. So putting much pressure on them in the area of taxes is like trying to push the so-called unemployed youth to the labor market. So why not give them a sense of belonging so that they can be able to strive? When they strive, like I said, at the long run, they'll pay their taxes. And currently, they're also providing a form of employment, which ordinarily government have not been able to. So it's a win-win affair that the government want to achieve. Let me allow you to get some fresh air. Over time, I can now come and say, okay, it's time for you to give a pat at the back, having also given you some form of relief at the initial stage. So I still maintain that this is a long-term investment, is a welcome idea. It's for those out there to see things beyond their nose. Don't just consider today. Yes, today we know things are hard, but then let's allow this policy to see the light of day in no distant time. In addition to providing that desired enabling environment, things will certainly turn around. And this yearning for revenue collection will be a thing of the past.
Now, I'm going to harp on your point there, the phrase you mentioned, that's enabling environments,
Certainly.
which is quite the important issue as far as any entity that's doing business is concerned, or any sovereign state, as you were, that's doing business is concerned. In our case, we have all of these lofty plans, which are very good, set in motion. What does, following what you just said now, what does this mean, or what sort of impact, if you like, would this have on our ease of doing business, continentally and internationally? Because, you know, for all intents and purposes, we've had a not so, you know, suffice to use the word, palatable showing on the index as far as the EODB is concerned. Your thoughts?
The fact remains that there are a lot of things that the government need to do as far as providing that desired enabling environment is concerned, because those are the things that will also help the businesses to thrive. More importantly, the issue of energy. Energy is not negotiable because they need light to run their businesses. Currently, a liter of PMS is soaring high, well above 1,300, 1,400 per liter, depending on your area of what location. So I want to charge the government that the environment needs to be enabling. There should be adequate provision of power or energy, such that those businesses can leverage on that to run their businesses. You cannot tell somebody who probably is doing organizer business on the street, it doesn't make use of light, and even to have access to the PMS is like asking the horse to pass through the eye of a needle. So the government, I want to charge them that they should make these things available. There should be power, there should be fuel. It's something that we need to work in freely and have access to without going through Herculean task. Security is also not negotiable. Government have been going about talking about foreign direct investment. Very key, very, very essential. Yeah, because foreign direct investment will also help to complement these shortfalls, and at the long run, revenue will come. But then the environment must be enabled. Security is not negotiable. Lives and properties must be secured in order to get that desired yearning that we are asking for at the long run. The issue of good roads is also not negotiable. So government should, as far as I am concerned, provide those basic facilities that can actually make businesses to thrive. Once again, the issue of power, energy, fuel, security, good road, and other basic infrastructure. Because once we have, see, one thing I've known about Nigerians, we are one of the most hardworking group of persons in the whole world. Nigerians can cope in any system you find themselves. But then, why not complement their own effort by providing that desired enabling environment? If you have that, over time, Nigeria will turn things, we Nigerians will turn things around. And when things are turned around, the economy is booming, there is a level of stability, then government will now see those to go after and get the taxes, which will also help to boost the investment. So the issue of enabling environment is not negotiable. I stand on that the environment must be enabling so that small businesses alongside even the big businesses can also thrive.
Now, let's talk briefly about our position fiscally, you know. That's our fiscal position, which, you know, many people playing in the sector know that it's quite poor. And then would also touch on very briefly about the collaboration with the states governors, or the states, as you were, in the entire federation. But not before we remind you that you're still watching Market Insight this beautiful Monday morning, and we're talking about Nigeria's plan, or the federal government's plan, to widen the tax net and base, bringing in more, taxable entities and individuals into the bracket, as it were. We're talking about the implications of this economically. And we have been speaking with, this morning, Mr. Kingsley Ndubeze Ayoze. He is a public affairs analyst, an author, a scholar, and a researcher, giving us his thoughts so far on the issues. Now, Mr. Ayoze, let's round up right now with this issue of our fiscal position.
Okay.
The nation's revenue to gross domestic product, GDP that is, stood at 9.4% last year. Right, but it was a decline from 10.9% the year 2 years before that. That's 2021. This is according to the IMF, by the way. Now, South Africa, their revenue to GDP stood at 25.1%. Ghana had its standing at 14%. Rwanda and Kenya, respectively, had 24% and 14.3%. This is according to the World Bank. Now, speaking about our debt, we had our public debt standing at 121 trillion naira in the first quarter of this year. This is well up from 97.34 from last year. That's the end of last year, the last quarter of last year. Now get this, it is the first in 23 years to have this sort of debt problem. Now, while our revenue to GDP ratio has grown, it's still, a bit lower than it was 15 years ago. The result of this is that Nigeria, as it were, spends far less per capita, as it were, comparatively to its neighbors on the continent and beyond, on its citizens, with a fraction of its revenue. That is really problematic. What is the issue here, really, and how do we get around it?
Well, the issue to this, I know you're looking at it from the angle of revenue shortage. I'm of the opinion that Nigeria must address the issue of corruption. Corruption is an ill wind that blows no one any good. And it's the cankerworm that have actually eaten deep into our system. The government should, as far as I'm concerned, ensure that whatever that is due to the populace is made available to them. Vis-a-vis the provision of infrastructures, vis-a-vis provision of palliative, if you may call it, because some of these things do not really get to the target audience. And that is why you are having such a abysmal figure of revenue to GDP, giving us about 9.1 or thereabout, because we are not feeling the impact on the populace. The essence of governance is to put smile on the individuals. So if at the end of it all, the masses are not getting the desired returns expected of them by way of good governance, then we'll still come back singing the same song. And which is what I want to address, that to get these things out of this number, Nigerian government must fight and address corruption, such that whatever the government is releasing is actually getting to the target audience. On that, I have to stop there. But I must also commend them. So far, the anti-corruption agencies have been trying their best, but a lot still need to be done, so that the revenues, the infrastructures are actually getting to the desired target audience.
All right. Now, on a final note, as I mentioned earlier, there is the plan to collaborate with state governors or with states across the federation. So in your view, how do you see this panning out with regards to the success of this process and or the stifling of the process? Because, bureaucratic red tape and niceties in some cases can, come into play and upset the apple cart. What do you reckon?
Well, I think the federal government has a lot to do in this regard, because by this collaboration, more or less, you are trying to reduce the revenue that is accruable to states, no doubt, because some of these revenues or levies, if you ask, taxes, has to do with kiosks, wheelbarrow taxes, and animal sales and produce taxes. They are the ones collectible at the state level. So with this collaboration, it's as if the government, federal government, is trying to reduce the income. So the both governments should synergize. They should talk heart to heart. And for this shortfall, maybe the government can think of increasing the allocation that is coming from the federal to state. My only worry, my only challenge, is not as if it's a challenge, so to say, is based on this issue of local government autonomy. Recently there was a verdict delivered by Honorable Justice Iguim, if I'm not mistaken about the name, and the ruling which was done by a 7-man committee, was based on the fact that henceforth the Akata General had been given a marching order that local government allocation should be sent straight to them, as against the practice where it was sent to the state, even the state could spend on their behalf, or the state will not transfer to them. So I want to see that the state government may not really take this lightly.
You do know that the state governors, some state governors, fought that particular ruling, even
Exactly.
though it was already pronounced, by a court of competent jurisdiction, as it were, which is why I asked that question.
Yes.
Them being involved in this process, do you actually see it being seamless?
Well, I must say that it's not going to be an easy ride, because life is about give and take. On the part of the state governors, they would have said, this one that we are leveraging on prior to now, you have removed it from us, and you are now coming to, so what do we stand to gain? But it's not left for the image makers and the policy makers at the federal level to begin to have a one-on-one talk with the state government, and they think of how this shortfall, accruable to state, can also be augmented. Yes, it's not going to be an easy ride, but we all are one. We are one government. Our agenda and policy is to serve the masses. So it's left for the federal government to actually, through moral tuition and other forms of dialogue, to get their buy-in and ensure that this does not suffer any setback.
Well, on that note, we will call time on the program this morning. But yes, you have been watching Market Insight on SOUQ News Television, and we have been talking about the federal government's plan through the Tax Reform Committee, led by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, to tidy up the system, if you like, simplify it, harmonize it, and also to bring in more, in their words, eligible individuals and entities into the tax bracket, to make sure that the revenue plans are met, and the financial obligations to citizens are also met. More conversations about this would definitely keep going on. But however, we have, talked a little bit about what it would mean for the economy, what it would mean for businesses, what it would mean for, the entire polity, as it were, seeing as the federal government is making this move at this time. Speaking about the timing, well, our guest has said that the timing is in order, even though that was part of the, different concerns held by stakeholders with pretty loud voices as far as the economy is concerned. But of course, we would love to continue the conversation, but time wouldn't let us go on. But we say thank you for joining us on the program this morning. And once again, we say thank you to Mr. Ayozie Kingsley for coming by.
It's my pleasure. Thank you once again for having me.
Thank you very much indeed. He is a public affairs analyst, an author, scholar, and a researcher, giving us his thoughts so far on the issues on the front burner. That's it. But before we go, let's take a quick look at what it looks like on the currency, or rather at the currency market today, Monday, the 30th of September 2024. Now, on the official market, the Naira dollar trade is going at 1,685 Naira. The pound sterling is trading at 2,290 Naira. The euro, 1,915 Naira. On the parallel market elsewhere, the dollar to the Naira is trading at 1,700 Naira. The pound sterling, 2,265 Naira. And the euros at 1,860 Naira. So that's useful information you can, or you have right now, the tip of your fingers as far as the currency market is concerned. Many thanks again for watching Market Insight today. It comes your way again tomorrow. But in the meantime, stay very close to your sets because at the top of the hour, we'll bring you the news updates. I am David Chiedu. Have a good day.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
to do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, SOUQ, in 1977. The theater holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged SOUQ 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company, mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. Visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Welcome to News Update on SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komolafe. The federal government of Nigeria has started subsidizing electricity for public hospitals across the country, according to a statement by the Ministry of Health. The initiative, which offers a 50% subsidy, is aimed at reducing operational costs in healthcare facilities, thereby easing the financial burden on patients. Minister of State for Health, Dr. Tunji Alausa, said that the subsidy applies to federal teaching hospitals and medical centers, with future plans to extend the subsidy to private hospitals. The move follows a significant hike in electricity tariffs, which affected public hospitals under Band A with higher energy costs. This electricity subsidy is part of the government's broader effort to alleviate the economic pressures on essential services while addressing the impact of tariff increases. The Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) revealed that credit to the federal government increased by 11.33 trillion naira in August 2024, reaching 31.15 trillion naira, a 57.11% jump from July's figure of 19.83 trillion naira. This significant rise highlights the government's growing reliance on borrowing to fund capital projects and manage debt servicing. Private sector credit, however, declined by 1.03%, standing at 74.73 trillion naira in August compared to 75.51 trillion naira in July. Economics warned that the surge in government borrowing could crowd out private sectors lending, potentially shifting economic growth. The CBN's Monetary Policy Committee also raised interest rates to 27.25% to curb inflation, but experts suggest the policies might tighten liquidity and increase borrowing costs, putting further strain on the economy. Moving on, the Nigerian equity market witnessed a notable growth last week, with a gain of 121 billion naira driven by increased trading activities. The oil share index appreciated by 0.21% to close at 98,458 and 68 points, while the market capitalization rose to 56.578 trillion naira. A total turnover of 318 billion shares valued at 45.911 billion naira was traded across 49,243 deals, marking a significant increase from the previous week. The financial services industry led the activity chart, contributing over 43% of total equity turnover volume. Trading in top equities, including Japal Gold, Meteor Industries and Fidelity Bank, accounted for 41.06% of the total volume. The steady rise reflects investor confidence despite challenges, boosting hopes for continued growth in the market. And now the yen stabilized on Monday following a surge last week when Japan's new Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba hinted at maintaining accommodative monetary policy. After jumping 1.8% on Friday, the yen slipped by 0.4% to 142.75 per dollar. Investors expect monetary easing to continue as Ishiba, known for his criticism of aggressive policies, suggested that loose economic measures would persist due to current conditions. This comes as China introduces stimulus measures, boosting optimism in its slowing economy. The US dollar fell against commodity-linked currencies like the Australian and New Zealand dollars as expectations grow for economic recovery in China. The Australian dollar rose to $0.6920, while New Zealand's hit $0.6360, both revealing 2024 highs. Markets await U.S. jobs data and updates on European inflation for further insight into global economic policy directions. Energy oil prices edged higher on Monday due to potential supply disruptions from the Middle East following escalating tensions. Brent crude for November delivery rose by 0.22% to $72.14 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate gained 0.12%, reaching $68.22 a barrel. The price hike is driven by concerns over Israel's increased attacks on Iranian-backed forces, raising fears that Iran, a key OPEC member, could be drawn into the conflict. The U.S. military has reinforced its presence in the region with official warning of potential retaliation against Iranian-linked groups. Despite the rise, oil prices remain under pressure as OPEC Plus plans to increase output in December, and Libya's oil exports are expected to resume. Investors also await Federal Reserve updates for further direction on monetary policy. The conflict adds a layer of uncertainty to global oil market. That's the news at 12. SOUQ Sports comes up at 1. I am Grace Komalafe. Thank you for watching.
Well, is Raymond Adekunle Olaya Kishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaya Kishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up in Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student in PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to two commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the two commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of Ogun State, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobile Begbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Demola Badejo was the secretary, I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of our SWAN, Sports Travel Association, during the time of Fan Ndubuisi. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12, and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, MassCom. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at the NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I see it now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoyoko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yes, you're right. I'm an Omoyoko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, savor the breeze, eat fruits, you know, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you know, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, you know, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we'll put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see? They are like ponds. In those days, I could remember, if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses. Comfortable houses. Small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then. Electricity Corporation of Nigeria. ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that Messiah seen the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. You know? I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lawanin Street. She was working at Lutz as a nurse then. And this man went to, she fought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Babatunde Foronsho people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny, in Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in the hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. It was shortly after that he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set, and shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. You know, because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is a coastline settlement, you know, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 18th or 19th century. And they got all the papers from the Oloto family then. And the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to his children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal was Ramotu Manuel, who is my own great grandmother. And she was left to take care of that place, but she was West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court. And she won that case, went on appeal, she won again, went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Maroko, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner of Maroko. And Maroko was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. He had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first Bali of Maroko. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimoy. He became the Bali after him, after the first Bali. And he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first Imam, Chief Imam of Maroko. And his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Bali of Maroko when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with NIPOST. Then, before he went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olaya Kishimoy, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offspring. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Maroko. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Manuel. And Maroko, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been going ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Maoko, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive there. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Maoko in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Maoko. People will be flying the third mainland bridge and you'll be seeing that death, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again. We can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I called them, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think positively for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Maoko has a lot of resources. Maoko is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Maoko to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now we are appealing to the present Lagos State government, Sanwo-Olu, to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together, let us see what we have, let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Maoko. Oh, Maoko is a slum. Maoko, they are living on water. Maoko, no, there are so many good things about Maoko. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Maoko. As far as Lagos is concerned, Maoko is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Maoko for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Maoko, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. We don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Maoko. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Maoko is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Maoko today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land that as usual people say no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to they have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they draw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Maoko, all the children in Maoko will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Maoko that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Maoko environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Maoko. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest, as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow. That's what I said, at the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation sports. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. You could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes. The courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No. He is my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Maoko is not government land. Maoko is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? It belongs to the Olaya family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and say you want, no, you cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot go overnight and say you are, no, it's not possible. Well, the initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the present scenario in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Morocco, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Morocco, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? Who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls it? He said, government. Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said, let's go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives on me. This is the head of ram robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? So. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy, we'll see you there. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were 2 DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, okay, but you 2, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, DPO, but you led them to us to be buried now. You gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? one of the legacies I would have said I had was I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Maogo, and yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba of, is late now, the Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekonde. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember, I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he's from Ilaro, he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by the military. If anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I felt bad. How could I have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or her siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Afatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were all cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all. I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, Obi Anoba, Obi Bale, you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves otumbas, even taking the post of Oba or Bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. I say I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. They finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold ₦1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, ₦1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you a ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, he said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is a person we said has built this, is the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do, but yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. There are other people too. You know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, we should be focused upon. Nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they'll come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that he should come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
All right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked you? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend, Tokubolo Ontoba, was the one covering Toton Barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifo. I said, look, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, is either you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the government. I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abeokuta were fed up of children of Israel then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle Odifo should come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with children of Israel. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle Odifo to come in as chief press secretary. Let's show him become the commissioner, and Kunle Odifo became the chief secretary. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokumbo, Olondoba, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. And Tokumbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, Drew Onobuli. I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next Lagos State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, where are you coming from? I said, I've come to tell you that I'm resuming. Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, go back to your office and collect the letter. I said, my letter will come tomorrow morning. He said, what about Tokumbo? What has become of Tokumbo? I said, they have not sacked Tokumbo. Tokumbo is now in the office as a news editor. And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to you. And I started my work in the Don Barracks then. That's one of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
To your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to create it.
Now, the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
No country is safe or secure. And in 6 years' time, it may be very difficult. I am a realist where might is right for Nigeria to say that we are going to be safe and secure. 6 years is no utopia.
Indeed, there are many factors that contribute to a nation attaining total security. Such factors include food security, economic security, energy security, and the security of the territorial boundary of the nation. Nigeria as a nation has not been successful in attaining security at any of the level above. The issue of insecurity is one that is inflicting pain and hardship on the people while successfully crippling the economy. Speaking at the Founders Day event, during the King's College Old Boys Association week-long event, retired Major General T.A. Gagariga highlighted strategies that can be used to quell insecurity, placing emphasis on border security.
But if we want to achieve a secure Nigeria by 2030, there are some little things we can do to establish, and that is in terms of border security. And that is what? Improve your border control measures, increase your border patrols, introduce surveillance and technology, introduce drones, and then introduce biometrics. These are some little things that we can do within that six-year timeline that we would achieve national security. Indeed, one aspect that causes this border insecurity is the ECOWAS protocol on free movement, which allows everything from human beings to animals to cross.
General Gagariga posited that insecurity would have been a thing of the past if successive governments had consolidated on the strategies adopted by their predecessors. According to him, the amnesty program was a good initiative. Gagariga also stated that illicit weapons finding their ways into the country can be tracked.
As at the time when the amnesty program started, weapons were tracked. For if you can recall, the weapons were destroyed in Enugu after they were being retrieved from Port Harcourt, Benin, and Calabar. Those are the 3 collection centers for the department. So they were those were, and then for every weapon you brought, there was a particular incentive that was given to the person bringing the weapons. And then amongst the incentives was actually the capacity building, capability development program. That's what we do now in the Amnesty International framework.
In attendance at the event are the Emir of Kano, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, former Minister of Finance, Munsa Mukhtar, the Managing Director of Sahara Group, Tony Udeowie, among so many others. The President, KCOBA, Dr. Leki Oshuniyi, took all those present at the Founders Day event down memory lane about the college.
Translated, it means the king drove me here. Construction began almost immediately after on this ground, so that by September 1909, King's College was ready for its first set of students. And the first assembly was led by Mr. Lomax, who was conscripted from the survey department to come and lead the assembly because Mr. Charles Dunlop was unable to make the trip, and another principal had to be employed. So Mr. Lomax led the first assembly on the 20th, Monday the 20th of September 1909. So Mr. Lomax left in January 2010 and was replaced by Mr. Hyde Johnson. I go through this history so that the present boys may know why we commemorate this date and hold it forever in their memories.
It has become more urgent for Nigeria to find a way around insecurity for economic activities to thrive in the nation. Ifoma Ugunze, reporting for SOUQ News.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Well, see your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Well, see your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. sports fans, enthusiasts, and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Well, to your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now, the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. Enthusiasts, fans, and pundits. It's a brand new work week as we bid the weekend goodbye with all its interest matchups. Well, mashups. Anyway, whatever works for you, you choose. So two friends clashed in Ikene and, one of them got eaten while a former assistant lost to his former boss. The Red Devils were tamed as Cold Palmer gave us the shivers. I'm the top cat, TC Bar, and with me is none other than Charlie Montero.
He used to call me the small cat, but I am the big cat. You stop when I'm big. Getting there. Charlie Montero, right? Coming from the weekend, I was full with drama, full with spectacles, full with, upsets. But we never saw that one coming. But yeah, it's Monday. Let's bring it on. It's Charlie Montero here. And let's go.
Well, let's put our foot on the gas pedal, on the throttle, however you want to describe it. It's full head on. The Executive Committee of the Nigerian Football Federation has officially confirmed Coach Augustine Eguavon will continue in his role as the head coach of the Super Eagles. The Federation's Technical and Development Subcommittee recommended and received approval. So Eguavon will lead the Super Eagles in the upcoming 2025 African Cup of Nations qualifying matches, and that's going to be against Libya next month. The first leg of the qualifier will take place in Uyo on the 11th of October, which is a Friday, followed by a return leg in Benin 4 days later. Having previously led the team 3 times, the 58-year-old recently guided Super Eagles to a 3-0 victory over Benin Republic, and then a barren draw with Rwanda, the Amavubis, which was earlier this month. So in addition to his role, he will, alongside Fidelis Lechukwu, Daniel Ogumodede, and Olatunji Barowa, as well as Thomas Zorek, oversee Super Eagles B team, and that's for the qualifying campaign for next year's African Nations Championship. Chan. The national football team of Libya, known as the Mediterranean Knights, they've undergone a significant change as they get ready to face the Super Eagles in that AFCON qualifiers. So the Libyan Football Federation appointed Nasser Al-Hadiri as the new head coach of the national team less than 3 weeks to their clash with Nigeria. Let's find out what he brings to the pitch. Meanwhile, following the resignation of American tactician Randy Waldron, the NFF has appointed Justin Madugu, and he's going to be taking charge of the senior women's national team, Super Falcons. He will hold this position pending the appointment of a substantive head coach for the Super Falcons, Randy Waldron. One man who came, who saw, and made impact.
Yeah.
His exit albeit unceremonious. What do you make out of it?
Well, every era comes to an end. I don't know where he's looking to, go after this, but I feel he has done what he can. He has done his part.
Would you say he made impact?
He did, because we saw these players or the girls play in different ways. I used to say we saw, unceremonious win against, some big nations or big opponents, and you see he was able to gather them together and get results against countries like England, countries like Canada, going toe to toe with France. And we can say that he has achieved to an extent. So I feel like the next person needs to build on his achievements, and the next person needs to walk, towards the right path, or where they want, these girls to be, or where they want to be in the coming years. So I think he has done well, and it just is a matter of his successor and trying
what he
to
makes
build,
out of it.
Making out of.
Well, let's see how that plays out. But then the Confederation of African Football, CAF, has officially announced that Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania have been selected as the co-hosts for the 2024 African Nations Championship. That competition is scheduled to take place from the 1st of February to the 28th of February 2025. And CAF has assured that the host stadiums and training venues will be ready and announced in the near future. So in terms of the qualifiers, the first round of the 2024 African Nations Championship is set to commence on the weekend of October, which is the 25th to the 27th, and 1st to 3rd of November. Now, after this, the second round of the qualifiers will be held between the 20th and the 22nd of December. And between the 27th and 29th of December, would also have following rounds. So Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania will not only serve as hosts, but would also participate in the qualifiers, because, 3 teams staying away from the qualifiers, how it might affect or upset the qualifying stage or games. So they've all earned automatic qualification to the competition thanks to their status as hosts. But then, since the competition started in 2009, Chan Eagles of Nigeria have not won the tournament, and they might be looking to make some impact. Let's see how they will do. So we've got DR Congo and Morocco as the countries that have won the biennial competition twice. That's making them the most successful team. Other winners of the tournament include Tunisia, Libya, and of course the reigning champions, Senegal. Now we'll just come back home to the Nigerian space scene, where we had surprises this weekend. And our results just have been churned out by these teams, and it's been impressive. Much ado about home win anymore. Nobody is struggling to must win at home. It feels like that era.
It's not like they're not struggling to. But I feel like the away team feel like, we can come here and take a result from it. It's no longer the, what we are used to seeing. It's no longer the, business as usual, home team must win, or kind of just settle for a draw. But it's more or less like the away team know that they can come here and take away 3 points without, stressing. And it's just, I feel like I can attribute it to how much football has developed in our country, or how much we have, come out from that archaic mentality that you mustn't go there and take away everything. But I feel like we're developing, and it's starting to get a bit more life. It's starting to get become more lively. You cannot just go into the weekend and say, these people will win, this people will win. So I think it gives it more character, it gives it more flesh, it beefs it up, it makes it more competitive to an extent, and it gives the quality, it gives the football in Nigeria more quality.
Well, 3 goals were recorded in one of the most anticipated fixture, and that was the game between reigning champions Enugu Rangers and last season's second runner-up Remo Stars. Remo Stars continued with their unbeaten run as they defeated the reigning champions 2-1 in Ikenne, Ogun State on Sunday. Daniel Ogumodede had this to say. Let's get to listen to Coach Daniel Ogumodede after that game.
I need to commend the boys. I need to commend them for a job well done. What they have done so far, so good, is incredible. Incredible. Very, very incredible. I think the words being commendable, because imagine if they have not done it well, I'll still need to talk about them. So this time, they're incredible. I might call it lack of concentration, but this is football. It happens sometimes. We expected such response from Rangers when we scored. they brought the response and we were lucky not to continue. But the very good thing is we also responded back immediately. We know what we wanted and we go for it. All that, and that was incredible. I was expecting him to pass as a coach, to pass to the player making the third man run. But he was brave enough to take such decision at that time. Maybe the opponent was also expecting same thing, not just the goalkeeper. He was expecting him to pass to the player running from the third man runner. And it took a great decision. That was the classical.
Well, you can listen to Daniel Ogumodede over and over again, cool, calm, collected. But in the other, from the other man who is his best friend, so far as the league is concerned, talking about Fidelis Electrical, he was taking it out on his players. We might not be able to put up that video now, but he was taking out his frustration on the players. For someone who, in the last program we had, we talked about him extolling Remo Stars, Aimba, talking about teams who could fight for the NPFL championship or title. He exonerated himself. He took himself out of the race. I mean, himself, Fidelis Electrical. And so you wonder, what kind of result was he expecting against Remo Stars, who he says were one of the best team in the current campaign, and then he was taking it out on his players. Is it like a situation of trying to make yourself look small, and spring up surprises? I mean, I just don't understand the psychological rationale.
Well, it has to be a psychological thing, because we also see that in developed countries, especially in the much bigger leagues, with Pep Guardiola always praising his opponents and saying that they have the ability to kill off the game, or they have quality in such department and all that. But I feel like it's a mental thing, and maybe he must have praised the opponent to make them feel they are much worthy opponents, or they are worthy opponents to come against them. But then the players should have leveled up, or they would have given them much of a fight. Because look at the statement from the coach saying that the response, and these two coaches, they know each other.
Yeah.
They know.
In the last game he played against Ikorodu, talking about Rangers, Ogumodede came to watch the game.
So they know each other's tactics. They know how each other would play, how they will field, and when he's making a substitution, it's a tactical one, and how to counter that substitution. Yeah. So I feel like it's more or less like the person with the better tactics won the game. But then taking out the frustration on the players is, well, yes, the players need to take the blame, but him as a coach, how did he approach the game? What was his tactics? What was his message to the players? How did he communicate the essentials to the players on how they have to carry out their attacks? And I think the blame has to go around. From everybody across board needs to take a blame. But then the game is the game, and the better team won.
Well, so Remo Stars, the boys from Ikene, had Flying Antelope for supper that Sunday evening. But one of the most stunning results of the match day was recorded at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium, where Sunshine Stars of Akure recorded a 2-1 away win over Aqua United. But then at the Onikon Stadium in Lagos, newly promoted Ikorodu City continued with their winless run in the NPFL. On Saturday, went there to see that game at 3 p.m. Nasarawa United, who have been struggling since the commencement of the season, defeated Ikorodu 2-1 in Lagos to reignite their hope of surviving in the league. I mean, it felt really some type of way seeing, all of those actions. I think we have clips of that game, how it panned out, Ikorodu, Nasarawa United, just to give you a feel of what it was in the stadium. How Nasarawa were able to topple Ikorodu United in front of the home crowd called Oga Boys. It's just sad, that the Oga Boys didn't come to the party. 2 home losses straight.
It's sad. It's sad, really, because I don't know how they would bounce from this, or how they would, get the positives from this. I know Nasarawa has also been they've been winless, rather, and Ikorodu should have fought more, but the fact that they are able to score goals is a positive for them. I feel like Nasarawa, use this as a way, to elevate themselves, to boost their confidence for the next one. I just feel like everybody's going to use Ikorodu as a push, or let's say as a stepping stone to boost their confidence or something. But I just feel like they can up their game. They are not lacking in goals. they are definitely scoring, but they should do more, especially up front, and they should convert their chances, because goals win matches, and if you don't score them, you can't defend them. So they should, try and win, take their chances, score these goals, and that's how you win matches.
Well, I feel sad for Ikorodu fans who all troop out en masse to come see that game. Was apologize, we're unable to bring you clips of that at the moment because of technical issues. But then, looking at after the game, the stadium, how people just stand around, after the game, and they're just there, helpless. Like, are we going to go home? I mean, this is getting worse. They looked agonizing watching people who had,
paid money
to come see this game. So, I mean, let's move away from that. That's not to get emotional. Rivers United beat Eimba 2-0, and the pride of Omar Abia was humbled the same as Ugida Kano Pillars by the same managing. But then Enugu, beg your pardon, Rivers and Eimba, let's concentrate just a little bit here. Rivers took out Eimba, a former boss taking out an assistant. It was a battle of wits, a battle of tactics, a battle of mindset. It was mind-blowing.
It was mind-blowing, really, but would we attribute the defeat to Eimba as, coming from international football, playing, in continental football rather, and there's always the point of fatigue, traveling that far distance, and, how it impacts games, how it impacts results. I wouldn't say they shouldn't have put up a fight, but let us also call it to the, brilliance and the excellence of the Rivers United, having the home advantage, coming outside, coming on the pitch and playing their football. I saw, highlights of the game. They really played the Eimba. Eimba, they were all over the place, and Rivers United showed that they wanted it and they grabbed it and they had it.
All right, so I had a journalist, a broadcast journalist, talk about Eimba and Rivers United, talking about euphoria, joy, and she had a few things to say about that game. I'm hoping that we could, get to listen to euphoria, joy on the show right now.
Yeah, for the game between Rivers United and Eimba that was played at the Adoke Amismaka Stadium in Port Harcourt, it was a game of familiar faces and of course a game that had so much history to it. Ended 2-0 in favor of the home side, Rivers United, but that was a game that saw two coaches who were familiar with each other come up against each other in Port Harcourt, with Finidi George, who was coach of Eimba up till the later part of last season, and of course Yemi Olariwaju, who is the present coach of the side, and he was his assistant when he was at Eimba. So it was definitely a game of familiar faces. But that particular game saw Eimba still extend a particular streak, which is not really something they will want to think back and remember, which is that they've not scored in the MPFL in Port Harcourt. That's the fixture between themselves and Rivers United since 2018. Yeah, since 2018, Rivers United have kept it clean at the back, meaning they've kept clean sheets in every game they've played against Eimba in Port Harcourt at that particular fixture. So yes, that fixture has history to it, that fixture has familiar faces to it, and of course it is one of the fixtures that you look back to this season and say, yes, those are one of the top fixtures in the MPFL for the 2024-2025 season.
You so much for that contribution. But then following the 2024-2025 MPFL Match Day 4 games, Remo Stars maintained the first spot with 12 points in 4 games, which means that they are yet to drop a point this season. Rivers United are second with 10 points in 4 games. Niger Tornadoes are third with 8 points in 4 games, while Casino United are fourth with 7 points in 4 games. In the relegation zone, you have Lobby Stars sitting bottom of the league table with a point in 4 games. Ikorodu City at 19th on the table with a point in 4 games. Heartland are 18th and Bayelsa United at 17th. It was a busy weekend, and of course we'll continue to monitor that and bring you up to speed right here on SOUQ Sports. So on your screen you're seeing the tables and how they look, of course how they finish, and we're hoping that some teams that have struggled, especially Ikorodu United, they have a lot of vigor, a lot of energy coming into this particular 2024-2025 MPFL season, might not find it as hard as It feels like it's just difficult for them to survive all of the heat. Some persons have called for them to get experienced NPFL players, to come into the scheme of things to see what they can make
I
out
feel
of it.
like that should have been their first result. You mean, yes, you have secured promotion. You should get experience. People that are experienced in this league, we see it every time in in leagues across the world. Once a lower division team gets promoted, they seek experience from players that are almost like an outcast in their team. Come and use your experience, bring this group of players together, add experience, add young stars, and you get a fantastic team. I think that should, I think the next windows, that should be their primary goal. Bring in experience, people that can know when to calm the game, know when to push the attack, know when to just keep the game and control the pressure, and that should just be the solution to their problems at the moment.
All right, there was jubilation and excitement as the American University in Cairo successfully defended their title at the SOUQ Lagos 2024 games. They amassed an impressive total of 82 medals. The University of Lagos and Lagos State University received bronze and silver trophies respectively. And of course, we are celebrating them. And then the torch has passed from Unilag to the American University in Cairo. So it was a great moment there watching that transition, in the video. Apologies, we're unable to also bring up the video of the highlights of that particular event, which we went out to cover. So we'll cross the oceans now, and of course to Europe, where the English Premier League was alive with a lot of action, where Chelsea, ouch, I feel cold. Call me Palmer. Cold Palmer.
Ice cold Palmer.
Oh, Cole Palmer. He was the man of the game. I mean, he's been all over social media, scoring, the first player to score 4 goals in the first half of a Premier League game, as he led his side to a very resounding, emphatic victory. Brighton, they started the game, brighter than their host. Chelsea at Stamford Bridge, got the match opener via Jorginho. And in the 7th minute, after goalkeeper Robert Sanchez misplaced his pass, and then Cole Palmer, who was relatively quiet in the first 15 minutes of the counter, turned things around for Chelsea in the 21st minute as they slotted in the equalizer. The goal was the Englishman's first at Stamford Bridge this season, and afterwards, Jadon Sancho was knocked down the penalty box, winning a spot kick for the host, which Cole Palmer was so cool as he slotted and scored in the 28th minute to make it 2-1 for Chelsea. In the 31st minute, Cole Palmer scored a fantastic free kick. And he made it 3-1 as Brighton failed to coordinate their backline. And then 3 minutes later, Sanchez committed another mistake that led Brighton to get a goal back via the boots of Carlos Newman. Unfortunately for Brighton, their highline approach to the game cost him again in the 41st minute as Sancho passed the ball to Palmer, who slotted in his 4th goal of the match.
Standing player. And
we
call him Ice Cold Palmer because he's really cool when it comes to the goals. You mean when he scores, you'll be like, how? That free kick, I was like, I literally stood up for my sister and was applauding because he did a very fantastic job, because I didn't give him an opportunity because of the distance. But then seeing how cool he was, he took all the responsibility, placed the ball and put it right at the left top corner of the post. I'm like, wow.
You want the ball?
You like that was so astonishing. The last time I saw such enthusiasm or such character, such coolness from a young player was the last time I watched Cristiano Ronaldo in the Manchester United shirt, and that was just so brilliant. A young Manchester United Cristiano Ronaldo player. That was what Cole Palmer reminded me of yesterday on Saturday, because it was outstanding. It was so clean, taking the penalty. I mean, there's so much responsibility on his shoulders, and you just see the way he carries it. There's so much charisma, and without feeling any pressure. And you see him just do it so cool. I mean, it was a very good buy from Chelsea, and
wow,
it's just sad to see that somehow Pep Guardiola let this talent slip off his fingers. We know Pep Guardiola is always used to.
But I think different jerseys, different environment, mix or more, brings out the best of Seals.
Yeah, but we saw glimpses. We saw little glimpses when he was at City, even though he didn't get playing time as much as he would have loved. But we saw glimpses of the quality that he exudes, the kind of play that he brings. He changes the game. We saw it in the English with the English team in the Euros, and you see how brilliant he is. When he comes on, he just takes his moment and he finishes it. Very clinical.
Well, Arsenal were also clinical as they beat newly promoted Leicester City 4-2 at the Emirates. Everton beat Crystal Palace 2-1 at Goodison Park. Nottingham Forest lost by a lone goal to Fulham at City Ground. And Manchester United lost to Tottenham Hotspur while Brentford and West Ham played a 1-1 draw.
The Red Devils lost their color.
The Red Devils were tamed by the fastest of them all.
I did not expect it because this is your home ground. You're
Yeah.
at Old Trafford. Theater of dreams turned to theater of nightmares all of a sudden. Like the first one, the second one, they couldn't contain this. And at a certain point, they gained control. They were starting to show glimpses of what they were capable of, but they were not clinical enough. I mean, I could remember some chances from Garnacho, but he couldn't bury the chances. And it's just sad looking at them. Their captain lost their captain in 28 minutes to a very cynical foul. Why would you raise your foot, exposing the stud? You know what the rules are. You're supposed to be the captain. You lead by example. Keep a cool head. Stand on your feet and go toe to toe with these guys. But it's just sad. We expect Tottenham to, put up a fight, but not go home with all 3 points. Scoring 3 goals at Old Trafford is just shameful. My heart go out to all the Manchester United fans out there. I mean, it's a tough one for them to take, but you need to just stand behind the manager, stand behind the team, and hope that they get the result. I mean, Chelsea suffered it last year, so it's time for you to go through your nightmare and hopefully they come out on top. Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the English Premier League table and, of course, the scores to see how they looked after the weekend. We also do have all the games that will be played today across the major leagues in Europe. But then a look at the English Premier League table right now. Liverpool, Manchester City, Arsenal, Chelsea, Aston Villa, Fulham. Well, Liverpool, I'm not surprised. Manchester City, you would have expected that they turn the heat up. But then Arsenal are closing in really quick, really close. Chelsea, well, surprisingly, doing very well this season. And Aston Villa. But then where is Manchester United? Finding it difficult to see them on the table, slumping there, on the table just after Brentford. Well, great stuff coming in from Tottenham Hotspur, and that moved them to, I think 8th position.
Yep.
8th position on the table, amassing 10 points after 6 matches have been played. So, I mean, in the run of play, we've seen them lose twice in the last 5 games. You can say that of Manchester United, who have also lost 2 games out of 5, but then have been only able to amass 7 points, with the 5 games that they've played, 6 games in total that they've played. So, not the kind of start that Ten Hag would have wanted, not the kind of outcome. But then it doesn't seem like he's scared anymore for his job.
Yeah, the statement that he made after his post-match analysis, and he said that the club and himself have decided to stay together to the end of the season. So he doesn't think that will change anytime soon. But if he keeps,
there's no sense of urgency.
Yes, there's no
pressure.
If he keeps these ton of results going on, obviously his job will be on the line. I mean, there's Sean Dyche on the end of the table, feeling the heat and feeling the pressure. Also, so many other managers too that feel like they would get the sack, but we'll still be looking as to who will get the sack first. But I think
there's going to be a plethora of sacks. Once it starts, anyone who turns on the tap, there's just going to be an overflow.
I think from game week 10, we'll start seeing the letters.
Yeah.
Some people say they've drafted the letters for the right time. Yeah. So I feel like Manchester United need to get their acts right. They need to get their acts together and bring the goods.
Bring a good show.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move on to the La Liga, where Ante Budimir scored twice as Osasuna stunned Barcelona. They fell to their first La Liga defeat of the season, and that defeat means Barca, who had won their opening 7 league games, missed the chance to equal their best ever start to the campaign. Real Madrid couldn't move a point behind the leaders with a draw with Atletico Madrid. Angel Correa scored a dramatic stoppage time equalizer for Atletico against city rivals Real Madrid. That derby, It was halted for about 20 minutes midway through the second half. There was crowd issues. We saw Elder Militao score Real's opener in 64th minute, and then Thibaut Courtois complained to officials that home fans behind this goal were throwing objects onto the field. An announcement was made over the public address system inside Atletico Stadium, and after speaking to both managers, the referee asked the teams to return to their respective dressing rooms, and then we saw Atletico equalize. You know, it was mind-blowing. It was crazy. You know,
it was a game of two halves. We saw, Atletico Madrid bring up the hits in the beginning of the game, and we saw Madrid just take and soak up all the pressure like they always do. They almost just sit down and don't do anything, but when it's time for them to show their prowess, they score. But we saw a different approach to it towards the end of the game, because I felt like every one of them was just, let's get this over with. And a momentary lapse in concentration, and the goal from Carrera came and knocked their hopes away. I mean, they were looking to go within 1 point between themselves and Barcelona, but
to close the gap,
it didn't come into fruition. And I just feel like they should have known what Carrera is able.
Yeah,
because he's always like the last resort for Diego Simeone. He comes on, brings his pace, change the game, just add a little bit more dynamism in the attack, because he always runs from the blind side of the defender, because that's what he did, run from the blind side of Rudiger, also in the blind side of Eder Militao when the ball came in, and he just slotted it past, Courtois with a very unique dribble. And qualities like that sitting on the bench, you should be scared of Atletico Madrid. I know a lot of people say
it's like you unravel. You have like your ace,
and
your ace game.
Everything just changes. But I think in the coming week we'll see more of quality performances from both teams. And the weekend game was absolutely everything that we hoped for, a spectacle.
Barca will turn their attention to Champions League, where they will host Young Boys on Tuesday, hoping to bounce back from the opening defeat against Monaco. But let's take our attention back to the screen, where the La Liga scores now. I'll bring to you some of the games. Real Betis were in action over the weekend. I mean, majorly all of the games were in action. We saw Real Betis, saw Sevilla, Atletico Club, but then Real Betis were the ones who beat Espanyol by lone goal. Sevilla, on the other hand, had to play as well. They also were visitors in this particular game. They played away as they took on Athletic Club, picking up 1 point, on the road. Celta Vigo and Girona also played out a 1-1 draw. But then on Saturday, we saw Getafe beat Deportivo La Corona 2-0 in the La Liga. So some of the other scorelines on your screen: Rayo Vallecano Leganes 1-0, Real Sociedad beating Valencia 3-0 at full time. So we'll be moving our attention to the UEFA Champions League. Some of the teams from the La Liga will be taking part in European competition. But then let's move on to the Serie A, where Como continue their winning streak, beating Verona by the same scoreline they play against Atlanta. In the last fixture, it ended 3-2. Napoli holding sway to the top of the table with a 2-0 win over Monza. So we saw Napoli beat Monza 2-0, and Empoli and Fiorentina ended in a barren draw. Roma beating Venezia 2-1. And of course, just on Saturday, Udinese lost to Inter Milan 2-3. The visitors not, wanting to be bad visitors. The host allowed them to do all they needed to do in that 5-goal thriller and pick up 3 points. Crazy. Juventus also bad visitors at Genoa, beating them 3-0 in front of their home crowd. And we saw Bologna giving Atlanta a very respectable scoreline, after Atlanta also lost to Como by 3-2.
Let's just turn our attention to Como and what the job that Fabregas is doing with that side. I mean, he's just coming. We know that he, required the services, or he acquired the services of Rafael Varane before he the way he brought the experience, even though retired or maybe a free agent, he brought the experience, mixed them up with this young, the young stars among them, and he has been getting the result. You see them energetic. They play the game with much enthusiasm, with much finesse.
And then when you're playing with a Fabregas, or playing for a Fabregas,
and that has all the experience, a midfield maestro on his own that can also play in the attack, play as a false nine. He knows everything, and he knows how to bring in.
I hope they continue with this.
I hope they continue, and they've been my own surprise of the season, because I never expected, I never gave them the chance, but they then they have given me reasons to, always consider them, because I feel like they can go against Inter Milan and still do the same thing, keep their structure, play their football, and give us the result that we hope for.
All right, let's take a look at the Serie A table, how they line up. Napoli on top of the summit there, holding sway to the Serie A table. Juventus just 1 point behind them with 12 points. AC Milan are in third with 11 points. Inter Milan are fourth with 11 points. So AC Milan, they played on Friday, beating their opponent. I think it was 3-1. I'm not very certain of the scoreline now, but I think
3-1.
They were able to, get the desired results. And so if you take a look at AC Milan, they lost their last game, I beg your pardon. Okay. Their second game, yeah. So you take a look at what it was for them. The last 5 games they've played, they've drawn 2, lost 1, and they've won 3 matches. So that's some, great outing for them for, the 6 games that they've played. Not bad, because even Napoli has also, experienced or, had a draw.
Everybody
a loss, I beg your pardon.
Across the table has experienced a loss at some point. So I didn't really see Inter Milan going, this poorly, but losing to their, neighbors was one of the reality check, and they're like, okay, we need to step this up. I still pitch them to win the league again, despite what Napoli or Juventus are planning at the moment. But I feel like they would, as time goes on, get into their stride and really take it, by the scruff of the neck.
All right, let's move away from the Serie A to the Bundesliga, where Bayern Munich say the initial diagnosis on Harry Kane's ankle injury is positive. Well, he limped out of a 1-1 draw against Bayer Leverkusen on Saturday. The English captain, who is 31, was substituted in the 80th minute of the Bundesliga match at the Allianz Arena following a challenge by Leverkusen's Amin Adil. Bayer said Kane suffered a painful blow to the ankle, but that examinations by the medical department revealed developments which are positive. So Vincent Kompany's side will face Aston Villa in the Champions League on Wednesday, and we're hoping that Harry Kane gets well. But I don't know if he's going to be available. I don't see he will be getting available, or he will be available for that game.
Well, I hope they will be able to, get solution to it, and I wish him speedy recovery. It's really sad to see that he's one of the, top goal scorers in Champions League this season already. So
he'll be sorely missed.
Yeah, he'll be sorely missed. But regardless of the situation with Harry Kane, we know the prowess of Bayern Munich, and they have the ability to just slot in someone differently, and he would do the same job. So we know that team, and coming against, I wouldn't, disrespect the team they are going up against, but then we know what they are capable of.
Yeah, but then someone who had experience in the English Premier League would have also been an added advantage.
Yeah, against a Premier League side like Aston Villa, who struggled to come up with a draw yesterday. So I feel like it will be more or less an even match. But I feel Bayern should come up on top.
Let's take a look at the Bundesliga fixtures, the games that were played over the weekend, and the scores that came through. Of course, we talked about Bayer Leverkusen and what they were able to do. Holstein Kiel lost to Eintracht Frankfurt 2-4. Hoffenheim lost 3-4 to Werder Bremen, completing the fixtures. But then on Saturday, we saw Borussia Mönchengladbach, who played to host to Union Berlin, required just a goal to win them. Freiburg hosted St. Pauli, and they felt at home as they defeated Freiburg 3-0. Mainz 05 were losers to Heidenheim by 2 goals. RB Leipzig beat Augsburg 4-0. Wolfsburg and Stuttgart played out a draw in a 4-goal thriller, sharing the goals 2 apiece. And of course, we talked about Bayern Munich and Bayer Leverkusen, who ended in a 1-1 draw. From there, let's take a look at the table of the Bundesliga, how they line up, after that mashup of matches that were played over the weekend. We're seeing, the usual names, we'd have expected the Bayer Leverkusen to move up forward, but then Bayer Munich, after 5 games, have got 13 points, so the king of the table at the moment. Eintracht Frankfurt are in second with 12 points. RB Leipzig are third with 11 points. And Bayer Leverkusen have just amassed 10 points from 5 games and an average of 2 points per game, with Borussia Dortmund there with the same number of points, and Heidenheim, still between the line for persons who represent Germany at the Continental. So that's the way the top of the table looks in the German Bundesliga. I mean, do you see any changes? Do you think, Eintracht Frankfurt might pull a surprise?
Well, I feel the surprise will be Stuttgart, fighting their way back into the top 4, top 5, as you may think, because they really possess an attacking flair that I've not seen in quite a while.
Yeah.
They know how to go at teams, regardless of the situation around it, whether big or small. Saw them against Real Madrid. They really almost, took it to them and got the result. But we know what they can do. Having watched their game twice, you see that they stick to their formation, they stick to their game plan, they stick to their ideas, and they try to execute it as best they can. And I feel like they will be the surprise because I feel they have everything that it takes to finish in the top 4.
From Germany, we get on a train, and this time we're headed for Paris, where Paris Saint-Germain and Monaco have the same number of points after 6 games played. The league leaders beat Rennes 3-1 on Friday, while Monaco, who was second place as a result of goal difference, defeated visiting Montpellier 2-1. Here is how the fixtures, turned out in terms of score lines, and we'll take a look at the table as well in the French Ligue 1. So, like I mentioned, PSG started up on Friday with the opening, and so they've held sway to the table. Taking a look at the French Ligue 1 table, you see that they're completely having a hold there. Crazy.
As we expect, really, because PSG is like the giants of French football. But seeing Monaco, matching their strides and trying to say we are behind you as well, so don't get too comfortable. But we know the French league has of giving of spectacular games as time goes on. But I feel like PSG right on top, followed by Monaco, even though they are tied at the moment. We'll be waiting for the game against Monaco and PSG to know who will finish on top.
Well, from there, we'll get into tennis, but then we'll take a moment, and when we return, tennis, cycling, boxing, a lot more, including sports business coming your way. Don't move a muscle. Hello, sports fans, enthusiasts, and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Hey, your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to create it.
Now, the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. Glad to know you're still watching SOUQ Sports right here on SOUQ News Television. Top cuts, that's what they call me. I go by the appellation. And yes, you can put your hands and say appreciation. TC Vara alongside Charlie Montero. Let's get back to tennis. It's a ping-pong affair right here, as Alexander Zverev may have risen to number 2 in the ATP rankings, but there's no doubt that the new big two in the men's games are still Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz. So the duo who shared the Grand Slam titles between them this year have cemented their status as the players to beat, and they could meet on 2 occasions over the next few weeks. But then world number 3, Carla Zakaras will face Russia's Karen Khachanov in the quarterfinals of the China Open. Spinner Zakaras beat Dutchman Talon Grigspor 6-1, 6-2 in the last 16 in Beijing. Draper is out of the Japan Open after retiring from his quarterfinal. The 23-year-old lost the first set 7-5 and thrilled 2-1 in the second against Francis Hugo Humbert in Tokyo. World number 20 Draper took a medical timeout early in the second set to receive treatment at his abdominal area, tried to continue before resting, but then Humbert will play Czech Republic Thomas Marchak on Monday. That's today for a place in the final. Denmark Holger Rune will face Frenchman Arthur Fields in the other semi-final after overcoming Kei Nishikori 3-6, 6-2, 7-5. In the female tennis news making the rounds, Katie Butler is out of the China Open after suffering a straight set defeat by Coco Gauff yesterday, Sunday. The British number 1 was beaten 7-5, 6-2 by the world number 6, who progresses to the 4th round in Beijing. Gauff will face Japan's Naomi Osaka or compatriot Katie Volinets for a place in the quarterfinals as she aims to reach her second final of the year after defending her Auckland Classic title in January. And from tennis quickly into golf, the United States continued their dominance of the President's Cup by claiming an 18.5, 11.5 win over the international team to seal a 10th straight title. The US led 11-7 before Sunday's 12 single matches, needing 4.5 points on the final day to defend the title in Canada. We saw Keegan Bradley beat Kim Si-woo to secure the winning points at Royal Montreal, with the US winning 6 of the single matches and halving 3. Shuffle, who has won 2 major championships this year, finished the week with a 4-1 love record, as did the teammates Patrick Cantlay and Kathleen Morikawa. And so we step into the ring and bring you boxing as former 2-time world heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua has been handed a 28-day suspension from boxing by the British Boxing Board of Control. And this follows his knockout loss to Daniel Dubois last Saturday at Wembley Stadium. He was floored 4 times and ultimately knocked out in the 5th round by Dubois, and that came with a devastating right hand. Wow! The suspension, which is a standard medical precaution, don't fret, well, after a knockout or a TKO loss, prevents Joshua from entering the boxing ring during this period. However, with no confirmed upcoming fight, this enforced break is unlikely to affect the former 2-time heavyweight world champion's immediate plans. Now, his loss to Dubois marks his 4th professional career loss, following setbacks against Andre Ruiz, Alexander Usyk, and there's been speculations about his future. Despite that, Joshua has dismissed completely retirement talks, expressing his determination to come back stronger, and there's a possibility, he hinted at that he might invoke a rematch clause to face Dubois. If you were his manager, as Frank Warren, the promoter of Dubois, mentioned that Dubois could fight again in February, do you think, it would be nice for Joshua to go, back in the ring with Dubois?
Yeah, yes, it's to just clear his doubters and also boost his, confidence. We all know what he's capable of. We all know how good of a fighter he is. But I feel like this is just a setback and he can bounce from it. But Dubois is fearless. You see his right hand. He packs a lot of punch in it. Yeah. I fear for Joshua because he floored him 4 times and knocked him out. So I'm curious to see how he's going to bounce back from that. So yes, for what is what, the money aspect as well. Everybody wants to see it. Everybody wants to see them.
He picked a lot of money from that.
Yeah, he did. But health-wise,
millions.
I feel like he should. It will help his, PR as well. So all kudos to them. I mean, do this if you can.
Well, Joshua could also wait for the outcome of the Tyson Fury vs Alexander Usyk bout, which is scheduled for December, but then we'll keep you up to speed right here on the show. So we move into cycling. Slovenia's Tadej Pogačar produced a stunning solo ride in the mountains of Switzerland to claim his first world road race title. And then he has gone on to become the only 3rd man to win cycling's triple crown. Yes, here comes the king. Well, the Tour de France, the Giro d'Italia, and the world title came to one man, Tadej, all in the same year. The 26-year-old caught his rivals napping with 100 kilometers of the 273.9 kilometers route in Zurich remaining, and then he left Belgium's Olympic champion Remco Evenepoel and reigning world champion Mathieu van der Poel of Netherlands behind in the peloton. You saw him quickly bridge a gap to a breakaway group before hitting the front on his own with 50 kilometers to go and maintained his advantage in the closing kilometers, leaving the field to fight for the minor medals. Congratulations to him. And let's see, who can play catch up, who's be able to equal that record. Because, I mean, the Giro d'Italia, the Tour de France, and now the world title is just massive. Let's rush because we've got no time left on the clock right now as we, try to wrap up the show real quick. And so it's important that I let you know that some players have been monitored, They've got their eyes on teams. I wonder what Chooks is doing behind the camera. It's shocking to see him. If we're going to buy, are you buying?
No.
No, we don't want him. Anyway, Manchester City are considering a room if they're going to make space for Real Sociedad Spain midfielder Martin Zubimendi, and that is in the January transfer window. Also making the round is Liverpool's 31-year-old Brazil goalkeeper Alisson Becker, who's been linked with a lucrative move to Saudi Arabia. That feels like a destination, not a tourist destination, by the way. And Newcastle could challenge Inter Milan and Juve for the signing of Lille's Canada forward Jonathan David, who is only 24. Now, the news making the rounds are Liverpool are one of the several Premier League clubs monitoring the situation of Sevilla Spanish winger Juan Lu Sanchez, and Manchester City have been told they will have to pay at least £70 million to sign Italy midfielder Nico Barella. Chelsea is still looking for what they want to buy. They will encourage January bids for England left back Ben Chilwell. Long time no hear from Ben Chilwell.
Injuries have his role to play, but
Yeah.
we see that he's trying to bounce back. I just hope that his next destination is a platform for him to move forward.
Liverpool are unconcerned by the new claims Egypt forward Mohamed Salah, who is 32, has already agreed to join a Saudi Arabian club when his contract expires next summer. Let's see how that plays out. You think he's going to stay or not?
I think he's going to stay. There's still a lot of things for him to achieve here in Europe, but regardless of that, the age is also not on his side, but the money aspect too can take him, sway his focus and take him all the way to Saudi Arabia. So, but let's see how it goes. We know the January transfer window is around the corner, and a lot of clubs will be looking to get Mo Salah because that's his wing, where he plays, is very vital. Yeah, very vital for him.
Well, the loss of Sadio Mane cost Liverpool a lot, and of course, they've not been able to get that stability. But take a look at the table. Everton's impending takeover will bring stability and clear up the noise that surrounds the club. That's on Dyke. And we hear the Freddie Group has reached an agreement to buy the Farhad Moshiri's majority 94% stake in the Toffees, but then that transaction is subject to regulatory approval. What do you make out of that?
Well, I think we have always seen the Toffees in the news, to try and get a new ownership because they are running into administration and they are trying to avoid that at all costs. We saw that some Saudi investor was, in the news as well. But I think it's a nice one. It would be a nice one for, Sean Dyche and his team. Just if a new owner, with bigger pocket that will be able to, move the sporting in the direction of the team to a next level.
Well, former Newcastle United co-owners Amanda Staveley and Medrad Gadusi are in advanced talks to buy take in Tottenham. A lot of money across the table.
Yeah. But Tottenham is very, very lucrative. After building that stadium, they're trying to
expand and all that.
So I think it's lucrative for it to come to Tottenham, especially with the fact that they have a new manager and they're trying to win trophies. They're trying to change, get the dust out of their trophy cabinets and try to make positives on this campaign.
Well, the final decision will rest with the Premier League body. Yeah. Let's see what they make out of that. But then the number of betting adverts during the opening weekend of the Premier League season almost trebled compared to last year. So there's a new research as researchers analyze Premier League coverage in the UK across TV, including pitchside, hoardings, and shirt logos, as well as radio and social media. Now, they counted more than 29,000 gambling messages, which is a 165% increase on the opening weekend a year ago. So West Ham's match against Aston Villa contained close to 6,500 gambling messages, about 30 of them coming up every minute. So the Premier League is working with the clubs on the implementation of the Code of Conduct for gambling-related agreements in football, which was introduced in the start of this season. I mean, you turn your left gambling, Tony, right? Staking.
They
I
keep
mean, the
popping up.
odds
They
and
keep
all
popping
that.
up. Even in advert placement, you keep popping up the gambling. It's starting to become very, 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 very,
But then, I mean, some of these betting companies are now sponsoring these clubs.
Yeah, I also.
So it's in your face.
It's
Memorabilia,
always in your face.
marches, and all that.
I think the Premier League have also banned the display or the outright sale of shared branding for betting companies because they are trying to more or less curtail these messages, especially endorsing the younger generation, trying to preach and trying to discourage betting as in any way they could or in any way they can. So I feel like they should in a way try to endorse this or try to curtail the messages, but people have to make money.
Well, we're here to make money, and I can't blame anybody who is
We
out
don't
there.
blame the clubs really, because
you know.
these endorsements are lucrative, and it's very, very important to the running of the club, and it's important or it plays a role in the league as well.
Well, that's the much we can take on the show today. And of course, it's all about the money. They say money makes the world go round, but you need to be careful. For the love of money, it could just be, the roots of all evil. So I encourage you, hustle hard, ensure that you're making money the right way, you know what I'm saying? So that at least when you sit and you want to enjoy, you faji to the last.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for watching, and of course follow us on our social media platform. I've been here with Charlie Montero.
Yep.
I'm the Top Cat TC Bar. Many thanks to everyone who has ensured that you could receive us crisp, loud and clear. Until we come your way again, keep watching SOUQ News Television. Got great programs lined up for you. Bye for now.
Hi, thanks for joining us. My name is DJ Taro, and I'm honored today to speak to the legendary, the iconic Idris Abdul Karim. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jane.
It's so we're having a conversation that's in my head I was supposed to have with you in the last 5 to 6 years, but I'm happy that you're here now.
Good.
I want to have your take on a number of issues and, just indulge me. First, with the success of Afrobeats, in the last, 3 to 4 years, that we had our Afrobeats entertainers become world stars as opposed to just Nigerian stars. How does that make you feel, one, as a consumer of Nigerian music, and then two, as a pioneer who was at the beginning of this thing that we are now enjoying?
It's a beautiful thing, I remember back then, not everybody would like to listen to the new generation song, which is called Afrobeat now. We used to call it Afro hip hop back then, But to God be the glory with the help of people like Kenny Ogungbe, D1, Chris Oboti, a couple of other people in the industry who gave their platform for hip-hop to become what it's Afrobeat today. We have the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, and all that. The revolution that actually led to that was basically what happened between me and 50 Cent. Most times Nigerians, through the multinationals and even the governments, don't appreciate their own. You see a multinational try to sell their products with our music, but they don't respect our artists. I can categorically tell you that back then, when 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria, I remember how Nigerian artists were chased from the backstage just because 50 Cent wanted to come to backstage. So what is the extent of you inviting 50 Cent from America to come to Nigeria and perform alongside with our own artists when you're supposed to allow them to, meet and greet and get to understand how the industry works, how American business work and all that. But you rather chase your own artists and treat them like animals.
2004, right?
the American rapper 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria to have a concert at 4 city concerts, right?
That's right.
And then they had done the first one.
That's right.
And then the second one, the artists and everybody was supposed to board. And the news that we heard was Idris done the 50 Cent. And it became this huge deal that 50 Cent had to cut the show short and then moved. I've heard the game, Young Buck, a number of other people tell the story from their own perspective.
One of the most craziest experiences that I've had, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. We was on a plane. We was on one plane. We had chartered this one big plane for everybody who's on the whole entire show. One of the guys felt like we were 50 was sitting in his seat, right? And the guy had, made a big scene like, yo. And security was like telling them, yo, you sitting in 50 seat, chill, can you get up or whatever. So the security kind of probably, took it as if, you finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane. I don't know who that dude was.
What happened, man?
We're on the airplane runway about to take off. All of a sudden, I just see one, it's like a movie. I just see a dude standing in the middle of the runway, walking towards the plane while the plane is taking off. Man, guess what the plane did? Stopped.
They didn't necessarily know who Idris was, because there was no, like you said, there was no mingling between the artists at the time. But they knew that this was a guy that, number one, was buff. You know that he wasn't a pushover. And then this guy was visibly angry. And they just, they were afraid for their life. But of course, we know that wasn't what it was supposed to be. But I've read 50 Cent's book, right? And 50 says he was offered $4 million to do that show. How much were you paid? The other people on the roster, did they get as much as you? Not to now compare with the $4 million that 50 got.
In 2004, I was in Germany with my crew, and I was invited to perform alongside with 50 Cent. That was a month after Wyclef came through Guinness, and we know it was a marketing strategy between the two multinationals. So I told them that, listen, if you're inviting me to play alongside with 50 Cent, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. If you're giving 50 Cent an executive room in any 7-star hotel, I want my room to be opposite 50 Cent. If you're giving 50 Cent 25 babes, you must give me 25 babes.
Right.
If you're giving 50 Cent 25 carton of Cristal, Dom Perignon, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, I want the same. Because Nigerians are the one buying the shares. Nigerians are the one drinking the beers. And it is our music that you're using to sell your products without royalties. I was the highest paid artist on that show. I got 1.5 million naira per show for the first time.
Right.
Then an artist was going to be paid that much. And it was 6 shows. I told them that whatever it is you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. And they said, okay, no problem. We have a deal. Waited for them to put the write-up together so I can sign. They never did. But they credited my account.
Right.
Just normal Nigerian style, believing that, okay, you will come for the show and all that. So, well, as a street boy, I had an agreement with you. I stand by my agreement. The first show was at the TBS. So I was at the backstage with my crew, E-Money, KC, Ayani Marshall, Tony 1 Week, that the showcase, everybody was at backstage. And all of a sudden, the security came and said, you all have to leave the backstage. And they created one canopy. There was no AC in the canopy. And they now pushed all Nigerian artists. You needed to see that day, man. Treated Nigerian artists like animals. And I felt like, no, man, this is not going to happen to me. It was 50 Cent security that was leading the Nigerians security. We're like, hey, you, what are you doing at the backstage? You got to get the F out of that. I was like, excuse me, who are you, man? I don't know who you are. So yeah, 50 Cent is coming backstage. So why should I leave? I'm performing along 50 Cent, so why should I leave? I'm Idris Abdul Karim. What's the problem? And it was like, no, we don't want anybody. I said, you can't do nothing. I'm staying right here. So he went back to the organizer, and the organizer was like, woo. So he said, no, leave him alone. Don't go there. They knew exactly what they were doing.
So you already pressed at that point, like, why are you treating us like this?
That's what's up.
So this was at the Lagos
It happened at the Lagos show, at TBS, right here. A lot of the Nigerian artists had to call these multinationals and I begged them to be on bill for the show. Right. You understand what I'm saying? So I was the highest paid at that moment.
You know, so I said, no, man, I ain't leaving. So 50 Cent came, you know, with his crew and all that, you know, and they went on stage and performed, and he sprayed 100 naira notes, new 100 naira notes, you know, in the crowd, and the crowd thought it was dollars. You know, funny enough, some stories that you don't know is that approximately about 5 people died that night. The Nigerian bureaus covered it up. People were raped, phones were stolen, and they covered it up with the press. So basically, you know, got to the airport around 8 o'clock, waited for 50 Cent and his crew for almost 2 hours, 30 minutes. And they finally came. I was seated on the business class and walked up to me and said, "Yeah, you got to get the fuck out of that seat. That's 50 Cent's seat." And I was like, "Excuse me, we don't speak fuck in Africa. I don't know what fuck is all about. My name is Idris Abdul Karim. I sold 4.6 million copies in a pirated country. Why don't you come tell me how the American market works? The reason why we're all happy you're here is because we want to learn from you. You know, get to know you and learn how the American market works." And he went back downstairs to speak with the organizer. I was watching the organizers, and they were like, you know, they don't know. You know, so he came back and said, "Yo, we just spoke with the organizer, and they said they don't fucking know who you are." Before I know what's up, man, they attacked me.
So the security kind of probably, you know, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, you know, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane.
About 12 of them, they attacked me. Then my boys came from the economic class, so Malo, everybody, you know, to come and, you know. And meanwhile, Nigerian artists were there. They were all like,
Everybody was close.
while they were coming in, a lot of them were even saying that it's into they do, waiting being problem, sir. It's they do. Meanwhile, they were not on the bill of the show. They were called to beg to be on the show.
Right.
So the slave mentality is still, you know, my guy rescued me, and funny enough, DJ T, if you remember DJ T, was recording everything that happened, how they attacked me.
DJ T has that
he has the footage, you know, so he kept it. And immediately that happened, you know, I just went to the door and jammed the door, you know, and the pilot was like, "Oh, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I don't know what the hell is going on." And I was like, "Yo, Fiti, I'm performing alongside with you and you disrespect me. I could have been in America and do the same to you. I know what would have happened." You know what I mean? And it was like, they never told us there were artists in the plane. You know, they told us there were workers in the plane. It's like, okay.
So the organizers told 50 Cent and his crew that
there were no
artists are not artists. No.
Yes, that there were workers who basically just wanted to follow the...
Right.
It's like, they finally opened the door and they said everybody should get down. So I came down, and the Nigerian Bureau's organizers, the chairman, Chief Odumegu, he walked up to me and was like, "Idris, we're sorry, it was our fault that we didn't do the necessity and all that. But 50 Cent asked you to come and have a handshake so we can move to..." I was like, "No, man, I'm not doing that."
Why did you feel strongly like that, even when you wanted to have a handshake?
Because from the beginning, they knew exactly what they were doing. And for me, that was a revolution. That was a fight to rescue my people from slavery. I know it was going to affect my career, but I'm going to be a hero for the rest of my life. And I had to take that risk for Africa. Stop treating us like animals. We have talent, we have content, we are just like the Americans. The reason why Americans are what they are is because their leaders created a beautiful platform for them. From the politicians to the multinationals to everybody in different platforms. So it is our own responsibility to do the same for ourselves.
So it's been 20 years since that time. The music industry has experienced an explosion like none other.
That's right.
You are older now, right? You are not as active as say you were, you know, you're in your prime. But do you feel a sense of betrayal looking back now, like people that are benefiting now don't understand what I had to give up? And at the time, were there active people that were trying to blacklist you?
Oh, of course. For me, it was a revolution.
You thought of it like, I'm going to do this for a cause?
Yes.
Or you just wanted to make a statement right now?
No, for a cause. Right. For Nigerian artists to be respected and to be paid very well. And it finally happened. Without that revolution, there wouldn't have been the Burna Boy, the video. They wouldn't have been benefiting whatever it is that they are benefiting now.
Does it offend you? Does it hurt you? Do you feel betrayed when these stars now look at their own personal stories and how they've been successful and go like, nobody paved the way?
Oh, because they are selfish. Because they've never gone through a time before in their life. They never knew what it took Baba Kekeke Ogungbe to give us platform at that time when everybody was saying that no rap music or Afro music will never be what it is. That no, go back to the studio and record Juju music. Go back to the studio, record Fuji music. Where are you from? Go back and sing your dialect. But this was a beautiful new song. It was Afro hip hop, which is called Afrobeat today.
There's a tendency for people to be fixated on Idris, what Idris is saying, how Idris is sounding, or Idris fought with 50 Cent, or Idris did Nigeria Jaga Jaga. To me, I think it removes sometimes from the quality work that you've done, right? And we're talking about with the remedies with you as a solo artist. Do you look back on your discography and wish it was produced at a different time? Are you happy with what you were able to do for yourself with Eddie, with Kenny Music, and with Lacrim and every other thing that you've done? Do you think you came at the right time, or would you have preferred to have come like now that it's easier to make music and easier to
I came at the right time. If I didn't come at the right time, I wouldn't have revolutionized the industry. Today, there wouldn't have been what we have today.
That's how you feel?
Oh, yes. The point is that it was 21 years ago that I sang Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And it took Nigerians 21 years to understand the meaning of Jaga Jaga because they have started feeling the heat. Nigerians forget easily. But now, you don't they hit everybody. Now, people, before, they dance to the beats. But now they listen to the lyrics like, oh, okay, this is what Idris was saying 21 years ago. Even Obasanjo himself has become the chief campaigner of Jaga Jaga today. He said, my papa and my mama Jaga Jaga. But funny enough, he's my father. So Obasanjo is the real Jaga Jaga. It's the problem of Nigeria. It's the one that put us to where we are today. Thank God I've been vindicated.
You feel like you...
Oh, vindication sweet me. During Goodluck Jonathan, fuel was 180 naira. Buhari came and took it to 350. Tinubu came and skyrocketed it to what? 700 naira. During Goodluck Jonathan, dollar was 189. Buhari came and took it to 320. Tinubu came, skyrocketed to 1,200.
So for you,
how much is spaghetti during Goodluck Jonathan? It was 60 naira. During Buhari, became 130 naira. Now, spaghetti is 800 naira. That's 200%. Impoverished Nigerians, doing everything possible to make people go crazy and sad. So if you hate the truth, it's because you're eating from the government. They say you don't talk where you eat. Of course, that is the principle.
So for you, are you content to be the... I mean, there's a song that you mentioned that Two-Face at the time did a song that he said he wanted to be like Obasanjo. But me, I won't be like Fela and Nicola.
Why do you want to be like Obasanjo, somebody that sent somebody to kill and wiped out the OOD?
I mean, I'm sure that was talking in a certain context.
It doesn't matter. You have to take your time to know exactly what you are talking about to want to be like somebody.
But you want to be like Fela?
Most definitely.
With all of the criticisms that Fela had?
Most definitely.
It's not a problem for you?
Oh no, most definitely. Because I know they lied against him.
Which one of them again? Which lie did they lie?
Not today. That he had AIDS when we know they killed him.
That's how you feel about
it? Please, guy. Watch out for the documentary. Idris is coming to expose a lot of things to you guys. Dede Mabiaku will tell you much about Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Bro, it's a saddening situation we find ourselves in this country. Immediately, you are a person that speaks the truth. Just know that you are the enemy of the state. They will create lies on your head. But who gives a damn when God loves you for speaking the truth? I'm an ambassador to God. I am satisfied. I am happy. Nowhere you go that they play Nigeria Jaga Jaga, that you won't see everybody stand up and start dancing. People are feeling the heat. Jaga Jaga will stop raining the day Nigeria becomes a great country.
Nobody can accuse Idris Abdulkarim of not saying his mind, right? Whatever, either in song, either through your social media, you say it's how you feel it. Do you feel like that often makes people want to stay away, like, nah, Idris on too much, or you don't care once you get your truth off?
Anybody that hates the truth is the enemy of the state. Funny enough, most of the enemy of the state are part of the state. You can imagine that after DJ T recorded everything that happened, Charlie Boy was the P-Man president at that time. And he came to the airport, and his responsibility was to take that off and fight for the artists. But he went behind and collected money from Nigerian bureaus to blacklist me.
Do you know that for a fact? Or
Are you kidding me?
You know that for a fact?
Are you kidding me? Where is the tape? Ask Mr. The DJ T. Ask now, DJ T will tell you that the tape is with Charlie Boy. So he used it to negotiate. Now today we there for Nigeria, where we don't know what's in the apple. I say it all the time. It's all over the internet. I'm not scared to say my truth.
That's right.
There are a lot of truth that I haven't even said. Because I'm waiting for the right time to say those things. So I'm coming up with documentary very, very soon to expose a lot of things.
It's interesting that you mentioned that there's a documentary in the works. So typically, it appears like for the last 20 to 25 years of Afrobeats, there hasn't been much storytelling, deliberate curation of this period.
That's
you
right.
Can count how many people have done books.
That's right.
I've done 2 books.
That's right.
Right. There's been only 2 documentaries, and you have all of these icons and legends that are growing old by the day. How do you think that we as Nigerians should invest our time and resources into curating the stories for history and then for posterity?
Yes, most times you flash back and get to understand that even in our schools today, history has been taken off the curriculum because it was intentional for a lot of people not to understand their history in order not to stand up and fight for it. How would you do that to your citizens? How would you do that to your own citizens? Just because of the bad things that you have done, you don't want Nigerians to know, so they don't wake up and revolutionize against you tomorrow. Right. So my advice for individuals is never lie to yourself. Stand up, appreciate yourself, unite, forget about religion and tribal sentiment. Unite in any group that you are, in any platform that you represent, in any government that you represent. Stand up and know your right and fight for your right. Invest also in your right. Invest in everything that you all do. Unite together and speak in one voice. If not, forget it.
Them say I fight 50 cents. See them out, them just say I'm anyhow. Them say I don't go exile. Mr. President catch you, he go flog you. For your information, they met Mr. President 101 inside SOUQ. Them say I don't go make them again. Them say I ain't got no game. Tell this music come back again. Take a head, do you want? Them say I don't like government because they treat my people anyhow. Them say they no give me show. They won't see how rude boy won't survive. They travel to America and Canada, Asian, Caribbean, South Africa. Met you the Soviet, you were doing it right. Now I'm back home like I'm wicked in the tight. But my friends will love me. I thank you well. Idris is back again.
Is this something that you are looking at doing yourself? Because you have a very strong voice, you have stronger convictions. Why don't we put it to things that can put you in a position to act on the things that you're convinced of?
Oh, most definitely. I will at the right time. Right. If your music has no content, then the lifespan of that music is 3 months. You have to go back to the studio to record another stupid music.
I think
and you go back again after 3 months, after that one don't rain finish, to record. But Jaga Jaga is still raining. Mr. Lecturer, BBC had to send Kiki to go into the campus to find out if it was true that lecturers were actually harassing the girls. But you saw what happened. You saw the fact. Lecturers were caught red-handed.
Right. And this was
harassing girls. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Jaga Jaga in itself, I know that it was inspired by certain things, but was it you rebelling against, leadership at the time? Was it you being, like Jason said, the ghetto reporter, just reporting what's happening on the streets? But was that how you felt about the country of your birth? That has given you everything. Do you feel, or did you feel at the time that it was Jaga Jaga? So let me tell the world that it's Jaga Jaga. Or was there a bigger message that you tried to pass across with it?
I was nominated to raise the Olympic torch alongside with Professor Patutomi, Dora Akinyuli, late, may her soul rest in peace. May you continue to rest in peace, Mommy. We love you. Larry Izamuje, Shegun Odegbami, and a few other people,
Now, time now to go on to KK, live at the airport as he welcomes back Nigeria's contingent from carrying the Olympic torch.
But for the Olympics is right around the corner, and we have some Nigerians that represented Nigeria in Cairo, making things happen for Nigeria.
Because this is the first time Nigerians are participating in Olympic torch relay. And the very first time the torch is touching base on Africa.
Let's check out Idris Abdul Karim, Nigerian music legend. Tell the young people the feeling.
It's good, you know what I'm saying? What I just want to say is whatever you want to do, keep your head up. Don't let no one brings you down. You can actually achieve anything you want to achieve.
And we got to Egypt. And we are all together in the same hotel. And late Dora Akinyuli was like, my son, how did you get here? I said, Mr. Lecturer got me here. He said, oh, Mr. Lecturer. I said, oh, wait a minute. The song, Mr. Lecturer. I said, yes. I said, oh, wow. People are observing things. People are observing situations. This is huge. Please put up more songs like that out there. Don't be scared of anybody. Make sure you speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not.
And this was,
during lunch.
Yeah, speaking this to you.
Yeah. And Professor Patutomi said the same thing to me and encouraged me. Same thing with Shegun Odegbami. We grew up in Kano together, And it was like, oh, I'm very proud of you. So the next day, while the torch, passing started, Professor Patutomi from 20 meter collected the torch and it ran towards me. And I was so emotional that day. He was crying. I knew he started crying from the moment
you got it.
I didn't know what was going through his mind. I couldn't tell. But when he got to me, I saw that he has been crying. And he passed the torch to me and he said, my son, I'm passing my generation to your generation. Bro, are you kidding me?
That's a heavy statement.
It's automatically telling me that I'm giving you an authority to go and speak on behalf of Nigerians. That is your field as a musician. So you can change the country with your music and speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not. And I was like, wow. I cried, I couldn't help it. So I ran and, dropped my, torch to the next person, which is from another country, And I went back to the hotel that day. I went to take my shower, then I did my ablution, and I did my salat. If I want to talk to my God, I have to do my salat and my prayers and say, yo, God, I want to go into fasting. This is what I want to do. Please show me the way, tell me what to do. So I started the fasting the next day, and after 7 days, we got back to Lagos. I slept, and the word was Nigeria Jaga Jaga.
That's how you heard it?
Oh, yes. And I stood up immediately, pick up my phone. Right. Nigeria Jaga Jaga. Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And I look at it. Everything scatter, scatter. Poor man, they suffer, suffer. Bosa, bosa. Gunshot in the air. And immediately, I called Soso, I called Chris Okoro, and we hit the studio.
Right.
And I recorded Nigeria Jaga Jaga. You heard Obasanjo say, you see this chair? It's over my dead body. That's how Obasanjo encouraged gangsterism in politics. That is how he encouraged corruption in politics. Today, it has evolved all over politicians.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve the Slate Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, you know, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month to know how the kidney is doing, to check your creatinine, to see what's going on, you know, to get your tacrolimus test done, to see how your kidney is doing, and then wait for 1 year for the medication to be done, then order for another medication without regular checkup. Right. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die, you know? Right. But sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. You know, I did a song, I dedicated, I called his name. I did a song to my to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
That means, like Fela said, we go here and win.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally protect my life and gave me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me His political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. Appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, you know. May Allah continue to bless you. Appreciate my wife and my children. Appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, you know. Appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, you know. Appreciate my brother Imoni, you know. That's when you know who are your friends, you know, that came out to show you love and support you, you know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboyi. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out. People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world.
You burst on the scene at a time that Nigerian music, as we know it, wasn't the way it was. Right. At the time that you came out, all of the international major record companies had come and gone. The Nigerian music industry was without form at this point. But that's the era that you came out in. I've written about you. I've, you know, done quite some stuff. And I know how you came from Kano to Lagos. You know, in just a brief words, how, now that you're looking back, how do you make that connection? You were doing okay in Kano, living a normal youngster life, but you wanted to do music, and you headed to Lagos. Not that somebody said, Idris, come and stay with me. Not that you had a friend that you were writing to. How did you make that connection from Kano to Lagos and then eventually to Kenny Ogungbe, even before it became Kenny's music?
God, revolution, revelation. In my dream, God kept telling me, you're called.
People say that they hear from God, you know,
It's
and
for
stuff
real.
like that.
It's for real.
Because I don't hear literally like that.
Yes, I get my message from God through my dreams. And when he said it's time, and he tell me what to do. And I go to the studio, I do it. I just explained to you how Jaga Jaga came up.
Right.
Same way Mr. Lecturer came up. I was in Kano in 1995,
Okay.
you know, looking forward to people like Dr. Fresh. I know you must have heard of Dr. Fresh. Music in the North was big than the South. Yes. You know, hip hop was alias in the North.
Yeah.
So Dr. Fresh was just the biggest star in Kano at that time. There's no shows in Central Hotel, any part of the North that Dr. Fresh doesn't go and shut down. You know, so I was still in military school then, Army Day, Bukavu Barak. I have a couple of friends that I met in school who were basically into music, but I've never seen them, you know, perform before. You know, so one day, my agricultural teacher was like, there's an event going on at the Soldiers Club today, you know, so that I should just come around and watch before I go to the house. So I got to the Soldiers Club, and that was the first time I was like, I was blown and I was shocked, like, really? So people rapping, you know, people miming, doing their thing. And I was like, wow. Funny enough, at that time, I was already representing Kano State. In fact, I represented Nigeria as a table tennis player. I played ping pong. I represented Kano as a cadet player, you know, alongside with, you know, Yinkama Jekodumi, Taufik Maya, Funke Oshinaike, Biola Odumoso. Oh, yes. So, but for me, immediately I got to experience music. I just went for music.
Wow.
I knew it was my call. I knew it was my call. I knew this is it. I was looking for an opportunity, an avenue to express myself and speak for the voice of the voiceless. You know, to speak for the people who can speak for themselves. So after that day, I invited a couple of them to come to the house. My mom lives at Sabongeri. You know, she sells pepper soup. So they come and eat. Then I'll ask them questions. How do you do this?
There's been certain health challenges that you've had, that some of the people that you were close to, that you knew, had, you know, and, you know, how did that make you feel? First, how did you know that you were ill? Was there specific symptoms that you had at the time that you felt like, this is not right? And then that's just in brief.
In 2012, I went for an event. I know how energetic I am when I'm performing. Then I noticed something wasn't right at the side of my tummy. So it was a beautiful performance, killed the crowd. I managed to perform. I went back home. I told my wife, went to the hospital, and said to go and do checkup. When I got to the hospital, the doctor was like, my kidney is very weak. You need to give me some medication, you know. So he gave me a couple of medications. Ending of 2022, started feeling the pain more after performances. January 2023, I told my wife, we need to go to, what's it called? We need to go and see a doctor, a specialist that I was told about, somewhere around Ikeja GRA. So went there and did all tests, and he said my kidney is failing, that I need to start the dialysis. You know, told me everything and put me through everything. I agreed to start my dialysis. There was few friends of my wife that had the same issue.
Right.
And my wife called them and reached out to them, and I was like, what's up? How did he go about it, you know? I was like, no, that we should leave that hospital and book an appointment with Dr. Bamboe at St. Nicholas Hospital. Immediately, the next day, we got an appointment with Dr. Bamboy, went to see Dr. Bamboy. A man is an angel, man. So went to see Dr. Bamboy, and Dr. Bamboy was like, "Hi, Idris, how are you? I love your music. I love the fact that you speak the truth. We appreciate people. You're not just a regular patient. So I'm interested in your case. So go to the lab and let them get all these tests done for you. Then we'll take it up from there." So went to the lab and they did all the tests, and it was like, "Okay, so Idris, here is the point. Your kidney has failed.
It is now.
Now you're on stage 4. So you need a transplant. With a transplant, you're going to live your life again like a newborn baby." And I was like, "So how do I get a transplant? How do I get a kidney? Does the hospital..." And, it was like, "No, that if that happens, that would be like we're trafficking organs and all that." He says, "So what we do basically is we take from family members, your children, your brother, your friends." Then right there, my wife was like, "Can I donate for him?" We never talked about it. I didn't know. It was like, "Can I donate for him?" And doctor was like, "Yes, if you are compatible." And she was like, "How do I know that I'm compatible?" Said, "You have to go through a couple of tests." Said, "Can I start now?" Doctor was like, "Yes." So she went to the lab. She did about 15 different tests. And to God be the glory, she was compatible with me. And I'll say that I should get ready next month. The surgeon will be coming in from America and India. It wasn't up to a week. We got a call that the surgeons are around. You guys should check in today. This was October last year. So we told our children about it. So they prayed. They were crying, but they prayed, So we got to the hospital. We told them that when Dr. Bamboy told me it was transplant plan, I knew I was going to make it. I knew that people love me out there. I know people that love me genuinely for what I stand for what I speak for. Not for playing music, but for what I stand for. So when my wife now said what she said and we're compatible, I was very happy. So my dialysis wasn't even up to 4 months. We were checked in to the hospital, and my children went home. And the India woman came and were like, "Abdul, how are you?" "I'm fine." Say, "So, Abdul, this is where I'm going to be putting your new kidney tomorrow. Just relax. It's a regular thing that I do. Don't worry. I checked all your tests and I found out that your body, spirit, and soul are in good spirit to go, and I'm happy for that. So everything is gonna be fine. Just relax yourself, okay?" I say, "Yes, doc, thank you very much." So around 8 o'clock in the morning, I came to take my wife to the, theater. And when it was 9 o'clock, they came back for me and went to the theater. And as soon as they lay me down on the bed, it wasn't up to 1 minute.
You took off.
I was gone.
No.
And 5 hours later, it was pain
That woke you.
that woke me up. So much pain. And I was like, "I want water. I want to drink water." And the Indian woman was like, "Idris, this is 6 p.m. Prepare yourself and relax yourself. You're going to take water by 7 a.m. I was like, God, 7 a.m., long. So I was like, "Where's my wife? Where's my wife?" Like, "Don't worry, your wife is in the next ICU. She's fine and everything is okay with her, So I started praying. And the doctor was like, congratulations. It was perfect. It was okay. Congratulations. I was like, I want to see my wife, because they've done her since.
Yeah.
So she was okay. She was just smiling. I was like, what's up? She see me, I cry, I shout, I say, she's fine, don't worry. Like, how am I? I said, I'm very, very fine, And she was like, we thank God. Like, then she should go back and rest. So she went. So I was in the hospital, in the ICU for 8 days, Then the pain started reducing, subsiding. Then they moved us from the ICU to the ward, So came to check us all for another 7 days. Gave me my medication, and after 15 days, I was discharged. Go back home, show me my medication. In fact, funny enough, I was surprised. When it was 7 o'clock, they brought water for me, I drank. And when it was 8 o'clock, they brought beans, plantain,
Oh, wow.
and beef.
And you ate it.
And I was telling the doctor that, no, doctor said I should not eat beans. I should not eat. He said, no, you're a new person now. Go ahead, eat. I was like, what?
Oh, wow.
Like, seriously?
Wow. That's an amazing.
It's like, seriously? So yes. I was like, God, I give you the glory. Thank you.
I saw a few comments and one stood out to me. And somebody said, who doesn't know you, by the way? Just said, look at him, a typical Nigerian man. If it was his wife that needed the kidney, he would not have given it.
I would do the same because she's a godsend. From the day that I met her,
Right.
and my mom saw her, she's a godsend. I would have done the same. I mean, which woman will give her husband a kidney if the man is not a good man?
That's a good
It's not possible.
That's a good point.
The woman will not go.
That's a
If
good
you are a bad man, no woman would want to give you a
That's a good
kidney.
That's a good
And everybody that knows me know that I love my wife so much. And I don't joke with family. I love family. Nobody's perfect, actually. But I don't joke with family. I love my wife so much.
Right.
So if I was in a position, I would have done the same thing.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I thought of it. But, I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done. And then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
And now that you are newly born, that means, like Fela said, we go here and
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally, protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me his political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. Appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, you know. May Allah continue to bless you. Appreciate my wife and my children. Appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, you know. Appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, you know. Appreciate my brother Imoni, you know. That's when you know who are your friends, you know, that came out to show you love and support you, you know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboe. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out.
Wow. By Dr. Bamboe.
People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world. I told one of my friends that, listen, man, I'd like to go and perform at Trend 2, which is the regular place where we perform at Central Hotel in Kanu. And they were like, oh, that's beautiful. Why not? So that day, Dr. Fresh was performing, and I went there and I was invited to come and perform. So that day, I experienced the first politics. I was invited, I grabbed the microphone, and I asked the DJ to play my instrumental. I immediately started playing the instrumental and I started rapping. They removed the wire and they made it look like it was my fault. I got off the stage. In the next 6 minutes, the music is back and everything. And Dr. Fresh came on stage and performed and everything. Oh, okay. The guy called me, said, that's the politics. I was like, oh, really? I said, oh, okay. So next time, while I was going back there, I took my DJ along with me.
Oh, so you already had a DJ?
Oh, I took my DJ along with me and performed my song and everything was okay. And I killed the crowd. And since that day, I became a competitor to Dr. Fresh.
Right.
Chased him out of Kanu. And he went to Abuja. Went to Abuja. I heard he's in Abuja. I went to Abuja. Chased him out of Abuja. Came to Lagos. I heard he was in Lagos. That's when I took the 911 bus. I was bringing tomato and pepper and came
So
to
you didn't come to Lagos in a luxurious bus?
No, luxurious bus. Tomato ati tomato.
That's how you got to Lagos to chase your dream?
That's right. Couldn't go to family's house. I had to stay under the bridge. Then head down. It was for like 9 months though.
And I'm thinking about it.
How I survived.
Yes.
I wake up every morning. The hold up is piling up. And I walk through any car that is an under car. I know it's an Hausa car. Hausa road,
oh, that's true.
That's their favorite car. They don't like any other car than Honda.
Right.
So the wind down, I just start rapping. Na hau mota, to ina malan zamu je kana wanda abu nan muka fara Kano ta kare ko da mai ka zo an fika na je kura da ciromawa na ibawa har nasarawa mun shiga city jama'a titi suka ce sai ka kai sabo a kwana a tashi na gan duniya na iso na gaida gida ne Kano city. So they will just start laughing.
Oh, wow.
They will just start laughing. They're like, hey. What's your name? Idris. Idris. Ah, I like you. I like you. I like you. I like you. Yeah, let me give you something. Here's my number. If you need anything, call me. That's how I lived. And those contacts, from that time till today, when I made it, I still keep those contacts.
We could have done this for another 3 hours.
Thank you, Taiwo. I imagine. Thank you, Taiwo.
If Africans are not seeing the benefits in Western liberal democracy, what do they want? What kind of democratic system do Africans want? The problem, according to political scientists, is not the system, but the practitioner.
Many Nigerians are displaying talents in different corners that rub off on Nigerian positively.
As we mark Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, let us look at indigenous firms and individuals that need government support to drive the message of nation branding. In the strategic position of Africa lies Nigeria. When the map of Africa is juxtaposed with the structure of a gun, Nigeria is placed in the trigger position. Is this divine? Perhaps. Again, Nigeria, with over 200 million people with about $400 billion gross domestic product GDP, has enormous resources and talents, much of which are yet to be tapped. In today's news talk, as we celebrated our independence anniversary, we thank God for His mercies. I am Bayo Olaoye. Indeed, many amazing Nigerians within the country are in the diaspora, and several local firms are pushing the frontiers, flagging Nigeria's flag in spite of socio-economic and economic challenges. Those who have elevated their skills are undeniably rewriting the poorly told narrative of the country through their talents, investments, and innovations. Nigerians are really displaying their talents in various fields, from sports to music, literature, fintech, fashion, startups, agriculture, entertainment, and industries. These individuals and industries have impacted the nation as they have become ambassadors of the Nigerian spirit, embodying resilience, creativity, and a drive to succeed against all odds. Today, we celebrate them. For instance, in sports, many individuals like Kanu Wako, J.J. Okocha, Daniel Omakochi, Victor Osimhen, Chioma Ajunwa, Blessing Okagboe, Mary Iyale Omagbemi, Asisat Oshuala, Tobi Amusa, Emmanuel Amunike, and many more are flying the Nigerian flag high. They have become inspiration to Nigerian youth with their immense contributions to Nigeria's sporting landscape. Many youths want to be like the achievers, but they are constrained by infrastructure for training, funding, exposure, and mentorship. In recent years, Nigeria has emerged as a key player in Africa's booming tech scene, with Lagos often described as the Silicon Valley of Africa. Startups like Flutterwave, Paystack, and Andela have not only garnered international attention, but have also provided a platform for young developers, engineers, and entrepreneurs to showcase their skills. Yet, for every success story, there are countless others whose ideas never see the light of day due to lack of funding or access to global markets. The entertainment industry, which emerged without much government support, is another successful story that government needs to leverage to enhance Nigerian brand. The Nollywood industry, said to be worth $10 billion, and which is promoting the Nigerian culture and image, can grow further with government assistance. Like the fashion industry, local companies favorably competing with multinationals with the array of products. Local companies like Rita Foods, Emzo in the pharmaceutical sector, Innocent Motors in auto industries, Aba Shoe Factory, Kano Leather, and other hubs have put Nigeria on the global map, proving that Nigeria has the entrepreneurial zeal and creativity to compete with multinationals on international space. But in many instances, some of these startups and established ones which can push Nigeria brand with their ideas are choked with unnecessary taxations, regulations, poor infrastructure, poor electricity system, and policy reversals that create burden on them, thereby hindering them from more employment and global competition. Sometimes regulatory authorities wait on the sidelines for any shop to be open to tax them without considering their status. These local companies have entered the space dominated by multinationals and having over 3,000 employees. Apart from indirect employees, these local companies are pushing the products from Nigeria, exhibiting our Nigerianness. It is interesting how Right Foods, a local firm, is favorably competing with multinationals with its array of products. With the importance of the private sector in unlocking the full potentials of Nigeria economy, generate employment, feed Nigerians, and calm tensions of agitations and insecurity, the players in the private sector need support in promoting Nigerian innovations and Nigerianness instead of stifling them. Government can support the private sector, especially the startups, with tax rebates. The Nigerian brand should be robust, rugged, attractive, and reputable. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Cashew nuts Ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for SOUQ News.
A warm welcome to News Hour here on SOUQ News Television. I am Temitope Omole. First, the major headlines. Thank you for joining us. And now the news in full. The World Bank has approved the sum of $1,570 million to boost human capital in Nigeria, focusing on better health for women, children, and adolescents, as well as mitigating climate change impacts like floods and droughts. This funding is divided into three key programs: $500 million for Hope Gov, $570 million for Hope PHC, and $500 million for SPIN. These initiatives will have a transformative impact on Nigeria. Hope Gov and Hope PHC will enhance service delivery in basic education and primary health care, benefiting 40 million people, especially vulnerable populations. The SPIN program will protect citizens from floods and droughts, support irrigation and drainage services, and boost agricultural productivity, directly benefiting 950,000 people. World Bank Country Director Ndiame Diop emphasized that investing in health and education will increase employment opportunities, productivity, and earnings for Nigerians, reducing poverty and addressing complex difficulties. This funding demonstrates the World Bank's commitment to supporting Nigeria's development and resilience. The federal government has committed $175 million to the Compressed Natural Gas (CNG) initiative, aiming to reduce Nigeria's dependence on petrol, with a total of 700 CNG-powered buses being ordered. Minister of Finance Wale Edun noted that the initiative is a critical step towards curbing inflation, reducing transportation costs by up to 60%. CNG is significantly cheaper than petrol, costing 15,000 naira to fill a tank compared to 72,000 naira for petrol. Michael Uluwagbemi, project director of the Presidential Initiative on CNG, highlighted the establishment of over 125 conversion centers nationwide, with job creation and infrastructure expansion on the way. The government's push for CNG adoption aligns with its goals to transition to cleaner, affordable energy and ease the financial burden on Nigerians, especially the working class. Similarly, in a significant move to address rising transportation costs, the Nigerian government has handed over 64 compressed natural gas (CNG) buses to labor unions and the National Association of Nigerian Students (NANS). The distribution, led by Coordinating Minister of the Economy Wale Edun, is part of a larger effort under the Presidential Initiative on Compressed Natural Gas to promote affordable and sustainable public transportation. Edun highlighted that the initiative, rolled out during this year's 64th Independence Anniversary, aligns with the government's transition to cleaner energy, with plans to distribute over 500 CNG buses and 100 electric vehicles. The CNG buses are expected to reduce fuel cost by 2/3, helping ease inflationary pressures on the economy. Labor and student representatives commended the move, emphasizing the positive impact on workers and students across Nigeria. The initiative also supports the government's broader economic reforms aimed at reducing inflation and enhancing public welfare. And in agriculture, Nigeria is facing significant economic and developmental challenges due to the loss of 50% of its agricultural produce post-harvest, according to Ibrahim Ishaka, a specialist at the Food and Agriculture Organization (FAO), speaking during a recent FAO training in Yola. Ishaka attributed the losses to inefficient harvesting techniques, lack of modern farming tools, poor storage facilities, and inadequate transportation infrastructure. These challenges, he noted, hinder food security and stifle the country's agricultural potential, especially for perishable goods like fruits and vegetables. To combat this, the FAO has launched initiatives aimed at reducing post-harvest losses, including community-based programs, capacity building, and investments in agricultural infrastructure. Additionally, FAO-supported centers in Nigeria's northeast region are distributing nutritious foods to fight malnutrition. The efforts are part of the Emergency Agriculture-Based Livelihood Sustenance Program targeting Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe states, with support from the USAID. And now to environment matters, the federal government of Nigeria has launched a 350 billion naira initiative to address the country's flood challenges and expand irrigation infrastructure. Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Alhaji Atiku Bagudu, announced the fund under the Renewed Hope Infrastructure Scheme during a visit to Benin Kebbi. Bagudu emphasized that climate change has intensified flooding across the country, noting its global impact. To mitigate this, the federal government has allocated 3 billion naira to each state for flood prevention efforts. In addition to flood control measures, Bagudu revealed that 900 billion naira has been earmarked for the Kebbi section of the Sokoto-Badagry Highway, which he described as the administration's largest contract to date. Further road projects include the construction of the Zaria-Kalakala Road in Kebbi, which complements ongoing infrastructure and agricultural development in the region. The government's proactive stance on climate-related issues aims to enhance both flood resilience and economic growth through improved infrastructure. In power supply issues, the Executive Director of the Electricity Consumer Protection and Advocacy Center, Prince Will Okorie, has dismissed the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu's assertion that 40% of Nigerians enjoy 20 hours of uninterrupted power supply as laughable. Adelabu credited recent improvements to government initiatives, citing a rise in electricity generation to 5,500 megawatts. However, consumers are unconvinced, pointing out the lack of supporting data from the 36 states. Nigeria, with a population exceeding 250 million, continues to face significant energy challenges, producing only 5,000 megawatts after years of privatization. The situation has been exacerbated by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission's recent approval of a 240% tariff hike for consumers receiving 20 to 22 hours of power, increasing financial burdens amid the rising fuel costs. In investments, ExxonMobil is investing $10 billion in Nigeria's deep water oil projects, expected to unlock 180,000 barrels per day. The project, located in the Owowo field, has a potential recoverable resource of 500 million to 1 billion barrels of oil. ExxonMobil's commitment to Nigeria remains strong, with plans to focus on deep water opportunities. The company is working with the Nigerian government to secure favorable fiscal arrangements, ensuring the project's success. The Owowo project's net present value has increased by over 200% due to the Petroleum Industry Act, making it a valuable investment. The project will create new opportunities for Nigeria's oil industry, with ExxonMobil partnering with Chevron, Total, Nexen, and the Nigerian Petroleum Development Company. The field development planning is expected to be completed soon, with plans to be the field back to the Usain FPSO. This investment demonstrates ExxonMobil's confidence in Nigeria's oil sector following meetings with President Bola Tinubu and the appointment of a new chairman and managing director. The company's divestment from onshore assets will allow it to focus on deep water operations, contributing to Nigeria's economic growth and energy developments. We'll bring you more Africa-related stories right after this break. Don't go away. We start the African stories from the home front here in Nigeria, where Nigeria has been confirmed to emerge as the second best performing stock market globally, with a year-to-date return of 31.68% behind Ghana's leading 39.8% return. This development was driven by a renewed rally in Nigeria equities, bringing significant capital appreciation for investors. Global data from Nations Market Intelligence shows that Turkey follows in the third place with a 29.9% return. African markets dominate the top performers, with Egypt also placing fourth at 25.6%. Other leading global markets include Hong Kong, the United States, Morocco, and Japan. Nigeria's oil and gas index recorded the highest growth with a 90.87% return, followed by the industrial goods index with 41.87%. The consumer goods index and the banking index also posted strong performances. The Nigerian Exchange NDX saw a total turnover of 45.9 billion naira last week, with financial services leading trading activity. The equities market is expected to continue its upward trend as investors seek opportunities in key sectors. The African Continental Free Trade Area, AfTA, is reigniting efforts, to enhance cooperation between Nigeria and South Africa. Both nations, considered economic giants in Africa, have faced strained relations due to social media and xenophobic attacks, particularly affecting citizens' relationships. However, experts in international diplomacy are pushing for deeper collaboration to harness the full potential of AfTA, which connects 1.3 billion people and has a combined GDP of over $3.5 trillion. At a recent MTN Media Innovation Program reception in Johannesburg, South African officials emphasized the need for unity. Clayson Monsela, Deputy Director General at South Africa's Department of International Relations, stressed that Africa's progress depends on strong ties between Nigeria and South Africa. Former South African President Thabo Mbeki echoed this, urging cooperation in areas like trade and free movement of goods. Experts agree that stronger partnerships between these nations are essential to unlocking AfTA's economic benefits for the continents. The South African rand continued its upward trajectory in early trade on Monday, building on last week's gains as investors awaited several data releases for indicators of an improving domestic economy. At 0650 GMT, the rand was trading at 17.0375 against the dollar, representing a 0.5% increase from its closing level on Friday. Central bank data released on Monday revealed a rise in August private sector credit growth to 4.95% year-on-year, signaling a positive development that could contribute to bolstering Africa's most industrialized economy in the latter part of the year. August trade and budget figures expected to be released later in the day are also anticipated to demonstrate improvement, reflecting better terms of trade and seasonal factors. ETM Analytics suggested in a recent note that the rand might potentially break below 17 to the dollar during the week, attributing this potential shift to the defensive position of the U.S. currency and supportive inflows into the South African bond markets. In early trading, the benchmark 2030 government bond remained steady, with the yield at 8.8%. In business, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, has announced a preliminary agreement to provide Ethiopia with a $3.4 billion extended credit facility over the next 4 years. Upon approval by the IMF's executive board, an initial $345 billion disbursement will be made to support Ethiopia's ongoing economic reforms. This financial assistance is focused on helping Ethiopia implement its market-based foreign exchange system, introduced in July last year, which has already reduced the gap between official and parallel exchange rates. The reforms aim to stabilize the economy and promote sustainable growth. The IMF highlighted that Ethiopia's shift toward a market-driven foreign exchange rate is delivering positive results, positioning the country for long-term economic stability, increased foreign exchange reserves, and enhanced growth potential. And in a significant development aimed at resolving the crisis affecting Libya's oil output, the Eastern-based parliament in the country has approved the nominations of Naji Mohammed Issa Belfasem as the new governor of the central bank and Mari Mufti Rahil Bamasi as its deputy. The decision was made during a televised session indicating a crucial step towards addressing the challenges that have led to a drastic reduction in the country's oil production. Both Belkacem and Barassi were nominated during a recent meeting facilitated by the United Nations, marking a collaborative effort to stabilize Libya's economic situation. Belkacem, who previously served as the central bank's director of banking and monetary control, brings a wealth of experience to his new role, while Barassi's approval as deputy governor further strengthens the leadership team at the central bank. The Minor Guarantee Company Limited has reached a significant milestone in Nairobi, aiming to transform East Africa's financial landscape by mobilizing private sector finance for sustainable businesses. The company provides credit guarantees to improve the credit ratings of debt capital market instruments, facilitating investment from pension funds, insurance companies, and sovereign wealth funds by focusing on projects that tackle climate change and contribute to the UN Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs). The MANA is poised to support economic growth in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda, supported by the UK government through the Private Infrastructure Development Group, PIDG. The MANA has attracted equity investments from the African Development Bank and CPF Group. Its CEO, Christopher Ofobo, emphasized the company's role as a catalyst for long-term sustainable finance, connecting untapped local capital to real economic opportunities. This initiative marks the second UK-backed climate finance solution launched in Kenya within a week, underscoring the UK's commitment to enhancing investment and growth in the region. As I bring you more on the news hour, let's shift our focus to the Middle East. And in the Middle East, Abu Dhabi's International Resources Holding, IRH, part of International Holding Company, has partnered with South Africa's Public Investment Corporation, PIC, to invest in rail infrastructure and green energy projects. The collaboration aims to support South Africa's transition from coal to cleaner energy and address logistical challenges in the country's freight rail and port systems. The partnership comes amid ongoing issues faced by South Africa's state-owned logistics firm Transnet, which has struggled with equipment shortages and maintenance backlogs. The agreement also seeks to optimize underperforming mining assets in South Africa. Earlier this year, IRH acquired a 51% stake in Zambia's Mopani copper mines and is exploring further investments in copper assets across Africa, including Zambia, Angola, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. This partnership represents a key step towards advancing sustainable infrastructure and energy initiatives while enhancing the mining sector in the region. Government data released on Monday indicated that foreign direct investment (FDI) in Saudi Arabia remained stagnant in the second quarter, matching last year's levels. The kingdom attracted 19.44 billion reals, approximately $5.18 billion in FDI. a slight increase from 19.43 billion reals in Q2 of the previous year. Overall, net FDI inflows totaled 11.7 billion reals, marking a 7.5% decline compared to the same period last year. This stagnation poses challenges for Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030, an initiative led by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to promote non-oil growth and private sector expansion. Although Q2 FDI volumes rose 14.5% from Q1 2024, total inflows for the first half of the year were similar to the previous year, at 36.41 billion reals versus 36.35 billion reals. Despite efforts to revise FDI calculation methodologies and enhance investment laws, FDI inflows still trail behind regional competitors like the UAE. The International Monetary Fund noted progress in attracting foreign investment, but stressed the need for clearer regulations and the removal of business bottlenecks to further encourage private sector growth. For bilateral relations, Saudi Arabia is pushing to adopt advanced mining technologies as the nation's Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, Bandar bin Ibrahim Akurayev, held bilateral meetings with senior executives from U.S. firms at the MN Expo International 2024 held in Las Vegas, USA. The parties discussed on local innovative solutions for the mining operations and exploring the investment opportunities in the sector. The Arab Kingdom possesses a mineral wealth which is estimated to be 9.4 trillion Saudi riyals, approximately $2.4 trillion, aiming to establish mining as a foundational industrial pillar. Akurayev met with several mining companies discussing about potential investments, including Thais, a prominent mining service provider which has operations across Australia, Asia, and the Americas. The minister also presented initiatives to further enhance mining in Saudi Arabia, like the Future Factories program, which aims to automate 4,000 facilities that could address the growing demand of software solutions, including AI applications. Chinese ambassador to Rwanda, Wang Zekun, joined a special Humuganda community service event in Kigali's Kibukiro district on the 14th of September 2024, organized by the Rwanda-China Alumni Organization alongside local officials and over 200 participants. They worked together to level a sports court for the neighborhood. Kyokwiro District Executive Administrator Antoine Musinzi and RCAO Chairman Theonesti Higaniro commended China's continuous support for Rwanda's development. They highlighted the ambassador's active participation in community initiatives as a symbol of the deep friendship and cooperation between the two nations. Ambassador Wang emphasized the strong outcomes of the recent Beijing summit of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation. He reiterated China's commitment to working closely with Rwanda to implement agreements made by President Xi Jinping and Paul Kagame, further strengthening their comprehensive strategic partnership for the benefits of both countries. Chinese stocks surged 20 to 30% in the past week after the government introduced measures to stimulate the economy. This rally sparked optimism, though some investors remain cautious about its sustainability. Many were underweight on Chinese stocks due to a sluggish economy, high interest rates, and a housing market slowdown. The boost positively affected South African stocks, given the country's strong economic ties with China, particularly in the resource sector. South Africa's iron ore and platinum industries, heavily reliant on Chinese demand, are set to benefit from this rally. Global oil prices also dropped significantly, with Saudi Arabia planning to increase supply. This trend could lead to lower petrol prices, offering relief to consumers. Meanwhile, luxury goods markets, including companies like Richemont, stand to benefit from improved consumer sentiment in China, driven by economic recovery. As the SOUQ economy rides the wave of Chinese growth, analysts are optimistic about potential long-term gains. And now we bring you news from other parts of the world just after this break. We begin from Greece, where there is a significant move to sell a 10% stake in the National Bank of Greece (NBG), which could generate up to 727 million euros, approximately $812 million in revenue. This sale is part of the country's ongoing privatization efforts aimed at reducing state ownership in key sectors. The Hellenic Financial Stability Fund has set a price range of 7.3 euros to 7.95 euros per share, with the upper end surpassing Friday's closing price of 7.84 euros. This strategic move is expected to attract investors and boost the economy's economic growth by selling a minority stake. Greece is opening up opportunities for private investments and expertise to flow into the banking sector. This in turn could lead to improved efficiency, competitiveness, and services offered by the NBG. As the Greek economy continues to recover, this sale is a positive step towards stability and growth. The Tata Steel plant will officially be shut down on Monday after 100 years in operation. The steel plant is recognized as the UK's biggest steelwork plant, with blast furnace 4, the final furnace operating at Port Talbot, will officially close at 5 p.m. on Monday evening. In a statement by Tata's UK Chief Executive Rajesh Nair, he admitted the closure of the plant is a difficult day of great emotion and reflection. The steel plant's furnace will be replaced with a greener electric arc furnace, which will use UK-sourced scrap steel, although it won't be operational until the year 2028. The transition to using the electric arc furnace will cost £1.25 billion, as the British government will pay £500 million. This payment will come at the cost of nearly 3,000 job losses, which is approximately 75% of the workforce. The transition use of the electric furnace, however, promises to sustain more than 5,000 jobs across the UK and will give Tata Steel businesses a significant advantage across the UK's competitive markets. Still in UK, the economy's growth rate for the second quarter has been revised downward to 0.5%, a slight decrease from the initial estimate of 0.6%. This follows a 0.7% growth in the first quarter, indicating a slower pace of recovery from recession. Despite this, the services sector saw a 0.6% jump in output, driving growth and offsetting declines in production and construction. Business investment also showed a promising 1.4% increase, largely due to spending on transport equipment and intellectual property products. The UK's economic performance is lagging behind other G7 nations, with consumer spending only 1% above pre-pandemic levels compared to the US's 13% growth. However, experts like Paul Dales of Capital Economics suggest that a potential drop in the savings ratio, currently at 10%, could boost growth in the future. With interest rates failing and a stable economic outlook, consumers may become more confident in spending, helping to drive growth. The Bank of England may also reconsider interest rate cuts given the slowing recovery and easing inflation concerns. The Central Bank of Egypt, CBE, and the Central Bank of Tunisia have signed a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, to boost cooperation in banking and financial stability. The agreement, signed by CBE Governor Hassan Abdallah and the Tunisian counterpart Fatih Zohar Al-Nouri, aims to enhance collaboration in areas such as monetary policy, financial inclusion, and cybersecurity. The MOU promotes knowledge exchange through workshops, training, and conferences, focusing on critical areas like anti-money laundering, digital transformation, and settlement systems. Both leaders emphasized the importance of the agreement in supporting sustainable development and strengthening historical ties between the two nations. This cooperation reflects a shared commitment to developing the banking sector in response to global regulatory and technological advancements, advancing financial stability, and fostering long-term growth in both countries. And currency matters. Currency traders are increasingly seeking alternatives to dollar-based trades due to uncertainty surrounding the upcoming U.S. presidential election and Federal Reserve policy decisions. This cautious approach reflects the difficulty in predicting the dollar's trajectory in the current economic climate. The U.S. dollar typically dominates the foreign exchange market, accounting for 88% of all trades. However, uncertainty over the election outcome and debates on interest rate cuts by the Federal Reserve have made many traders hesitant to take strong positions. As a result, investors are favoring cross-currency trades, such as shorting the Swiss franc against the Japanese yen, allowing them to profit regardless of U.S. events. Long-term investor positioning is currently at its most neutral level in 2.5 years, according to the State Street Global Markets data. And to close, the euro strengthened on Monday following German inflation data, while commodity currencies experienced gains amid optimism for a potential turnaround in China's economy. The US dollar, which had been hovering near a one-year low against a basket of peers, is anticipated to be influenced by the upcoming non-farm payrolls data on Friday. The Australian and New Zealand dollars reached their highest levels in 2024, buoyed by expectations of rate cuts and fiscal support in China, which fueled hopes of an economic recovery. The Japanese yen also drew attention as the new prime minister announced a snap election. Meanwhile, Beijing's recent stimulus measures drove a rally in China's yuan. Sterling remained relatively stable, gaining 0.2% against the dollar. And that's all we have for you on the News Hour. Thank you for watching. Don't forget that SOUQ Pulse comes up in a bit. Do stay with us. I am Temitope Omole. Have a good afternoon.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
In the realm of human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ag Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ag Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ag Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian SOUQ Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today. It's not possible.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Me Augusto is I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here, the piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ige Imokwede is back again. Ige Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello and welcome to your program. This is SOUQ Pulse, and by now you know where we are already. We don't need to argue about that or even think it. This is SOUQ News, where we tell you, and you know, we are all about positivities. So get here, get informed, get detoxed, and get the solution to start that business. Get that information you need to ginger up and tell yourself we can get it done. Now on SOUQ Pulse, for those that are not aware, this happens to be the last day of September. We are heading into the last 3 months of 2024. So congratulations, you made it. Congratulations once again, because you have work before you. So every of that goal you set at the beginning of the year, you still have 3 months to achieve it. So don't fret. Don't give up. You've got strength, you've got life in you. So hey, get out there and let's achieve it. And while we are trying our best to achieve it, we will talk. we will not keep quiet because this is SOUQ Pulse. So get around, call your friends, your neighbors. It's time to talk. Today we are heading somewhere that affects every single one of us. Information that a lot of people might not be aware of. We'll try to find out if we are actually committing a crime. It's possible. But before we get there, hope you know, because it's enshrined right now, it's all about productivity. That's what we do on SOUQ Pulse. So we want to get productive. And so we matter. You matter. We've got a very short break. When we return, I'll get to introduce the main topic and my guest. So don't get scared. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. SOUQ Pulse will be right here. Don't go anywhere.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and today we are going to the health sector. Yes. Now, aside the health sector, we are looking at insurance. So, health insurance, basic health insurance for a nation, for a people to be productive. Then they have to be healthy. And there's one thing you know for sure, that if you know at the back of your mind that there is a backing, so I get there, I work. If I fall sick, I know where to get to. I don't need the cash in my pocket because something somewhere has been put aside and I can get attended to. It doesn't matter how small or how big. They know that yes, a people and a nation will thrive. Now, let me break it further. For those that are not aware, let me talk to Nigerians right now. Sometime in May 19th, 2022, the National Health Insurance Authority bill was signed into law. I had to close my eye because I think at a point of time I even forgot about it completely. Now, if this bill was signed into law, let me tell you what it says. It's mandatory for every Nigerian and legal residents in Nigeria to have health insurance. Now, I'm going to find out if we have all been living a crime. So don't go anywhere. Just stay there. To do justice to this particular topic is no other but a public analyst of repute. Someone that has gone ahead not just to train Nigerians but to train Africans, and he is good at it. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome to SOUQ Pulse for the last day of September, Mr. Sam Onroboje. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Chucks.
Thank you very much. So let's start this way. There are over 200 million Nigerians. We've had that 200 million for a very long time. Now, with over 80% of this population active, working, engaged, or they can't get active, they can't get working, they can't get engaged. So whether you have a job or you don't have a job, whether you're farming or you're not farming. Now, let's ask ourselves, are they aware that there is this bill that has been signed 2 years and some months ago?
Well, the health insurance policy document was signed into law sometime in May 2022, which is a framework, a policy framework that cater for the insurance scheme of Nigerian citizens. So within that framework, it's advisable that public sector organizations and private sector organizations.
Sorry, are you saying it's advisable?
Yes, because the policy framework is there, but if you look at the number of enrollees into that scheme as we speak, it's a far cry from the expectation of that policy framework that was put in place in 2022 to cater for the insurance health needs of Nigerians. So in that regard, that's why I said it's advisable that most public sector organization and private sector organizations were supposed to enroll into this insurance scheme with a minimum threshold of certain amount of money that you pay. Once you pay that, that means you have a health insurance cover where you can access a Medicare, and you have organizations that are registered called the HMOs, which means health maintenance organizations, who are service provider, who are the middleman, if you like, between the insurance provider and the enrollee, who has insurance cover from various private sector hospital and public sector facilities.
Okay. Now, you've looked at it from the side of those that are gainfully employed, those within organizations, those within agencies. But now the bill states that it is mandatory for all citizens, in capital letter, all citizens and legal residents. This is where I was looking at it. The productivity of any nation is well hinged on how healthy that nation is, health-wise, body-wise. Now, if somebody says, okay, good, we want Nigerians to be healthy and get to work, did they really tinker up this particular bill, or is the bill coming too early? Now, before we get to that particular question, who exactly is going to pay if they say all citizens, all legal residents? Who pays?
No, once you say mandatory, that is by law, every citizen that reside within the geographical area called Nigeria was, by implication, was supposed to be an enrollee, a subscriber to the health insurance scheme. So it behoves on companies, public sector organization, to enroll the workforce first and foremost for those who are working. But even the percentage of those within the purview of those who are gainfully employed, the number of people that are enrollee,
those that are gainfully employed,
yes, in that scheme is equally a far cry to what the Act stipulates. So the point I'm making is that even where you have organizations that are by law supposed to subscribe to those health insurance schemes, how many companies
are doing it?
That's on the one hand.
Can we go back to this bill itself? Was it well thought out?
The bill is well thought out. The idea is that for every Nigerian citizen, once you have a minimum at the point where it was finally reviewed in 2022, with 500 naira to 1,000 naira, you're supposed to have an insurance scheme that can take care of that individual.
Therefore, 500 naira or 1,000 naira?
No, between 500 and 1,000. Maybe when that
basic.
Yeah, minimum threshold.
Minimum threshold.
When it was reviewed in 2022, I think the minimum threshold was 1,000 naira. So once
minimum threshold of 1,000 naira.
Yes. Once you have 1,000 naira given to an HMO, health maintenance organization, therefore you have access to basic Medicare from any hospital of your choice, depending on the service provider, which hospitals fall within their purview. So within that 1,000 naira, and you can get basic Medicare.
Basic Medicare. I like to use the word.
Yeah, basic, yes.
I will now bring back that basic to the citizens.
Surgeries and some other things like dental, like eye care, ears and other Medicare that are slightly
elitist,
higher, not necessarily elitist, higher than the level of the money that you have paid in terms of subscription to an HMO to provide that health insurance scheme.
Okay, now let's go back to this population figure again. Over 200. Now let's break it down. What is killing Africans the most? It's not war, it's not hunger, it's not HIV, it's not cancer, it's malaria. A drug that you can't get for less than 500, 600, 1,000 naira. Now, if people know that this is this law, because it's a law right now, and they can just go and register in an HMO for 1,000 naira. If they have malaria along the line, whether they have a job or not, that death rate should be cut by at least 80%.
I think the issue here is rather of education, the advocacy to educate more Nigeria.
So who should do that?
Number one, there's a federal government agency that is responsible for health insurance. So first and foremost, they have the responsibility to provide education, particularly for public sector workers. But I do know for practice.
If we keep looking at those that are gainfully employed,
just
who informs or who takes care of those that don't even have a
Let's take care of those who are even first and foremost gainfully employed.
Okay.
Who has a kind of mandatory requirement by law. The public sector, who is a driver of this law, first and foremost, they should take care of that sector. What is the number of public sector people who are subscribing to the health insurance scheme? On the other hand, the private sector companies, by HRO practice and by law, are supposed to enroll their staff into that insurance scheme. But again, beyond the minimum threshold, different company has a different policy in place that take care of different categories of their management, maybe from supervisory grade to managerial grade to senior management grade and to the executive committee grade, depending on the policy that is in place. Various enrollee will now have a package. The limits and the extension to that package will be determined by the policy of individual companies that are subscribing to that particular health insurance scheme.
Okay. Now, let's now go to those that are gainfully employed. You've dwelt there a bit. Let's now look at them. Now, do we have like a collaboration worked out between the health giver, I mean, doctors, every other personnel working in that sector, the health providers, the institution itself, hospitals, pharmacy, every one of them, the insurance companies, government agencies, do have that collaboration where the chain itself works swiftly?
There's a structure in place, and to a very large extent, a lot of big corporations, particularly private sector companies, already subscribe to that scheme. Depending, like I mentioned, depending on the health policy framework of that particular organization, general staff, supervisory, middle management, senior management, executive committee. So they have different elements of the categories of which their staff can enroll in those schemes. Then you have the health insurance maintenance company called the HMO, who are intermediary between the insuring company, health insurance company, and the health giver, that's the hospital. So there's a value chain that currently exists in that sector that take care of everybody. So you go to the HMO, you enroll in a particular hospital or it's a health center. So once you do that, your informations are passing there. And at the end of the day, the hospital is paid based on the commitment that is made on the number of enrollees that they have on their register. On the other hand, too, even the public sector has some limitation in terms of what you can assess in terms of healthcare. So if you have certain ailments, the scheme doesn't cover certain age. Even as a private enrollee,
based on what you pay for.
Yes. In addition to that, the scheme itself, there are certain elements that what you pay cannot cover. Therefore, you need to do a premium scheme to be able to cover surgery, some other ailments that are not usually covered in terms of the drug regime. But just like in normal insurance, the same principles apply for the health insurance scheme. So if you have an enrollee from a particular company, maybe 200, maybe only 3 people will access that facility in a year. So just like normal business of insurance that you don't profit from, just bring you to a place of comfort. Same principles apply in the health insurance scheme. Therefore, maybe you have an enrollee of 200, like I mentioned earlier, in a company. Maybe 5 to 10 people may access that facility depending on the categories of your subscription that your HMO provider gives to the hospital, who is your caregiver.
Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this now. The health insurance. Why are people not logging into it? Why do Nigerians, let me be specific, why are they not aware to this extent? Or why are they just looking at it and standing aloof? Are they seeing it as an elitist kind of scheme, or are they just seeing that, okay, we don't subscribe to this? If we are sick, we'll go take care of ourselves?
No, I think the challenge here generally about insurance is a practice.
Or is it the name insurance?
Yes, once you have the concept of insurance, you have some limitation the way insurance evolve as a business in Nigeria, particularly for motor insurance, where you had clerks selling insurance policy to various insuring public. And at the end of the day, when there was a need for claim, people could not access those claims. So there's this perception, negative perception of the insurance business in Nigeria. And I think it's the same perception that have dovetailed into the health insurance policy. Why not make an excuse? So it's the responsibility of the Nigeria Insurance Association and the National Insurance Commission to provide adequate education on this policy framework that benefits every Nigerian, and to assess that facility is so minimal to a very large extent that if you pay 1,000 naira, then you're able to have some level of healthcare maintenance based on that small premium of 1,000 naira that you pay to your HMO provider, as the case might be. So education is critical. Then Nigerians themselves need to change their mindset when you come to the concept of insurance in itself. And there's this popular saying that God is my insurance. Therefore, I don't need to take an insurance policy. So the appeal here, or the advocacy for this kind of program is to say that why God is your insurance, you equally need some level of health care before God take care of you. So in case you have been bitten by a mosquito and there's a malaria, you can take care of yourself.
Okay.
So it's education, and we need to remove this perception, the public perception, particularly about insurance as a business or as a concept, so that people can get into that scheme, and we have more enrollee. A more robust insurance scheme will help to make the nation to be productive.
Okay, while the nation gets productive and while we get educated and learn more about health insurance and some of those particular questions we are yearning for answers, let's look at the telecom industry. Now, at a particular point in time, when you recharge to a particular limit, you get some SMS. I won't call names of those companies right now. And they'll tell you that, okay, good, for you to have done this amount this month, you get insurance, health insurance to this tune. That kept coming for a while till it stopped. I don't know if people still get it now. What role can telecommunication companies within Africa play? Because almost every communicating African has a phone.
So simply put, what those agencies that are responsible for the promotion of health insurance should do is to collaborate or partner with telecommunication companies in terms of providing information to the public, highlighting the importance of health insurance, the benefits of those schemes, whether you're in the private or public sector. Once that is done, that will improve on the number of enrollee, as it's called, or subscriber to the health insurance policy.
Okay, now let's talk about this aspect. I know some other people out there, you're watching and you're saying, I'm not covered in all this statement that has been made. So, sir, let me ask you this question. Now, who covers the unemployed or the person that can afford it?
Some countries, particularly, let me mention a country. So the countries who are not, you're not going to give me an invoice for mentioning, like Rwanda, for example, which is a case in point. What they do, there's a family or community participation where those who don't have the means to take an insurance policy, relations, enroll them into that scheme. So we can borrow leave from the Rwandan example, where at a family level, those who cannot afford to pay that minimum distance, family and relations are able to assist so that they can pull them into that scheme. And that again will help the families in terms of the kind of family pressure health can bring to bear on some family member from time to time.
Okay, let's now talk for those that are employed. What percentage of contribution is expected from the staff, and what percentage is expected from the organization? Or is it just a one-sided, the staff pay or the organization pays?
I'm not too sure because there are a few changes in that policy framework, so I don't want to make an assumption whether an aspect is covered by the employee and the employer. But I will just make a general statement that once you subscribe through an HMO, then depending on the value that is placed on you, depending on the cadre of management that you belong to, then management pay in some cases on behalf of the staff. But I'm not too sure of that new element when that policy was tinkered with in 2022, because that policy was there. It was just improved upon in 2022 when it was now made mandatory. So I cannot speak specifically so that I don't misinform the public. But what I know is that if you belong to an organization, some people pay certain amount to be able to enter into that service delivery. So the percentage for now, I don't know, but you make a payment for that. So different categories, and I'm sure sometimes companies absorb some part of the payment. Some is deducted from your payroll at the end of the day. But when you look at the amount that you pay vis-a-vis the insurance cover that you get to secure your health, I think is just a fraction in terms of what is contributed. So like I mentioned, that company must take it upon themselves to enroll their employees, even where some money may be taken from those employees, just to guarantee their health, to enhance their productivity in the workplace, and above all, national productivity.
Okay, above all, national productivity. Now we've done the first round. Like, this is the good, jolly good fellow first round. So you have no excuse. We will get to where we'll get to ask questions if we are actually breaking the law. That's when we'll come back from the second round. But hey, mind you, it's going to get more interesting. Don't go anywhere. This is SOUQ Pulse. We're going on a very short break. SOUQ Pulse will be right back.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we are looking at basic health insurance. And we're asking ourselves this simple question: is it visible in Africa? Yes, it is. But now, how, when, and to what tune is it visible? That is what we are getting to, and that's where we are heading to. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. I have Mr. Sam Oruboje here, and he is schooling us. Now, let's get to turn this a bit. So we have developing nations. And a lot of developing nations in Africa, their health budget compared to the percentage of their entire budget is less than 5%. With a bill like this that mandates every citizen to be covered with health insurance, how possible is it to achieve this?
No, the facilities are beyond public facility. So you have public sector facilities in terms of hospital and healthcare centers. On the other hand, you have private sector companies that provide health services. Therefore, you cannot relate this policy vis-a-vis the entire budget, health budget. The health budget is a major challenge. The global benchmark for health education will see a far cry as a country to those minimum benchmark for health in particular and education. But what is important is that once you are able to provide basic insurance cover,
Insurance cover for the
citizens,
for the population that we are looking at, the teeming population we're looking at. Example, our country, Nigeria, the health facilities are stretched. Both government health facilities, the private health facilities are also stretched. Now, for some other health facilities that are private, the ordinary person...
You must understand the concept of insurance first and foremost. We are looking at facilities. Just a moment. You need to understand the fundamentals, the framework. If you don't take it from that perspective, it becomes a problem. Everybody cannot fall sick at the same time.
100% agreed.
So therefore, the idea of this scheme is that when you have health challenges, without minimum contribution, you can access a facility to have a basic health care. So let's take it fundamentally from that point.
From the statistics of our health issue in Africa for a while, everybody cannot fall ill at the same time, 100% agree. But as we speak, the health sector cannot cater for those that are sick now, both from the villages down to the urban centers. Now, we have a lot of private health facilities, but can the poor afford them? The government facilities
afford private, hold on. The poor are able to afford private facilities once you subscribe to that minimum payment of a health insurance premium. Once it's paid and you have an HMO provider
that will the private sector, from the private
you can access. Yes, you can access.
To what extent will the private hospital attend to the poor?
No, they will attend to them once you are on the register.
Insurance.
Once you're on that register, that you are registered with a particular hospital facility, it behoves on that hospital to give you basic care.
On paper?
No, once you have an enrollee, once you go to a particular hospital, once you bring your card.
Yes, we've seen this happen over and over again, where someone comes with a health insurance registration and you are told, get in touch with your HMO before we attend to you.
No, that's not the case. The point is, once you have a registration in a particular health facility, that health facility is bound to give you treatment. So when they call, they ask you to call your HMO. The point is that the category of service that you have been enrolled into is threatened based on the kind of Medicare that you want to access. Therefore,
is it going to be based on the kind of Medicare or based on the standard of the hospital?
Not the standard of the hospital. For example, you have an enrollment, for example, a figure of 2,000 naira. And you are taken into the hospital, maybe you have an accident, and that hospital does not take care of surgery. Therefore, it behoves on the hospital management to seek a further clearance, whether there's an upgrade for that particular patient, whether inpatient or outpatient, as the case might be, to see if there's a framework, because they have that already in their system, and policy change from time to time. it may have increased. Something that you couldn't access, they are now accessible. So they don't dismiss you on the basis of the fact that you have an HMO card or an insurance registration number with that particular hospital demonstrates you. So if they reject you, there are laws within the that act that safeguards the patient rights.
Oh, okay. But do you agree with me that if this comes to fruition and a lot of people are aware of this, we will have more inpatients? We'll have more people accessing health facilities, not just self-medicating.
No, the point I said is that you must get that fundamentally.
Yeah,
that
but if
the number will increase, but not everybody will attend a particular facility at a particular point in time.
Yes, I agree with you. Now, you go to some particular locations, you go to some particular villages, some particular local governments. There is one major hospital in a local government. Some local government might not even have one. They all access healthcare in maybe the urban centers. Now, if we get to a point where 50 or 40% of them are covered in this scheme, do we as nations in Africa, have we propped up our health facilities to cater for people that will come in and access healthcare through this insurance means?
Okay, from a business perspective, once the number of enrollee improves, there are certain level of investment that people will make to take advantage of that industry. So, for example, medical doctors who want to go into private practice, want to build hospitals, where they see the statistics from service provider.
But
I'm just saying,
are there already.
No. People make investment from time to time based on research. And that is not peculiar to only healthcare. So I'm saying that people constantly, even in Lagos in the last 20 years, there are certain investments that have been made in the healthcare sector. Some care that used to go to India for medical tourism, they do them within Lagos. So those facilities,
the person going to India for medical tourism
just a moment,
is rich.
No, just a moment.
Okay.
Sometimes some of these services were not provided within Nigeria at a particular point in time. But people have made research that some health insurance schemes are valuable to Nigerians. Therefore, let's bring this kind of Medicare closer to the people so that they can take advantage of that policy framework. And as a business, they provide that service to people. So I don't want to mention a particular name, but there was a particular hospital from India who wanted to make a massive investment in Nigeria in terms of setting up various care centers with different kinds of ailments, maybe cancer centers, diabetic centers, and all that. Taking advantage of some of this information that you talk about. So the point I'm making is that the facilities may be overstressed as
What
we
about
speak.
the personnel?
The personnel may be, but new investment in those areas will create new level of personnel that will come to work in the sector.
Talking about the new investment you're looking at, we are signatory to several sustainable development goals, both that in health. And for this major organization, the World Health Organization, they have said over and over again that developing African nations need simplified side of it, $58 per citizen by 2030 to be able to shore up their health sector. Now, it got me thinking, if we say $58 per citizen, both rich, both poor, both not there, and we multiply that by 200 million, that gets us almost our entire budget of the entire year. Now, we might not also follow that, but we as a people, we African nations, what exactly are we putting in place to make sure that our own citizens are catered for?
Well, there are two levels to this, your question. Number one, while we respect the projection from the World Health Organization in terms of requirement per citizen, particularly in the developing country, they are only looking at Western medicine as a means of taking care of insurance issues. But then we have natural medicines.
Okay.
What we prefer to call alternative medicine is not alternative, it's natural to environment. So this population, this health insurance that you talk about, you've not taken cognizance of those who patronize or who should have access to Medicare for natural medicine, which they have access to. So the policy framework equally take care of natural medicine. So
the policy, is it going to take care of, or is taking care of already?
Should take care of. Should, yes.
Okay.
But again, to what extent do people have the requisite education to take advantage of that sector?
Okay.
And I'm sure
you brought this,
familiar with that.
You brought this up, so let me ask this so that
you're familiar with this.
I need you to add this to this statement now.
Yes.
Okay. To what extent can we say, okay, if you are in a place to say, okay, let's advise, let's talk, to what extent do we say, okay, let's integrate natural medicine into this particular scheme so that they can also come up and show up the numbers for health givers?
Absolutely. That's the point I'm trying to make. The point is that those policy framework must be seen to be taking cognizance of all the elements of the health insurance law, to take cognizance of those who provide natural medicine. Therefore, those natural medicine provider HMO should equally enroll people who have the tendency to patronize natural medicine.
Should it be people who have the tendency?
Yeah, what I mean tendency is that because of our sociology of taking what is Western, the calibrations from the Western medicines are more standardized than the natural medicines that our forefather and our parents are used to. Therefore, there's even an agency of government that is regulating the practice and making development in that sector to be able to regulate it and look at all the medicinal plants that are available. So for healthcare, we must look inward as well to see how natural medicine can equally take advantage of that. So take China in particular, the alternative medicine, as they call it, has been integrated into a Western medical practice. So you have people who operate within the alternative medicine regime, and people have health insurance, and they're able to access those kind of practitioners in those environments.
Okay, let's look at identification now. From the aspect of this bill, it's gone beyond a bill. This law, do you think identification has any issue, or can it hamper or tamper with this particular law?
What do you mean by identification?
Identification. He is Nigerian, he's not Nigerian. He is a legal resident, he's not a legal resident. Okay, I can identify him as this person from this place or from that place.
No, the point is the issue of identity is not very important. What the law says is that every Nigerian citizen.
So now, how do you how do you find out every Nigerian
there are
citizen?
other levels of non-Nigerians who are gainfully employed, who are gainfully employed into private practice, work for various organizations, based on the fact that they are providing services to a particular organization. They will be enrolled into that scheme as long as they can pay.
That those falls within the category of legal residents.
Yes.
Okay.
So the law does not exclude anybody. What the law says as a minimum threshold, every Nigerian citizen should be enrolled into that scheme. So once you are a Nigerian citizen, ordinarily it should be compulsory that you should be enrolled into that scheme. So, but if you are not able to enroll into that scheme, there are other levels between the public sector and the private sector I mentioned earlier. We'll find a way to get into an HMO, who is an intermediary between a hospital facility provider or health service provider and the insurance company. So once you pay your premium, then you are covered.
Okay. Now, with this law, because that's what we're going to call it now, with this
law, it's been gazetted since 2022.
2022.
So, yeah,
That's
so it's a law.
2 years and 4 months away, or 2 years plus.
More than that.
2 years.
It came into law May 2022. So by May 2023.
2 years, 4 months.
Yes. So
good.
Is a law already officially gazetted?
Okay.
There is a scheme, an agency of government that is responsible.
Okay.
In addition, even to the National Insurance Commission that has an umbrella responsibility for insurance in Nigeria.
Okay. So I had to call that duration from when it was signed into law and
already
today.
gazetted.
Good. 2 years.
So don't even talking about signing into law. Once a law has been gazetted, it's already an operative law that should guide every citizen.
2 years, 4 months. Now let me get to where I'm saying 2 years, 4 months. I'm not enrolled yet. My family is enrolled. So I might be a bit covered. But me, for one, I'm not enrolled. So there are several people also that are not enrolled. Am I committing a crime?
Yes, by law, you are supposed to have been enrolled. But then I don't see why you are not enrolled. Number one, no, hold on.
Okay.
Beyond an organization or a company or a public sector agency paying for you, there are schemes that you can subscribe to as an individual to be an enrollee.
Okay.
So therefore, you can walk into any HMO and look at the various classification of the schemes that they provide, and you can enroll as an individual. Just the same way you have the pension contributory scheme. You can make contribution as a corporate entity. You make some contribution as somebody working within the organization. You can still make your individual contribution beyond the mandatory element that your company pays on your behalf and you pay on your behalf. So if you have additional money, you can make an individual contribution. Same way, the insurance scheme, individuals you enroll based on your capacity to access a health facility.
Okay, based on my capacity. Good. So 2 years, 4 months, I've been committing a crime. Now let's still go back to this 2 years.
I didn't say so.
Let's still go back to this 2 years, 4 months. Now, in this period, this particular law have not worked well. Implementation has been an issue. What can be done to make sure that Nigerians and lawful, legal citizens and residents get to not just know, but sign on to this particular scheme?
So the agency that is responsible for health insurance has a responsibility to educate the public, particularly the public sector, and see how they can enforce those elements in public sector. No public sector organization should be left out in that scheme. That's number one. Number two, they need to provide additional advocacy in terms of education to the general public on the importance of enrolling or paying subscription to access insurance cover, at least some level of health insurance. Number three, the HMO have a responsibility, again, to educate the public. So the advocacy can be going from school to school, from a marketplace to another marketplace, providing education on the importance, and saying that with a minimum or a little money, maybe between 1,000 and 2,000 naira that you put away, you can subscribe to a health facility to a certain level of service provision from a hospital or a health caregiver facility that can take care of you. So education is critical to scaling up the number of enrollees that can take advantage of the health insurance scheme, as the law prescribes that every citizen should compulsorily be enrolled into that scheme.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam. It's been our pleasure having you on SOUQ Pulse today.
Thank you.
Good. So we have been schooled, educated, and now we know better. 2 years, 4 months. That's a long time. Now, note this. The health insurance scheme is there. The next person should not die of malaria. It's not expensive. Not the drug itself, but get insured. Like a family, he said something that we can also emulate Rwanda. Sign on your brother that is not working. Sign on your sister or your parents in the village. You can also get them to sign on and use the health facility there in the village. It saves a whole lot. Not at point of emergency, then you start looking for money off the pocket for treatment. It saves a whole lot. And it gets Africa productive. Takes the worry off our heads. To everyone out there, join the conversation. Now argue on your part. Remember, this is SOUQ Pulse. I will tell you, we don't keep quiet. Topical issues, we talk about it. And when it comes to educating ourselves, we humble ourselves and get educated. Thank you very much for being part of the show today. We'll do this again tomorrow. To everyone out there in Nigeria, tomorrow is a very special day. So prepare. Promises to be very special. Have yourself a wonderful evening. My name is SOUQ John Rogers SOUQ. Remember, love your neighbor as yourself. Bye.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insights that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovering, analyzing, and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.